Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged the proposals shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senators, on the 4th of July 2024, I made a statement to the Chamber on a serious security breach by protesters on Australian Parliament House. I'd like to provide the Senate with an update. At the request of the presiding officers, the Australian Federal Police conducted an investigation into these events. This investigation is ongoing. Additionally, the Speaker and I asked the Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services to convene a meeting of the Security Management Board to discuss options to enhance security at Australian Parliament House. We requested that both short and long-term solutions be identified while taking into consideration the recent increase in the national threat level. I can inform senators that short-term measures have been implemented which strengthen the layers of security around Parliament House and assist in deterring a repeat of July 4 incidents. Measures include physical, procedural and intelligence-based enhancements. Of course, for security reasons, I will not detail the specific measures that have been implemented. However, these enhancements have occurred and are ongoing. Long-term and more permanent options are currently being explored and will be considered by the Senate Appropriations Staffing and Security Committee and the equivalent committee in the House. These longer-term options will be informed through engagement with relevant authorities and experts, including by technical experts from national security agencies and law enforcement agencies. Australian Parliament House is a key symbol of our democracy. It is also a source of national pride. The Speaker and I take matters around the respect and safety of the building and its occupants very seriously. The security and access to Australian Parliament House must always be balanced to keep democracy open to the people while also protecting those who visit and work in the building and surrounds. I thank the Australian Federal Police and the parliamentary departments for the work they do to keep our Parliament safe and staff safe. Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I'd just like, if you could take on notice who in this chamber you have briefed about those enhanced security measures. Not us. Not the Australian Greens haven't been briefed. Our leader hasn't been briefed, and I would like to see that corrected.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. I briefed the Deputy President. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, President. The government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in reforming the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. I also acknowledge the recent commitment by the Leader of the Opposition to working together with the government to this end. On the 7th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released in December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with disability organisations to reach out and listen to more than 1,000 people with disability and their families, recorded more than 2,000 personal stories, and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to its terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhaustive analysis and proposals to improve the operation, effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. Discussions have continued with senators across this chamber, as well as members in the other place, to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda that is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to working with senators in this place to get the NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested document, as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate, in addition to the aforementioned review. Thank you.
Senator Steele John, you take the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of the Minister's answer.
Call.
Thank you. We are here today discussing this issue because of Labor's broken promises. Let's be really clear. The Australian Labor Party went to the election promising the disability community that they would prevent any cut to the NDIS. They went to the election promising transparency, promising accountability, promising genuine co-design with disabled people. And yet, when in government, they got together with the states and territories behind closed doors and signed an agreement to cap the NDIS. Now, caps have consequences. The decision to artificially restrict the amount of money available to disabled people to meet our individualised support needs has real impacts on our lives. And the government's complete and total ignorance and lack of care in relation to these impacts are causing people real harm right now. Right now. I hear from constituents, my team hears from constituents across the country every single day, bringing to us the latest examples of plans that have been cut, slashed and almost burnt to the ground. People's disability supports, their vital supports that keep them alive, being absolutely trashed and taken away because this government is already trying desperately to cut the funding of the scheme, to cut the amount spent to meet the requirements of the cap they signed up to behind closed doors. And I want to read to the Senate just a couple of examples of what we are hearing from people who have been participants of the NDIS and are being directly impacted by this Labor government's cuts to the scheme. One person in WA reached out to us having experienced a 50% cut to their plan. There was no consultation on the decision. The agency simply informed them that they had been directed to slash and burn. The consequences of that approach is that this person is having to, right now, reprove a condition they have had for 30 years to enable to continue to receive the therapies in the community they require. Another participant has shared with our team that their plan has been cut by 71%. It was, they said, a cookie-cutter rationale given with no warning. They rightly describe the devastation that this brought into their lives and have shared clearly that they do not know now how they are going to make it. The government has clearly indicated that it is willing to stop at nothing to implement its agenda of cutting the NDIS. The government has had opportunity after opportunity to come clean, to give to the Senate the information we demand. How many participants will be affected by these cuts? How many people will lose supports because of Labor's decision to do this deal? How many people will be harmed by what they have agreed to without us, deliberately blocking us out of the spaces where we could have contributed? The agency recently heard from a young person. Their only remaining parent had just passed away. A change of circumstances request was submitted to reflect the loss of this immediate support. The response of the agency, the response of this government, was to cut their plan by 77%. What was their reason? Because the death of a parent who was their primary support does not require, in the view of the agency, additional funding. So not only did they not get the additional funding, the funding was cut by 77%. This is a broken promise, a betrayal of disabled people, and no amendment done behind closed doors on this bill without disabled people will meet the needs of the community.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, we're here again. NDIS Monday. It is just becoming a joke. It is a running joke that a government who came to office claiming they would be transparent have done everything they can to cloak themselves in secrecy when it comes to the NDIS. And, I mean, we're going to come to a bill, maybe come to a bill a little bit later on today, seeking to reform the NDIS. Now, the NDIS, I acknowledge, is one of the biggest items in the budget. It is too big. I'm the parent of a participant and happy to acknowledge there are too many people on it. You know, the Greens and us sitting on this side of the chamber don't actually agree on terribly much, but what we do agree on is there should be transparency. We do have different views about who should be on the scheme. We do have different views on how some of the schemes should be operating, but we do agree that there should be transparency. Yet those in government are determined to not be transparent, not only with the Australian people when they have already put these savings into the budget, but with the 660,000 participants on the scheme and their family. Now, I think that number is too high. Absolutely, that number is too high. There are too many people on this scheme who do not have a permanent and lifelong disability, what the scheme was set up for. So what we're seeing now, in this desperate bid to curb the cost of the scheme, what we're seeing is plans being cut for those that most require them. The people that are most vulnerable and are most at need of supports in the community are having their plans cut so that, in some ways, those who shouldn't be on the scheme can remain on the scheme because they're not brave enough to step up and take the political hit by acknowledging the people that should come off the scheme. But what they want to do is kind of just somehow, because it's a demand-driven scheme, you either cut the number of participants or you cut the value of the plans. That's the only way you save money. But what we're being told as well, and through inquiries, is that the NDIA is seeking efficiency measures. Well, you know, we heard Mr Shorten say over the state of the hearings that we held over this that, you know, there was all this cost being borne by the taxpayer by not passing this bill sooner, that having additional inquiry hearing dates was unnecessary. Well, just to be clear, this hearing, series of hearings, was less than 25 hours in total. Less than 25 hours of hearings were allocated because, as we know, the government has the numbers on that committee. So the government senators were always too busy to have an inquiry, to have a hearing. We could never get any insights into what this bill was actually trying to achieve. And so it's an absolute joke, the claim that there's been enough inquiry into this bill. There hasn't been. What is disappointing, though, is that we did invite the states and territories to come and meet with us to let us know. Hopefully they could have given us some insights into what this framework was going to look like, how they were going to make these savings, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the states that are supposed to be responsible for delivering these foundational supports. Now, no one knows what a foundational support is. What is a foundational support? There's no definition. This is actually something that's, for those in the gallery, delegated legislation. It's a rule that's going to be written by the minister when he feels like it. We don't know what they look like. But most frighteningly, the states who are going to have to deliver them, they don't know what they look like. They don't know what they're going to have to do. They don't know how much money they're going to spend. But not one state or territory, and I asked for Premier, Treasurer, Health, Education, Justice and Disability Ministers, 6 ministers from each of those governments, and not one of them either had the guts or the temerity to turn up and tell us what they knew, what they thought or what they'd been signed up to. And we've just had a statement come out from the Premier of Tasmania, who was invited, and I'll acknowledge he's a Liberal Premier. Didn't turn up, but now's put a statement out asking for the legislation to be pushed back because the states don't agree to what was signed up to and don't agree in their ability to implement it. But of course, who knows where this is going to land, because there's been no transparency and no discussion, and everyone's been too scared, hiding. And the fact that Bill Shorten, the minister, has made claims about the cost of the delay. Well, I've got 2 questions for him. The first one is, what's the cost of your inaction for 2.5 years since you've been the minister? 2.5 years he's been the minister. He was the shadow minister before that. He was actually one of the architects of the scheme with Jenny Macklin back in the day. But, you know, 2.5 years, and this is the first piece of legislation he's brought forward. 2.5 years. And we'll have more to say about what the actuary told us last week on how his ridiculous claim of what the additional inquiry days were costing, because it's based on complete false numbers and facts, complete false facts and numbers, which is all we seem to get from this government.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, this would be farcical if it wasn't so serious for over 650,000 Australians with serious and permanent disability who are now in record numbers contacting those of us in this place and the other to beg us not to pass this legislation. And it is totemic of the shocking, appalling government that has been delivered by the ALP over the last 2.5 years. 4 years ago, when then the coalition government and then Minister Stuart Robert and then myself approached the Labor Party and Bill Shorten and said this scheme is starting to head into trouble. We need serious legislative reforms. We need serious engagement with the states and territories to reform this scheme so that it can be financially sustainable and focus on delivering everything that it was designed to provide for our most seriously vulnerable. And that is those Australians who were in group homes across this country in appalling conditions. But yet, 4 years later, well, 4 years ago, Bill Shorten started ridiculing Minister Stuart Robert. He said he was evil, he was going to cut the plans, we didn't need an assessment process in an insurance scheme. And he whipped up the sector and he whipped up the politics and said, there's nothing wrong with the scheme. I see no evidence of anything wrong with this scheme. We don't need to do anything. They're all just making this up. He said, he accused us of being pearl-clutching kabuki theatre, that the NDIS, despite everything in the budget, everything in the quarterly reports, said that this was a scheme that was in trouble, that was starting to trend towards 20% above budget each and every year. Completely unsustainable. So what has Minister Shorten done? Instead of actually just coming clean and saying, I got it wrong, now is the time to start working together to improve and to save this scheme. But over the last 2.5 years, what has he done? We had about 30-odd reviews that clearly identified what was wrong with this scheme and what needed to be done by the federal government and by state and territory governments to fix the scheme and to extend support to other Australians with disabilities who were not covered by the NDIS. And what did he do? He had another review, which the minister representing him has just gone through. Oh, we consulted all these people. And guess what? We found what every other review has found. So that review was delivered to the Labor government, to Minister Shorten, in November last year. The government still have not provided a response, and they're saying that this legislation that's supposed to be before us in about 5 minutes' time will fix it, will implement the review. Well, it doesn't implement the review. It implements probably 5% of the review. And even Labor's reviewers said that review had to be implemented as a package by the federal government and the state and territories. Well, this legislation, what a debacle. We're due to start into committee on this legislation, and guess what? We haven't seen the amendments. So we're supposed to be debating something that this government, this incompetent and hopeless government, after saying this legislation was so urgent and so necessary, we're going into debate in less than 5 minutes' time. And I don't know whether anybody else, Deputy President, in this chamber has seen the amendments. So what are we going to be discussing? It was so urgent that they had to rush through and not answer the questions. We still haven't got answers to some of the questions that we asked in committees. In fact, many of them, they ducked, they weaved, they didn't answer the questions, and we are at this shameful position today. Every Australian who relies on the NDIS, whether you're participants, families, friends, or people who work within the scheme to provide those supports, should be worried. Where is the bill? Where is the amendments? What a shame.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I rise to join with my colleague, Senator Steele-John, in supporting this motion. And it is extraordinary, isn't it? If you cast your mind back 2 and a bit years to the then Labor in opposition and what they said about how government would be under Labor. And I seem to recall from the Prime Minister down, they had a mantra of transparency, 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 and quite rightly called out the appalling dying days of the coalition government with multiple secret ministries and secret deals and secret agreements. And they pointed to the coalition and said, we won't be like that. We won't do these secret deals. We won't do this secret behind closed doors, non-disclosure agreement stuff. This was going to be a bright, sunshiny day under Labor. And what have we got instead? We've got layers of secrecy that at different times the coalition probably hadn't even dreamt up. Yep. New ways of doing secret national deals. And at the heart of that is this is the NDIS Financial Sustainability Framework, secretly developed by the Albanese government, with Minister Shorten there, no doubt, drafting in the dark under candlelight somewhere in a Melbourne terrace. These little secret meetings. The only way you could come to a secret candlelit meeting with Minister Shorten was if you signed a non-disclosure agreement that you promised not to tell where you met, who you spoke to, what was discussed. And then they knock out a framework to cut billions and billions and billions of dollars from people with a disability in this country, all done in secrecy. They, as far as we understand, they create the framework in July of last year, and then they start a further series of secret consultations with premiers and chief ministers around the country. And I think it was in April, although Senator Steele-John will correct me if I'm wrong, in April of this year, in another secret meeting with premiers and chief ministers and headed by the Albanese government, they sign off in secret on a secret deal, on a secret framework. Yeah. And meanwhile, it turns out Minister Shorten has been having these candlelit secret negotiations and has come forward with legislation that wants to cut $14.4 billion from people with a disability over the next decade. And the legislation that they've introduced has been roundly opposed by those 4.4 million Australians who live with a disability, people with a disability, who have seen $14.4 billion proposed to be taken from them, their friends, their family, their supporters, their carers. $14.4 billion, all based on a secret deal and a secret framework. Well, we say if there is any credibility to the financial modelling, if you want to stand by the financial modelling and the arguments that you say support taking $14.4 billion from people with disability, show us the framework. Yep. Show us the modelling. Yep. Show us what it's all based on. And of course the Senate should see what it's based on before we vote on the legislation. And I come back to what this government said about transparency in the election commitment. They persuaded about a third of the country to vote for them on the basis that they were going to be different. Almost a third of the country voted for the Labor Party on the basis that they would be different, they would learn the lessons of the coalition government, which so rapidly drove the coalition into disrepute and saw millions of Australians reject that as a model of government. And on the promise of transparency, about a third of the country voted for Labor. About a third of the country voted for the crossbench too, not necessarily believing necessarily Labor's promises in the election campaign. Very smart people, those. Good call, as it turns out, very good call. But about a third of the country voted for Labor on the promise of transparency and being different. And they kind of are a bit different. They're less transparent, even less transparent than the coalition are. And we could point to the attacks on whistleblowers. The coalition kicks off prosecutions, Labor puts whistleblowers in jail. Yeah. The coalition sees delays in FOI, Labor blows them out to yet new untold delays, year-long delays, half-decade-long delays under Labor. Show us the framework, live up to the promises you gave to the Australian people when you got elected, be transparent.
Hear, hear.
Are there any other contributions to this debate? As I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Minister?
I seek leave to move a motion for the introduction of a bill.
Is leave granted? I believe leave is granted. Minister?
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches, and in relation to actions under the scheme.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
You've given that to that. It's a bit. Minister, has the bill gone to the table office? Thank you, Minister. I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches, and in relation to actions under the scheme.
Minister.
I table the explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time.
Minister.
Thanks, Mr President. Since July 2024, serious allegations have come to light about the conduct of some members and associates of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union. The Australian Government takes these allegations seriously. There is no place for criminality or corruption in the construction industry, and bullying, thuggery and intimidation is unacceptable in any workplace. On the 2nd of August 2024, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission applied to the Federal Court of Australia to have an independent administrator appointed to the Construction and General Division and the Victoria, Tasmania, New South Wales, Queensland Northern Territory and South Australian divisional branches. I intervened to support the application on behalf of the government. For some time now, the government has made clear that if the matter was not resolved before Parliament returned, we would introduce legislation to facilitate administration if it was determined to be in the public interest. It is the government's firm view that enabling administration, not deregistration, is the strongest action to take in these circumstances. Deregistration of the Construction and General Division would not stop the union from participating in a range of industrial activities like bargaining. Placing the Construction and General Division into administration would maintain the regulation and additional oversight that applies to registered organisations and ensure the division acts in the best interests of its members. This bill amends the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act 2009 to allow the Minister to determine a scheme of administration for the Construction and General Division if satisfied it is in the public interest to do so. The bill contains a non-exhaustive list of the matters that may be included in a scheme, such as the suspension or removal of officers, taking disciplinary action and making changes to the Construction and General Division's rules. A scheme of administration would be targeted towards the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU and would be time limited. It will not apply to other unions or to other divisions of the CFMEU. The bill includes strong powers for the administrator and would allow them to take action necessary to restore the effective management and operation of the Construction and General Division. Under a scheme of administration, the administrator would have control of the property and affairs of the Construction and General Division and its branches. They would have the power to manage the property of the division and its branches and undertake any functions or exercise any power that officers of the division or its branches would normally undertake. This would enable the administrator to take all necessary action to manage the affairs of the division in the interests of members. Current and former officers and employees would be required to assist the administrator, such as by producing requested documents. Penalties would apply for non-compliance with this requirement. The administrator would also be required to cooperate with inquiries undertaken by a law enforcement or regulatory agency. The bill includes strong anti-avoidance provisions to prevent people from undermining an administration determined by the Minister. Contravening these provisions would attract civil penalties and, where avoidance behaviour is deliberate, criminal penalties. The maximum civil penalty for contravening these provisions is 600 penalty units for an individual, which equates to $187,800, and 3,000 penalty units for a body corporate, which amounts to $939,000. Maximum criminal penalties are 5 times higher, for example up to $4.695 million for a body corporate, and a maximum period of 2 years imprisonment could be imposed. Penalties would also apply to persons involved in breaching the anti-avoidance provisions, for example, where a person aids or abets a contravention by another person. Anti-avoidance civil penalties would apply retrospectively from the 17th of July 2024. The criminal sanctions apply from the commencement of the bill. We want to ensure any administration that may be determined is undertaken fairly and with the appropriate level of scrutiny. Safeguards for the administration would include a limitation on the duration of the scheme to no more than 3 years, with provision for the Minister to terminate the administration earlier with the agreement of the Administrator. They would also include ensuring the Administrator is subject to oversight by the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, who may investigate whether the scheme is being effectively implemented. The Administrator would be immune from civil proceedings if they are acting in good faith in the exercise of their functions and powers. The allegations about the behaviour of some Construction and General Division members and associates are serious, and unlawful behaviour in any workplace is unacceptable. This bill provides an effective mechanism to enable the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU to be placed into administration if it is determined to be in the public interest. The government will continue to support strong action to address these issues.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Cash.
I was going to seek leave to make a short statement of no longer than 5 minutes, but I'm just not sure if this is the appropriate time.
Sure, I can do that. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 18th of November 2024. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I would seek leave to make a short statement of no more than 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I have to say I don't know if I've ever heard such an ironic speech in my life. Let us be very, very clear what has just been introduced. We are here today because Prime Minister Albanese made the choice, a conscious choice, based on money flowing from the union movement, the CFMEU, to the Australian Labor Party to change workplace laws in Australia to directly benefit an organisation which has donated $6.2 million to the Australian Labor Party since Mr Albanese became leader. Wow. You've got to be kidding me. Now, when Prime Minister Albanese abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission, mate, John Setka and the CFMEU could not have been happier. And today, it's all laid bare. Because, you see, I've seen the legislation and you can currently drive a truck through it. We all know that Labor is not only donated to by the CFMEU, it is not just influenced by the CFMEU. This legislation shows they are owned by the CFMEU. Labor is not sincere when it now pretends to be concerned by the conduct of the corruption, the fraud, the misogyny and the bullying, intimidation and thuggery within this union. Only now, after 20 years, that's right, 2 decades of thuggery, law-breaking and corruption, is the Labor Party now pretending to care and the conduct of Australia's most corrupt union, which is also its biggest donor. Now, Senator Watt went on TV yesterday and spoke of the CFMEU's years, I repeat, years of thuggery and law-breaking, and yet for all of those years, Senator Watt was a key protagonist in the protection racket. Countless others in this place, and in fact, not only was he a key protagonist, he went as far as defending them. And in fact, he was the minister who championed the legalisation, quite frankly, of this corrupt behaviour when they abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission. That's right, bullying, thuggery, fraud and misogyny in the building industry ran rife because of the actions of people like Senator Watt. Now, Senator Watt might think people believe him when he said yesterday, it does not matter who has done the wrong thing, they should have the book thrown at them. Well, guess what? Minister Watt and his government didn't throw the book at the CFMEU, they burned the book. They abolished the building industry watchdog. They reduced penalties for the CFMEU law-breaking. They ignored, and this is the interesting bit, they claim they've only just become aware. Well, the last time I checked, there was federal court decision after federal court decision after federal court decision after federal court decision. And who can forget, though, what the High Court of Australia said? the most recidivist union in this country. They see fines as the mere cost of doing business. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. The Australian people are not mugs. They know when they are being blatantly misled. And for the Australian Labor Party and for the Prime Minister to actually stand up and treat them like mugs, they've only just become aware of this conduct when there has been no less than 2 royal commissions which exposed the criminality of the CFMEU. Just shows you. Labor again bought lock, stock and barrel by the CFMEU. Where was Senator Watt in the face of the overwhelming evidence that Luke Collier and John Setka were bashing women? That was not even enough. He still dared fight the coalition every step of the way when we were trying to put in place legislation to clean up the industry. Cast your mind back to Senate estimates. Go and have a look at the videos of Senator Watt attacking the Commissioner of the ABCC when they were laying out all of the evidence. It wasn't happening. Well, guess what? It was. Minister Watt could not have been happier when the ABCC was abolished, and in fact I recall he was smiling like a Cheshire cat. Well, unfortunately now all Australians are paying the price for the actions of the Labor government.
Thank you, Senator Cash. I will call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Getting the NDIS Back on Track number 1 Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senators, the second reading amendments moved by Senators Hughes, McKim and Ghosh that seek to refer this bill to a committee have been overtaken by events and should be regarded as spent. We will now return to debate on the question that this bill be read a second time, and I call Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Before I begin, I want to recognise the work done by my colleague Senator Jordan Steele-John in representing members of the disability community. I met, along with Senator Steele-John, on the weekend with over 200 people with lived experience of disability, and I also want to recognise the work that they and their advocacy groups have been doing, and I also want to acknowledge the high levels of distress in the disability community as a consequence of this bill. I also want to move the amendments that have been circulated in my name on sheet 2759. This bill is a very significant piece of legislation that will make huge changes to the NDIS, resulting in harm for the people who rely on it. 1 in 5 Australians now live with a disability. The National Disability Insurance Scheme changes people's lives for the better. However, the Getting the NDIS Back on Track bill before us threatens to derail the NDIS for good. This will cut services for disabled people just so that Labor can claim a surplus in a cost of living crisis. The NDIS stands alongside Medicare as some of the most significant health reforms for the community that we have. Monuments of public good. In tandem, these programs have enabled so many Australians to live healthy and happy lives. Labor's decision to cut the NDIS, to restrict access and to remove people from it should be subjected to the highest degree of scrutiny, because the consequences of this are profound. It will be profound for the people who rely on the NDIS. Choice and control are core concepts of the NDIS, putting disabled people in charge of decisions about their lives. However, Labor's bill flips this relationship, giving the government the power to decide when, where and how what supports are delivered. The minister can categorise disabled people into groups and classes and then make and apply rules to them. The bill also sets up the framework for moving people off the NDIS to supports provided by states and territories, supports which don't exist. Not only would booting people off a national plan be inconsistent with what the NDIS is designed to protect against, it would inevitably guarantee that disabled people would be worse off in some areas than others. The culture that has driven this reform has been paternalistic from the outset. Reforms that empower the minister to classify disabled people into classes is emblematic of this. At every step, we are seeing the fractures that created a Royal Commission in the first place. This bill before us, as my colleague Senator Shoebridge said earlier, has been shrouded in secrecy. From some stakeholders pressured into signing confidentiality agreements to focus groups establishing the best way to launder the cuts. Advocates have raised concerns throughout the inquiry process about the ad hoc and rushed nature of such major reforms. Dr George Talaporis of Every Australian Accounts told the inquiry, "What's happened in this situation is that we've been given legislation that says we're going to take away what you've got now and we're going to put in place something different. But that other thing doesn't exist yet. So it's impossible for us to feel confident that that solution will work for us. The legislation raises many concerns that we have not seen the answers to, and we need to see the answers. This is about our lives. This is about our survival. This is so important to us, and we need to be treated in a way that respects how serious this is for our lives, and I don't feel that this has happened in this case." The Labor government is treating the community with contempt. By courting the Liberal Party the party of service slashing, they are stating outright that their interest is not with the disability community. The expansion of the government's ability to pursue debts against disabled people, their families or guardians is also of significant concern. Throughout the inquiry, legal representatives have stated that debts raised under the NDIS Act will not be subject to review, meaning there is no opportunity to dispute an incorrect decision or explain the situation that led to the debt. This arises even in cases where disabled people or their families make a mistake, receive bad advice or are coerced into spending funding incorrectly. A foundational change like this locks in issues of natural justice. The power imbalance is significant between a participant and the government, and all it takes is another minister desperate to drum up savings to recreate a culture of debt recovery at all costs, including human ones. It is unacceptable for this Labor government to push ahead with legislation that will cause disabled people harm. Instead of engaging properly with the disability community, Labor has attempted to manipulate public sentiment to undermine the scheme by talking about fraud and non-compliance. Governments of all persuasions are fond of loudly proclaiming that they are constrained by economic reality and forced to make tough choices. Well, let's be clear what Labor is choosing to do with this bill. Labor is choosing to cut $14.4 billion out of the NDIS by booting as many people off their NDIS supports as possible. Labor's bill will make disabled people's lives and the lives of their families immediately more difficult. That is why the Greens won't support it in its current form. It is a deep shame of this government to be pursuing such reckless and heartless slashing of the NDIS just weeks after their response to the Disability Royal Commission. After making the community wait over 11 months for a response, the Labor government declared no intention to end the cycles of segregation that lead to abuse, violence, neglect and exploitation, which thousands of disabled people had the courage to share with the Commission. No wonder they are devastated. Labor accepted 13 out of 222 recommendations. I'll say that again, 13 out of 222. What a slap in the face, what a gut punch for the disability community. That's less than 6% of the recommendations. What a sham. After disabled people and their families gave so much to the Commission, week after week, month after month. The only work that Labor is pursuing in disability is now cutting of $14.4 billion out of the NDIS. Labor has chosen to allow injustice to fester just so they can claim a balanced budget. The consequences of carve-outs and cuts to the NDIS negatively affect students and parents in our school systems too. The NDIS is meant to foster inclusion, empowerment and self-determination, and yet education has been excluded from the NDIS. This has real-world impacts on students with disabilities and their families, something that we saw clearly in the Senate's inquiry into school refusal. The Greens established an inquiry into school refusal, or school can't, which showed how students are left behind without adequate support. Given the exclusion of education from the NDIS, the government cannot vacate the field for neurodivergent students who are disproportionately affected by school refusal. School refusal and a lack of support for families is causing serious financial stress for households. Responses to a School Can't Australia survey showed that 1/3 of respondents were coping for now, but believe their long-term financial security would be impacted by school refusal. Another 15% of respondents were struggling to afford essentials such as food, housing, transport, health and basic needs. Labor has taken every opportunity to carve groups out and to restrict access to the NDIS, and it is having profound consequences for school kids and their families. As a state school teacher for decades, I saw how inadequate support for students with disabilities rippled out through families and the school community. The financial stress, social isolation and educational outcomes are all linked to inadequate government funding to support students with disabilities. But every chance they get, Labor looks to cut costs by excluding those who need support the most. We've seen it with refusing to raise the rate of job seeker, and we're seeing it now with cuts to the NDIS. This government has chosen to abandon disabled people, to abandon NDIS workers, and to pass the buck to the millions of Australians who undertake informal carer roles. The Labor government have made clear there is not an essential services that they won't cut in order to fund nuclear submarines and fossil fuel handouts. This government has betrayed the disability community and should be ashamed of themselves.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I don't have a strong record of supporting bills from the Albanese Labor government, but in this case I'm pleased to say that I will. The government has finally taken a big step towards securing the future of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. That is exactly what's at stake here. We must rein in the cost of the scheme if it's going to survive and help provide for the needs of the Australians living with a disability. The Australian people believe in making reasonable and necessary disability support available for people who need it. If we don't make it sustainable, if we don't stop the rorting, if we don't stop it paying for things that aren't direct disability care, the goodwill towards the scheme will disappear. One Nation supports a more sustainable NDIS, and that's why we'll support this bill. The NDIS is not remotely sustainable at the moment. It already costs taxpayers $45 billion a year, and without substantial reform, this figure will double to $90 billion by the year 2030. NDIS spending has gotten out of control. That's what usually happens when every big government scheme flush with taxpayers' money. Some people always find ways to take advantage of them and always disadvantage the people who really need them. There are many people on the NDIS who really need it, but it's also paying for many things that are completely unrelated to their disability care. I'm confident that most Australians do not support the NDIS paying for things like donations to political parties, rent, court fines, alcohol, cigarettes and vapes, jewellery, fuel, computer game consoles, takeaway food, home deposits and standard renovations, gambling, prostitutes, saunas, standard cars and motorbikes, sport, concert and movie tickets, luxury cruises and holiday packages, makeup and cosmetics, pet funerals, school and university fees, music lessons, sex toys, weddings and honeymoons, standard sports equipment, standard appliances, standard furniture, insurance, legal fees, child support, tarot card readings and clairvoyance, business costs, trampolines, IVF treatments, cuddle therapy, hypnotherapy, crystal therapy, aromatherapy, role-play game therapy, nail salons and hair appointments. And this is exactly what the Greens want to keep and support. Can you believe it? They want you, the taxpayer, to be able to pay for this, to give people on disability a better life. Forget about the people out there who are doing it tough, living on the streets, but there's one rule for some and one rule for another. None of these are related to genuine disability care, but the NDIS is paying for all of these things and a lot more. This is not the reasonable and necessary assistance Australians were told the NDIS was created for. There's absolutely nothing wrong with disabled people going to concerts or getting takeaway food delivered or even having crystal therapy. But Australian taxpayers should not be funding it through the NDIS. Yeah. It will not be enough to simply write to providers and participate about these changes. They will need to be enforced with substantial penalties. So I hope the Labor Party, this government, will actually follow that one up. I'm pleased to say this bill will make nearly all of these things ineligible for NDIS money. I say nearly all. One Nation will be moving an amendment to add sex workers to the list of services no longer eligible for NDIS money. If a disabled adult wants to pay a sex worker where it's legal, that's their business. But Australian taxpayers should not be funding it through the NDIS. If we allow the NDIS to keep paying for these things, soon there won't be enough money to pay for the critical things disabled Australians really need. That's what we must prioritise. When dealing with the NDIS, I often think back to the group of mothers who visited Parliament to help secure support for its establishment. These were mothers with kids living with severe disabilities requiring constant, round-the-clock care. I will never forget their desperate concern for the future of their children when they could no longer provide that care. They weren't asking for handouts. They weren't asking for luxury holiday packages or cuddle therapy or tarot card readings. They asked only that their country provide for their children's needs when they no longer could. For that, we need a sustainable NDIS. Another important step we must take is to bring NDIS pay rates for various workers back into line with other health sectors. Aged care, for example, is desperate for workers. For relatively unqualified support workers, jobs in aged care are being advertised at around $30 an hour. Under the NDIS, the going rate is $67 an hour. It can go up to $218 an hour on weekends in rural and remote areas. This is for basic jobs like driving patients to appointments or even folding laundry or mowing a lawn. There are people who actually finance their new cars under this system. In June this year, the Australian newspaper said an analysis of Australian Bureau of Statistics data showed 1/3 of all new jobs created in Australia over the past year were for the NDIS. It's no wonder with unsustainable pay rates like that. These rates not only contribute heavily to NDIS spending going up around 20% every year. They contribute to a shortage of workers in other sectors, not just critical health sectors, but virtually every sector in the economy. A registered nurse can make about $50 an hour in public health, but more than $190 an hour under NDIS. Psychologists providing counselling to an NDIS patient receive a minimum rate of $214 an hour, but only $153 an hour to counsel a veteran. We know that our veterans are having a lot of trouble accessing the mental health services and support they need are richly deserved. One of the reasons is because those practitioners are prioritising NDIS patients due to the higher rate of pay. These unsustainable rates need to be brought into parity with other sectors, or those sectors will run out of the workers they need. The government has acknowledged this is a problem, so I have to ask why it hasn't been addressed in this bill. It cannot come soon enough if we are to have a sustainable NDIS as well as sustainable workforces in other sectors. Another flaw in the NDIS that must be addressed is the lack of means testing. Like pensions and other taxpayer supports, participation in the scheme should be means tested. It makes no sense for multi-NAP millionaires to be able to access NDIS participation, but they can, because the scheme isn't means tested. I understand neither of the major parties support means testing in the NDIS. Peter Dutton told me they don't support it because public health isn't means tested either and is available to everyone. If the Coalition thinks the NDIS should also be available to everyone, why is eligibility for the NDIS denied to people over the age of 67? One Nation will be moving an amendment to introduce means-tested supports to take more pressure off the NDIS. Some participants' plans are getting out of hand, loaded with things they don't need or services provided at astronomical rates. In 2020, it was revealed that about 450 participants had NDIS plans costing more than $1 million. Another 5,100 participants were on plans costing between $500,000 and $1 million. Who knows how many are on these expensive plans now? The government won't tell us. Another major issue that we must deal with is NDIS fraud. We must recall the warning from Michael Fallon in 2022 when he was Chief of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. He said that about 20% of NDIS funding was being abused by organised crime groups. Mr Fallon is now acting head of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and back in May he said he may have underestimated the involvement of organised crime. These criminals have made billions of dollars from the NDIS. I acknowledge the $160 million in this year's budget to improve the capabilities of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission so it can crack down on this abuse of taxpayers' money. There is no place for organised crime in the NDIS. Once again, another rush policy that criminals have taken advantage of and taxpayers ripped off. One other major change needs to be implemented, and I hope to see it in the next tranche of reforms. Eligibility for participation in the scheme needs to be tightened to supporting those whose disability has a significant impact on their life. When NDIS was created, it was supposed to provide support for people with a disability, not mild autism or attention deficit disorder. I acknowledge that in severe cases of autism, NDIS support may be necessary. We even hear about autism diagnosis being used to access NDIS funding packages, and that this could even be behind rising rates of autism in Australia. However, it's the real impact of autism on an individual, not just a diagnosis of autism, that should determine the sort of support they receive. In principle, One Nation supports the new scheme jointly funded by the Commonwealth and the states to support children with mild autism or development issues through schools and childcare centres. They shouldn't be on the NDIS. It remains our policy to establish specialist schools with qualified staff to provide parents with the opportunity to choose the care, support and education their children need. I look forward to these first reforms being implemented as soon as possible. I say again, they represent a substantial step on the path to sustainable NDIS. You know, it makes my blood boil to see the Greens with their grandstanding here and ripping over $14 billion out from taxpayers, and their true form of supporting issues that are unsustainable in the long run. Their actions are only, as I said, grandstanding, purely for the vote. That's what it's about. If they ever get control of the purse strings of this country, we will be in third world in no time, because everyone should receive this, get this, give that, and who's going to pay for it all? If you want this NDIS to be sustainable, it has to be paid for, and you have to do it on a basis that it's true and fair to all Australians, and not just hand over fist taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. So One Nation will be supporting this bill, and I urge all senators to get on board so that we can make sure this scheme survives and support Australians with a disability well into the future.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Firstly, I'd just like to say that I want to echo the statements of my colleagues that have been made here today from the Australian Greens. They've spoken in great detail, and Senator Steele-John, who is our spokesperson on behalf of disabled people across Australia, has done a fantastic job in his work. Senator Ormond-Payne in her contribution also. And noting that there has been significant community backlash in relation to this bill, with many organisations and disabled people and their families sharing concern to whether it be our spokesperson, Senator Steele-John, and our individual officers, in fact, here over at the Australian Greens. They've been sharing them with the government, and the government, again, has not made a good enough effort to engage with people who are mostly affected from the disabled people's community. This is affecting everybody. Now, they've concentrated on exactly the issues that Senator Hanson just spoke about. They're focusing on fraud and non-compliance, which are important issues. But in fact, they're using it more like cover. Now, there is no doubt that there have been issues with some suppliers. I am not negating that. But the government has emphasised these points. Again, I want to reiterate, as cover. They are taking that as cover to retreat from what the NDIS is supposed to be all about. And it's supposed to be centred on the person that has the lived experience of disability, the person that needs the most support to navigate all of the complex systems that we set up from here in this place. If the government really does cut $74.3 billion from the NDIS over the next 10 years, we all will feel the consequences of that at some time. Everyone in this country has a relative with a disability, or in fact is disabled themselves. We cannot consciously sit in this place and do that to people. We are doing this to them. This decision has been rushed in every single way. It's been rushed through its decision-making processes. It's been rushed past the Australian public before people could even realise what was happening. They did this all, rushing it through the Parliament. downplaying it through their budget announcements, hoping that no one would actually notice that this is what the government were going to do to disabled people in this country. Now, just like I have done many, many times before in this chamber, I also want to talk to the double disadvantage experienced by First Nations people with a disability. The First Peoples Disability Network of Australia have done an amazing lot of work in this space, fighting for the NDIS to better support First Nations people across Australia. And they continue to do this work on an absolute shoestring. The amazing advocates, people working in policy, people working alongside frontline programs and services is a real testament to their resilience. And they have estimated that there is in fact 60,000 First Nations people who are participating in the NDIS, but in reality there are actually fewer than that. That not only are not participating in the NDIS because they've been excluded, but also people who don't recognise or have not been diagnosed for their disability. So we continue to see this disparity in the double disadvantage that exists for First Nations people. Now, there are many, many reasons that this is happening, and they include year-long wait lists to access the NDIS assessment, but also the disparity of and the geographical challenges that we have. Most First Nations people live in rural and remote areas in Australia, meaning that sometimes these services are not only accessible by means of being able to get there, but also be available, be open at the particular times in which people are reaching out. So it means capacity, access to travel hundreds of kilometres to actually get an NDIS assessment in the first place. And this means sometimes people don't have a car, they potentially have to drive themselves depending on what their disability is, got to pay for fuel. They have to be able to have the time to drive the distances across regional and remote Australia and potentially pay for accommodation, particularly if they can't make that trip in one day. And that, in fact, is the reality for lots of First Nations people. In fact, some of them have to go to one town by town by town, stopping, relying on family, relying on trusts that they may be accessing to have access to money to get to NDIS assessments in this country. Now, these costs all add up very, very quickly. We are in a cost of living crisis. So making this simply unfeasible for many people is just appalling that this government are taking this approach. Now, as I said, Australia is a huge place, very spread out, and for a lot of First Nations people who work and live on country. I also have lived in regional Western Australia. In fact, I lived in the Goldfields. And the nearest service centre to Kalgoorlie would be approximately 600 kilometres. Now, to make that trip in one day is exhausting. To make that trip, if you had a disability, if you had to stop several places in order to access food, drinks, take a break, all of those things are really, really important. And then there's the fact that there's simply not enough First Nation specific services across this country to provide culturally appropriate care to the some 60,000 people who in fact should be accessing care, but are not, because this government has failed to see that. When they talk about intersectionality, how about talking about the fact that there aren't many First Nation specific, culturally appropriate services that are able to be accessed by those 60,000 people. A well-funded disability support system is crucial for us in order to close the gap in this country and for upholding the rights and the dignity of First Nations people. Not only is this bill a slap in the face for disabled people. This government refuses to answer reasonable questions from the members of this here chamber and the members of the public who want to put to the government the reality of the situation of lived experience with a disability. What it means to support someone who has a disability and living with a disability. The people that are most affected and will be most affected when you tear the money out of this type of bill and these types of services that are so important for the disabled community. Now, Labor promised, they went to the election and promised that they would make no big changes without co-design. It's not just some fluffy word, weasel word that you can throw around and that looks great in your policy documents. Co-design is sitting down with people and saying, tell us what the lived reality is. Tell us what that means. And we will help co-design our approach, our needs-based funding to make sure that we are hitting it. We are hitting the mark, and we have a bill that actually caters to that. But Labor broke that promise. You broke the promise to co-design alongside the NDIS community. Now let's think again about the proposed cuts and what they mean to NDIS. Labor has chosen instead pumping big money into things like submarines. Here they are wonderfully clapping their hands together today talking about AUKUS, $368 billion, handing out money to fossil fuels, some outrageous amount of money that they continue to hand out to everybody else except the NDIS community. It's appalling. That money could and should be spent on helping the most vulnerable people in our communities. It continues to be a travesty. And even as late as last week, I was on a flight from Perth to Darwin, and I sat next to a middle-aged lady who talked to me about her experience with the NDIS. And I asked her if I could share this story in the Senate because it was so important, everything that she told me about her healthcare. She was travelling from Darwin to Perth to go to Fiona Stanley Hospital because the services at Darwin Hospital couldn't cater to her health needs. She needed to administer herself sterile needles because of her medical condition. The machine that she had to purchase cost $10,000, and yet the NDIS, because it didn't have the same product number, would not cover that. This is what people are dealing with. Now, she hit the jackpot sitting next to an MP on a flight to talk about her experience because the government are not listening. This woman has made complaint after complaint about the NDIS, and when I asked her, what do we do to help you? She threw her hands in the air because she was so defeated about her story, about the fact that the government, the Labor government, are continuing without co-design, without engagement, without conversation, and without any empathy for people living with disability in our communities. This lady also talked about her experience in the patient assistant travel. So the NDIS related, yes, but also a broader issue around how the health system is broken for people. Her NDIS experience has made her so much more determined, but her resilience and her strength in sharing her story was something that I really treasure because she wanted to speak about her experience. She wanted to talk about how the NDIS fails. It lets people down. And she wanted me to convey that message here today to the government and those in this chamber who I know also feel so strongly and so passionately about how disability affects all of us. I foreshadow that I will be bringing a second reading amendment to this bill in my name on behalf of the Australian Greens. And I want to urge this government to think very seriously about what power it has to make a difference, what power it can ensure as part of their legacy in this place to look after the most vulnerable people in our communities. I have heard many stories from those in the government and opposite around how disability affects all of us. And as a First Nations woman, 2 children who also have a disability, it is critical that we stand up and continue to enable the voices of those in the NDIS community to be heard.
Indeed.
We continue to advocate strongly, and through Senator Steele-John's wonderful leadership, we continue to ask and demand that this government listen, that this government stop putting money into things that are to the detriment of the disabled community. People with lived experience of disability want to, should be heard. They continue to ask the government to consider making changes to this bill.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Steele-John.
Deputy Chair, I seek to speak to the second reading amendment moved by my colleague Senator Almond Payne. It is second reading amendment number 2759.
Yes, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. It is so important to disabled people, our families, our community, those who work with us, those who advocate alongside us, that the systems within the NDIS are built on transparency and on trust. The processes that the agency use to determine what kinds of supports disabled people receive, the amount of funding they are provided with, to those without a disability, perhaps those in the Labor Party, it would seem, those processes are just pieces of material on an Excel spreadsheet or somewhere in a computer, the job of a bureaucrat to implement, the job of a comms director to advise on, and ultimately the job of a minister to deliver a report to Cabinet, with the number one metric of success being how much did we cut today? How much closer did we get to the $14.4 billion that we have pledged to rip out of the scheme? For disabled people and our families, for our community, what these processes do, how they work, these are the factors that determine whether we are able to get out of bed in the morning, to have a job, to eat, to be able to drink water. The result of these processes affect our lives. The methods proposed in this bill, and that's the term used, method. The minister shall determine a method is one of the most frequently used passages within this bill. The result of these methods shape our lives. Transparency is vital. From transparency, there can be trust. Without transparency, there is rightly distrust, particularly given the way in which we as disabled people have been treated at the hands of federal governments, Liberal and Labor alike. Whether it be the disgraceful way in which the Liberal government sought to implement and successfully implemented changes to the disability support pension that chucked over 200,000 people on the DSP onto what was then called New Start and into poverty. or whether it was the Gillard government beginning the changes to the impairment table process that then enabled those people to be chucked off. Whether it be this government's shameful response to the Disability Royal Commission report. We have good reason to distrust federal governments of any political persuasion when it comes to the processes and procedures used by the National Disability Insurance Scheme to shape our lives, our funding and our support. And it is in that context that the Greens offer this amendment, which calls for any method that may come out of this bill to be subject to basic transparency and rights of appeal. Rights of appeal. A basic expectation that any citizen should have in relation to a government programme. If a decision is being made about your life, that affects your life, and you believe that the decision has been made in error, you should be able to appeal. That is a basic expectation. And yet this bill, in its current form, denies that right of appeal, denies that foundation stone of procedural justice to the over 660,000 participants who rely on the NDIS for basic supports, and to their families. An example of one of these foreshadowed methods is the method which will be used to translate the so-called needs assessment report into a participant budget. Now, all we know about this method, all the Parliament has been told about this method, and we are about to be asked to vote for a bill that will be the foundation of these methods, that will give the Minister of the day the power to create these methods and implement them. All we know is that this method will be some kind of tool that will be developed and approved by the Minister for the purpose of translating the result of a needs assessment into a total budget amount. That is all that we know, and yet we are being asked to vote for this piece of legislation. Now, the methods developed under this bill, if it is to pass, must not, cannot be developed in secrecy. They cannot be implemented in secrecy. There must be transparency so that there can be trust. Details about any calculations, algorithms, or other components of these methods must be made available to the public so that there is a common understanding of how important decisions in relation to funding and plans are being made. This government came to office on a promise of ending the black box systems that the previous Liberal government implemented. And yet this bill, in its current form, empowers the Minister of the day, empowers a politician to make whatever kind of black box they may choose. When I read the section of this bill, my jaw nearly fell off. The hypocrisy, the double standard, the broken promises and betrayal that this Labor government are perpetrating upon disabled people and their family, breathtaking. This amendment would call on the government to ensure that methods are developed transparently and implemented transparently so that there can be a basic level of trust. The workings and outcomes of these methods should also be subject to appeal by participants and their families, especially where the outcomes are primarily determined by algorithmic methods. We cannot allow a future government, we cannot allow this government to be able to have the ability to craft algorithms and input systems that seek to turn the complex, individualised nature of a disabled person's needs, reduce them down into a series of data points and then spit out some number, without the way in which that information translated from the result to the amount being a process that can be examined, challenged and reviewed. It is no good to say, oh well, the outcome at the end of it, that'll be reviewable, if the product, if the thing you got at the end of the process is the result of the flawed determination method. Because you'll rerun the process and you'll come again out with an insufficient amount of money, an insufficient amount of support. We cannot allow a bill to be passed by this Parliament that creates an opportunity for the second coming of robo-debt, where methods were kept secret, mysterious debts arose as the result of calculations that weren't visible or able to be understood by the key people affected. We know that these processes lead to harm. We know that these processes lead to death. That's what robo-debt did. It killed people. And it was the product of a political and bureaucratic culture created by both sides of this Parliament, who have given decision-makers one key indicator: reduce the cost, bring the funding down, meet your budgetary expectations, because in the name of all that is holy, we've got a nuclear submarine to fund. That is the culture that created robo-debt, and that culture remains. And that culture is at the heart of these methods. And unless this Senate takes the opportunity to send a clear message to the government that it expects them to develop these methods, should this bill pass, with transparency, and to implement them with transparency, then this Senate will be culpable for the damage done by these methods and processes, by the funding that gets removed from people, and yes, for the lives of those who are pushed to the brink by these bureaucratic processes which they cannot challenge or ask for the review of. This amendment sits alongside a number of amendments which will be moved and debated by the Greens, which seek to ensure that these basic elements of transparency and accountability and proportionality are addressed and introduced into this piece of legislation. Each will give the government the opportunity to side with the disability community, to ensure that their appointed CEO of the agency has their powers effectively and appropriately constrained, and many others which I will go into detail on as the debate progresses. But I urge the Senate, this amendment gives you the opportunity to agree with a basic proposition of procedural fairness, procedural justice and basic transparency. Give the families, give the disabled folks, give the community the opportunity to understand exactly how their funding, their supports, the decisions that shape their lives were landed on. Give disabled people the basic opportunity. Respond to the demand of the disability community that this Parliament ensure that nothing is done about us without us.
Does any other senator wish to contribute at the second reading or on the second reading amendments? Otherwise, I'm going to give the call to the Minister to sum up the debate. Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. I might just respond to the second reading amendment and then offer a response in relation to the rest of the debate. The government's position will be to oppose the second reading amendment. It is not a serious amendment. in terms of its relationship with the scheme of the rest of the bill. It is indeed, in my view, just shallow partisanship. The bill is the first legislative step in relation to reform of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. The approach of the government in relation to the bill, but also to the second reading amendment, is to make it sustainable, to do it fairly for participants, to do it for the long term. There has been deep consideration given to all of the issues that, not just that Senator Steele-John raises, but have been raised in exhaustive consultation with the disability community and practitioners in this area to ensure that very thorough checks and balances are included in the Act in a way that provides protection for participants. And the kind of hyperbole that has been engaged in over the course of this morning itself incoherent, irresponsible and incorrect, a deliberate catastrophisation done in the knowledge that that itself does social harm itself. That's the truth of the matter, because that's what happens when you approach things through such a shallow partisan lens. The bill seeks to implement the key recommendations made by the NDIS review, focusing on access to the NDIS, how NDIS budgets are set and better safeguards for participants. The changes implement key recommendations of the independent NDIS review and put participants back at the centre of the NDIS, restore the scheme to its original intent and ensure the scheme's sustainability for future generations of Australians. The bill was first introduced to the Parliament on the 27th of March this year, and in the months intervening, this government has sought feedback on the bill from people with disabilities and their families, the disability sector and other key stakeholders to ensure that the proposed changes deliver on our intent to improve this life-changing scheme. From this consultation came a number of amendments developed to strengthen the bill, which were accepted in the House on the 5th of June. Because we've listened to the disability community and to our parliamentary colleagues, the government has moved almost 50 amendments to the bill. The bill has gone through 2 separate hearings in the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. On the 20th of June, the committee presented its first report and made 3 recommendations and agreed the bill be passed. The bill was introduced to the Senate on the 24th of June. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of the chair of that committee, Senator Marielle Smith, who over 2 inquiries has presided over 5.5 days of hearings and the examination of more than 300 submissions. Senator Smith is a passionate supporter of the NDIS and said in her second reading speech on the bill, "The NDIS is a proud Labor legacy. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of everything that it has done to support over 500,000 adults and children with disability today. I'm proud that for a long time it has enjoyed bipartisan support. It is something we as Australians believe in. It's something we in this chamber have believed in, and has been a godsend for so many Australians living with disability and for their families, friends and carers." The government has proposed 18 amendments that address the recommendations of the committee in the first inquiry, and further amendments to strengthen the bill, including, firstly, governance, that First Ministers are also to be recognised as ministers for the purpose of Category A rulemaking. Secondly, consultation, that a consultation statement be tabled accompanying the legislative instrument that sets out consultations undertaken on the instrument. Thirdly, safeguards, that the government clarify the circumstances under which the additional powers granted to the NDIA CEO through the bill will be used. Fourthly, budget setting, clarifying that the needs assessments will be holistic and consider all of a person's disability support needs. It also ensures that participants are notified of what impairments or which impairment they need access to the NDIS for. And finally, integrity, a series of amendments that strengthen the integrity of the scheme. A further final amendment addressed concerns about the Section 10 list for some participants who, in often unique circumstances, could get a better and more cost-effective outcome from using a support that is otherwise not able to be funded by the NDIS. This amendment will allow participants to seek an exception where this is the case. The bill has not yet passed because the bill, as it was referred back to the Community Affairs, it was referred back to the Community Affairs Senate Committee in June. The committee publicly released its report last Friday, 9 August. That report has one recommendation, which is that the committee recommends that the bill be passed as soon as practicable. This is consistent with the committee's original report, but reflects a sense of urgency on the committee about the need to get on with this piece of reform as an important and necessary step for making the NDIS sustainable, for making the NDIS fair, and for modernising the approach of the agency to its work with agency participants. Now it is the time for this Senate to discharge its responsibility to NDIS participants and to Australians broadly, and to move forward with the bill in a way that commits us to delivering better outcomes for people with disability who engage with the NDIS. I'm confident that the opposition will now work with the government to pass the bill, because there is universal agreement. Despite our inevitable disagreements about form and process here in Canberra, there is universal agreement amongst Australians that we have to get the NDIS back on track and make this scheme sustainable so it's here for future generations of Australians. Those here in the Senate acting in good faith will see that this bill is done with the best interests of people with a disability, for their families, and for the disability workforce and providers in mind. I agree with the Minister for the NDIS, Mr Shorten, when he said that our system is not so broken that common sense and compassion will not prevail in this instance. It is the right thing to do, because we and the whole Australian community know that a significant and permanent disability can happen to any one of us at any time. And if it does, whether it is us or someone that we love, we have in this country a scheme that will be there for all of us. That gives peace of mind knowing that we or a loved one will be supported by Australia's world-leading disability scheme. But even more, our entire community benefits from building a more inclusive and accessible society. In this bill, I should say as well that the benefits of building a more inclusive and accessible society go beyond the social benefits of that, but also go to workforce participation and productivity broadly in the economy. In this bill, we propose a framework for broader reform that not only restores the NDIS to its original intent, but an ecosystem of disability supports and more inclusive foundational mainstream supports and services. The government recommits to the design and implementation of these changes, including extensive consultation and co-design with the disability community, a fact demonstrated by the many amendments to the bill. The government will also continue to work with state and territory partners and across the political divide to deliver a fairer and more sustainable NDIS. States and territories in the Commonwealth have a common interest and a shared responsibility to support these reforms to secure a future of lasting and meaningful outcomes. The independent NDIS review, which was released on the 7th of December 2023, was commissioned by this government to work with the disability community to tell us what is working and what is not. And importantly, to tell us how the scheme could be changed to achieve the goal that the disability community envisaged when it was first established in 2013. The significant time the disability community spent responding to and engaging with the independent review panel is helping shape the plan for how the government intends to put people with disability back at the centre of the NDIS, restore trust, confidence and pride in the NDIS, and ensure the sustainability of the scheme for future generations. The decision to bring forward legislative changes and associated rules was made by National Cabinet in December 2023. This bill provides the framework required for the NDIS to deliver on its full potential, including improved experiences and better outcomes for participants, and restoring trust and confidence in a scheme that has changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians with a disability. This bill will secure the future of the NDIS as a fair and sustainable source of world-class, life-changing support, delivering for the next generations and the generations to follow of Australians who will need it. This bill is primarily enabling in nature, establishing the necessary scaffolding within the current legislative framework to be supported by new and amended instrument and rulemaking powers. The majority of changes in the bill will not take effect until activated by future changes to NDIS rules. These will be developed in deep consultation and engagement with the disability community, and the majority of legislative instruments will need to be agreed by all states and territories consistent with existing shared governance arrangements. To progress this important work, we've worked closely with the Independent Advisory Council and disability representative and care organisations to establish co-design working groups across 6 key reform areas. The bill includes some measures that commence immediately, including a greater emphasis on spending within the allocation in a participant's plan where there is no change of circumstances, which will assist in ensuring the scheme's sustainability. This reflects the reasonable expectation that participants should spend up to the limit specified in their plan unless their needs specifically change, and with appropriate safeguards to stop others who may seek to exploit or coerce the participant to use their package in a way that is not in their best interests. The government is working closely with states and territories and the disability community around broader disability reforms, including the foundational supports agreed by National Cabinet to commence in the middle of 2025. While it is important to ensure there is careful sequencing of other key recommendations from the NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission, the bill establishes the framework to allow the time it will take to carefully co-design and develop the detail in subordinate legislation. The government will continue to work with the disability community, state and territory partners and everybody across this parliament to deliver a fairer and more sustainable NDIS. The bill is about supporting participants and their families to live a rich and fulfilling life and lays the foundations of a future connected ecosystem of support for all Australians with a disability and ultimately a more inclusive and accessible society. In closing, I thank senators for their contributions to this bill and I commend the bill to the Senate.
I'll come to you, Senator Cox. I'll give you the call in a minute. I have to put something else first. So the second reading debate has concluded for the benefit of senators. The Senator Allman-Payne has moved a second reading amendment, and I understand, Senator Cox, you have foreshadowed moving your amendment, so I'm intending to put the amendment that has been moved, and then I will give you the call to move yours. And then we'll do the second reading motion. So I'm putting the question on Senator Allman-Payne's second reading amendment on sheet 2759. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Allman-Payne, to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track number 1, Bill 2024, be agreed to. Those for the question passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 13 ayes and 25 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I also would like to move my amendment on sheet 2766.
I intend to put the question. Oh, Senator Steele-John.
Am I able to make could I make a contribution to the second?
It's not my understanding that you can make a contribution, but I'll just check. No, I understand.
Oh, no, I can't. Okay.
You can seek leave, but I'm not sure.
Could I seek leave to make a short,
leave hasn't been granted.
Ah, tragic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. I intend to put the question on sheet 2766, which is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Cox. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division's required. Ring the bells. Are we in agreement at 1 minute? 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Cox be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 11 ayes and 28 noes, it's passed in the negative. I now intend to put the question on the second reading. I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required? Division is required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I understand this agreement. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. All right, do you want 4? I understand we're going to ring the bells for 4 minutes. Please adjust the clocks. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint a teller for the ayes, Senator Ciccone, and teller for the noes, Senator McKim. Honourable Senators, there being 28 ayes and 11 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
I understand that there are amendments to the bill. We are resolved into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill will stand as printed. Senator Steele-John, are you looking for the call? Or?
Yes. I'm happy to begin a line of questioning now, if that...
What? You don't... Okay. Senator Steele-John, I'm happy to give you the call. I know that the opposition have some amendments that they wish to move, whether you want to also debate those in your contribution.
To do that, Chair, if the opposition wants to move their amendments.
Senator Hughes, could I just get you to move your amendments and then I'll give the call to Senator Steele-John and then we'll continue the debate. Yep, move them.
Just one?
I tabled 2 supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
They're tabled. It's up to you, Senator Hughes. You can move the first one and then we'll progress. I mean, it's not to your disadvantage.
I move the amendment on sheet 2649 that's been circulated.
I'll give Senator Steele-John the call and then it will come. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much. Chair. I'd like to ask the Minister firstly, we've heard during the inquiry into the bill that the detail of the needs assessment proposed in the bill is being developed. Before voting on this, I would like to know some of the detail that sits behind this proposal. Firstly, who will be conducting the need assessments?
Minister.
Senator Steele-John, I didn't hear the middle, the middle bit of your question. You said, I think, something about the something behind the bill.
He did. So during the inquiry, both inquiries, we heard repeatedly as committee members that the detail of the needs assessment proposed in the bill, or I should say need assessments that are proposed in the bill, is being developed, so currently under development. Before voting on this bill, I am seeking to understand some of the detail that sits behind the elements of this proposal. And my first question to you is, who will be conducting the needs assessment that is specifically referenced in the legislation?
The answer to that question, Senator Steele-John, is in short that the needs assessment tool or tools will be developed through an extensive consultation and co-design process, which will involve deep engagement with the disability community and relevant experts. There will be an iterative process of design and testing with people with disability, as well as with health and allied health professionals and people with technical expertise in the development of need assessments. One of the major changes, of course, proposed by the NDIS review was to create a new budget-based planning framework based on an assessment of need at a whole-of-person level rather than for individual support items. The review also recommended what it called a trust-based approach, where participants are provided with a flexible budget and there is a focus on providing guidance and support to participants to spend their budget appropriately. The new needs assessment is consistent. So the new needs assessment set out in the bill is consistent with the recommendations of the NDIS review about how a participant's support needs should be assessed. It will result in a budget being allocated to each participant on the basis of their assessed needs, with participants having the flexibility to purchase a range of supports rather than a prescriptive line-by-line plan. The needs assessment will be conducted in accordance with an assessment tool or tools, as I indicated before, that will be carefully co-designed, not in a hurry, carefully co-designed with people with a disability and a range of relevant experts. The tools will be the subject of extensive consultation and discussion to ensure that it can assess every participant's needs, to take into account, of course, for many participants, their multifaceted and diverse experiences of disability. Once that process has occurred, the assessment will be made transparent and the process will be made transparent through a legislative instrument. These steps ensure it is an entirely different process to the previously proposed independent assessments. I hope that assists.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Minister, during the course of the inquiry, and what you've just given us there is the contextual information that we, as committee members, went into the inquiry with. The government's departments gave evidence multiple times during the course of both inquiries and spoke to a development process, a process in development around the needs assessment. So I understand that contextual information that's been, in the public domain for a while now. What I'm seeking to get from you is the detail on where that development process is up to right now, with the first question being who will be conducting these needs assessments. So just to clarify, that's what I'm trying to get from you.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I think in the previous answer, what I was describing is the process that will be engaged in to develop the needs assessment tool, which of course will go to who is doing the assessment and the processes that they will undertake. As I indicated, that process will be the process of developing that needs assessment tool will be an iterative process where the co-design principles, that is, it will be developed in deep consultation with and responsive to the discussions with members of the disability community, with experts, with all of the relevant stakeholders. What is required for that process to commence, and why I can't be more precise with you, Senator Steele-John, what is required for that process to commence is that this bill be passed. And upon passage of the legislation through the Australian Parliament, that process of development of the needs assessment tool will commence, and all of the considerations that I've referred to and more will be undertaken at that point. The needs assessment is a procedural step that will provide information required for the decision to approve the statement of participant supports, which goes, of course, to the level of funding and the budget for individual participants. That is the purpose of this. That is the purpose of this process, and one of the reasons I think that senators across the parliament, including in the committee, came to the view that this particular piece of legislation needed to proceed with some urgency is that it starts that process, properly, and I look forward to, and don't want to preempt here, the outcomes of that process.
Senator Steele-John.
Minister, can you detail for us the co-design principles that you just mentioned?
We'll be with you in a moment, Senator Steele-John. I want to make sure the response here is precise, and if we're not in a position to give it to you straight away, we'll come back to you later in Committee of the Whole. Thank you. So I think as a matter of general principle, co-design has its own meaning. I want to be precise in terms of the way that it is intended to operate in relation to the scheme and to the bill. One of the difficulties here is that express requirements for consultation or co-design on specific instruments beyond what already appears in the Act and the legislation could cause themselves significant uncertainty for the operation of the scheme. There's no broadly accepted definitional process for co-design in Commonwealth legislation. So while we talk about the principle of co-design in its ordinary meaning, when I say ordinary meaning, I think it has an ordinary meaning here. It has an ordinary meaning in the way that service delivery agencies talk about the way that they deliver services. I expect that it's not a phrase that most Australians have heard before. And it doesn't have a precise legal meaning. That is, there is no definition across the various agencies where these principles, beyond the NDIS, the various agencies where these principles are articulated by public servants, by community organisations and representative organisations when they are talking about policy making or policy implementation. So while it has that commonly understood meaning at that level, inserting specific references to co-design would itself create significant legal uncertainty. So you might know what we mean, we might know what we mean, but in terms of the way that a court or the Administrative Appeals Tribunal or whoever it is who engages in decision making about these questions, it would not have that proper legal meaning. Subsection 17(1) of the Legislation Act provides that before a legislative instrument is made, the rulemaker must be satisfied that appropriate and reasonably practicable consultation has been undertaken. The requirements under the Act and the Legislation Act together impose a requirement on the Minister to consult with the disability community when making any legislative instrument under the Act. So given that that requirement already exists, it's in the view of the government not necessary to impose any further consultation obligations on the Minister beyond the argument that I've already taken you to around the precise legal meaning of the term. In addition, the government has moved an amendment to table a consultation statement with each legislative instrument outlining consultations undertaken and views expressed. So that is beyond a requirement for administrative co-design. When each legislative instrument comes here, there will be a requirement to table what is an exhaustive consultation statement that outlines who has been consulted with and also the views that have been expressed by each of those consultation participants.
Senator Steele-John, Senator Hughes is keen.
Yes, I'll just conclude and then I'll pass to Senator Hughes.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, Minister, you in your contribution you stated that the needs assessment tools and the needs assessment themselves would be developed in line with detailed co-design principles. So just for the clarity of the Senate, I just want to understand what you were referring to then, given that you have subsequently given us a legal view of co-design, which seems to suggest, in the government's view, that there are impediments to the implementation of co-design. So when you, mere moments ago, referenced co-design principles, to what were you referring?
Thanks,
Minister.
Thank you, Senator. I think it's always very important when I'm at this table articulating a view about these questions. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not even a bush lawyer, Senator Steele-John, so the argument in relation to the insertion of the term is it doesn't have a precise legal meaning. Beyond what I've already indicated, what I should have, of course, indicated to you in relation to in relation to co-design is that the Minister and Department and agency have published a statement and a commitment to co-design on the agency's website, which should give participants and Australians a clear idea of what it is that the government means when it talks about co-design.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, here we are today after 2 years. 2 years and 4 months. 2 years and 4 months of inaction. I didn't want to give him that extra 2 months. I thought that might have been a bit cruel. I like to get my figures correct. Something the minister isn't too big on, but I like to get my figures correct. So 2 years and 4 months of inaction by this minister who was the shadow for the NDIS when the government was in opposition, who was an architect of the scheme, yet it's taken him 2 years and 4 months to bring his first piece of legislation forward. What a joke. Unbelievable. But here we are. And this should be what you would have thought a positive day, because the NDIS does have bipartisan support. We in government acknowledge that there were some problems around sustainability and were referred to by the minister as kabuki theatre, pearl-clutching Kaburti theatre players, because it was absolute fallacy that there was ever any sustainability issues in his mind when he was the opposition spokesperson. Now he's the minister. Oops, oopsie. Lots of sustainability issues. Now we need to do something about it. So we are trying to get to some reform of this incredibly important scheme. We need to make sure that the NDIS is sustainable. And, you know, maybe everyone in the disability community, everyone in this place may have had some more confidence if they'd actually been given the opportunity to properly scrutinise this bill. But of course, and we actually heard in the minister's contribution that, you know, very proudly, there'd been 5.5 days of hearings, 5.5 days on what is an enormous part of the budget. This is an enormous contributor to the budget in so much as cost. Yet we had 5.5 days because every government member of the Legislation Committee of Community Affairs was way too busy to ever hold a hearing when we wanted to look into this legislation. Funny though, the References Committee, of which many of them are the same members, could actually find more days and more opportunity to travel for our current menopause inquiry. We have had more days of hearings into menopause, of which there is no legislation around, than we've had on the NDIS, because the government doesn't want scrutiny of its legislation and will do anything it can to block it. And we've seen that constant politicking time and time again in trying to block transparency and in trying to make sure that no one really understands what's going on. And to Senator Steele-John's questions, you know, they bandy this word co-design around as if warm and fuzzy people in the disability community all feel that we're here with you, we're going to co-design. Probably going to make you sign an NDA, and you're only going to be invited to the party if someone on your board or your organisation is a former NDIA board member, or someone that those members of the board of the NDIA happen to like, because they're the only organisations that are consulted with, they're the only organisations that are spoken to, and then they're made to sign NDAs. Lots of people in the community were not consulted around this legislation. And we hear that it's in response to reviews, NDIS reviews, that the government hasn't even released its response to. Hasn't even let anybody know what their response to the review is. But yet this legislation is somehow based on that. It is an absolute joke. And we're actually here waiting for amendments. Apparently there's more amendments coming. Hold the phone. Apparently there's more amendments, but no one's seen them yet. We're not quite sure about what's happening. No one knows what's happening with those amendments. But, you know, and this is based on the fact that the states and the territories don't know what is going on. See, we were told back in December that this financial sustainability that was all tickety-boo, all signed off by the premiers, everyone was happy. There's a financial sustainability framework attached to the NDIS now. It's going to cap future growth at 8%. We've been in here asking for the modelling behind that financial sustainability framework for months. We actually had NDIS Monday this morning. Again, 6 or 7 months, you're right, Senator Reynolds, it's becoming a joke because they won't provide it. And now they want us to pass legislation that's basically adhering to it, saying that this model is how we're going to cap growth at 8%. Now, No one's saying we don't want the growth capped. Everyone does want this scheme to be sustainable. But when you've got a demand-driven scheme, there's two ways. You cap the growth, and one is you reduce the number of participants, or you cap the amount on the plans, reduce the amount on the plans. Now, I'm the first to say I think there are too many people on it. The Greens and I are going to disagree when it comes to who's allowed on and off this scheme, because I do think there's too many people on it. I do think we need to define what's reasonable and necessary, and we need to define what is lifelong and permanent. This is a scheme established for people with a lifelong and permanent disability. And my heart breaks when I talk to families and those people have severe disabilities that completely impair their ability to live an individual life full of freedoms and choice. And it is the NDIS, when done properly, opens up the opportunities for these participants and their families. But then we see all of this expenditure for people who, quite frankly, shouldn't be on the scheme. They should never have been allowed on the scheme. You know, I'm going to go out there right now. There's a whole lot of autistic adults who get diagnosed in their 40s, 50s or so, and they're university professors, they've got families, they've got a house, they've got a job, and then all of a sudden they get a later in life diagnosis or a self-diagnosis. That's my favourite type, a self-diagnosis, and expect NDIS supports. I'm sorry, no. That's not what this is for. And the way that autism's bandied around is absolutely appalling, and I say that as the mother of a classically autistic son, someone who would be defined as having profound autism, who was diagnosed before level 1, 2 and 3 rubbish came into the DSM-5, someone who was actually given a diagnosis of autism when autism existed outside of all these other, you know, PDD and OS and global developmental delay, and even before Asperger's was taken away. These are the kids who need it. These are the kids who have significant cognitive impairment and are never going to be able to live by themselves. They're always going to need supports. Yet it is them at jeopardy because no one is prepared to actually stand up and say who should and shouldn't be on this scheme. And that's the first thing. But this doesn't really address this, what we're looking at. We're tinkering around the edges here. But some of these people that shouldn't be on the scheme, in my view, and I say it's my view, they shouldn't be on the scheme. What they are being offered outside as so the NDIS isn't the only lifeboat in the ocean, which it is at the moment because the states and territories vacated the fields. So part of this legislation is proposing that there is an introduction of foundational supports. Now, I don't mind the principle of foundational supports. They used to exist. What they were was there was a community health where there was an OT or a speechy, and kids that had a little bit of a delay or needed a little bit of a help along, you know, couldn't say the sound or something like that, could go and get a little bit of help and then go on with their lives. But now, those community health services don't exist. So families who've got a child with a bit of a developmental delay are all looking to the NDIS because it's the only way they can access some of these now private speech therapists or OTs, because they don't exist in a public system anymore because the state governments removed the funding for those. As soon as Julia Gillard, as the Prime Minister, along with the then Minister Shorten, along with Minister Macklin, when they introduced the NDIS and said to the states, don't worry, we'll absorb any of the additional cost blowouts, the states went, you beauty, we're off, and they just vacated the field. So we're supposed to be bringing in these foundational supports. But to Senator Steele-John's question about what is co-design, what is a foundational support? Now, I know what I think they should be, and we heard during the 5.5 days of inquiries we were so kindly granted by those opposite to look into this bill. We heard from lots of groups in the community and disability workers and representatives and advocates of those people what they think a foundational support should be, but we don't know. We don't know. There is no guidelines. There is no draft. These are to be developed at a later stage. Now, some people might be comfortable with that. They might think, well, there's pretty much general understanding. We want some community health, some access to public speeches and OTs. We need better support in schools, so we need the education departments to step back up. So that's fine, what we kind of think they are, but is that what the government's talking about? So, Minister, what is a foundational support? When will a draft of foundational supports be available publicly? And what supports have the states agreed to deliver?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator. Before I respond to that contribution, I table an amendment to the explanatory memorandum relating to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1, Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. There were a number of assertions in that contribution, Senator Hughes, that I want to respond to. The first is about the consultation that's been undertaken by the government in relation to this bill, beyond the 2 Senate committee inquiries which have been undertaken. Of course, the changes themselves made by the bill address some of the key recommendations from the 2023 independent review of the NDIS. There's been deep engagement across the disability community across Australia, not selective engagement, deep engagement across Australia that heard not just people's responses in relation to the recommendations, but of the experience of people with a disability to inform their recommendations. The panel itself heard from over 10,000 people and organisations. It received over 4,000 submissions. It spent over 2,000 hours listening to the stories, ideas and feedback of people with a disability. The panel had regular meetings with Commonwealth, state and territory disability ministers. The panel used findings from other reviews and inquiries like the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. And the voices of people with a disability will stay at the centre of designing and implementing the changes to the NDIS. What Australians can expect, Australians with a disability can expect, and carers and family of Australians with a disability can expect is that the government will take the same deep consultation approach as it implements the provisions of this bill that it has taken in terms of the whole process. Senator Hughes asks us to look at the number of days that were allocated by the Senate committee. Matter for the committee, I suppose, but to look at the number of days spent, I just say there are thousands and thousands of days, thousands and thousands of submissions, a deep consideration of those issues when developing the panel report, the government's response to the panel report, and the bill that is in front of us today. In terms of foundational supports, the NDIS review recommended that governments invest in foundational supports to bring fairness, balance and sustainability to the ecosystem supporting people with disability. So that is at the Commonwealth and state and territory level. The review defined foundational disability supports as disability-specific supports that are available to all people with disability and, where appropriate, their families and carers. In 2023, National Cabinet agreed to the design of foundational supports that will be engaged by the Commonwealth and states and territories to create more pathways outside of the NDIS for young children and people accessing the scheme. Foundational supports will work toward a model of care that incorporates mainstream services. Foundational supports will be evidence-based supports and services to better connect people with disability that are not necessarily best placed by the NDIS itself to provide. It's the intention of the government's approach to foundational supports to create an inclusive and accessible disability ecosystem. The decision to bring forward the legislative changes and associated rules was made by National Cabinet in December 2023. it was a decision of Australian governments to respond to key recommendations around restoring the scheme to its original intent. The experience of participants were clearly heard through the NDIS review, and while governments are considering their responses, a key initial step in responding to the NDIS review is developing the new budget-based planning framework. While it's important to ensure that there's careful sequencing of other key recommendations from the NDIS review, such as foundational supports, the bill establishes the framework to allow the time that it will take to carefully co-design and develop the detail in subordinate legislation. Participants will be carefully transitioned to the new approach over time. The phased approach will provide the NDIA appropriate time to design and test operational changes, and providing governments time to develop the system of foundational supports outside of the NDIS. And I listened carefully to Senator Hughes' contribution, and indeed when I was responding to Senator Steele-John about the question of co-design, I appreciate very much that the language around co-design is language that is used by government, by participants in the scheme, and particularly by stakeholder organisations to describe the kind of iterative process that we've set out. It is not language that people in the street would normally use, and it is prone to being described in the way that Senator Hughes described it. It is important, though. It is important to hold on to the ordinary meaning of this idea in terms of the way that the government sets about this kind of important reform. That is why the Minister and the Department and the agency have set out what those principles mean on the website, because it is important for participants and stakeholders to have confidence in the scheme. I'll just make this point as well. It was the Labor Party, and in fact this Minister in government, who established the scheme. It was the previous government, over the course of the 9 years when it occupied the Treasury benches, who administered the scheme. Now we have responsibility as a parliament, and I just say this, we could spend the next few hours or days people defending their legacies and blame shifting and pointing to each other, but actually the job of this place, when a sensible set of reforms is put in front of it, that will make the scheme more sustainable, that will moderate the growth of the scheme so it is sustainable, that will make the processes in the scheme fairer, that will set up, not in 2 minutes, but over the course of time, a proper process of reform, and set out that process of reform and enable that process of reform. I do think it's the job of this place to support that legislation in the interests of the Australians who we're here to represent.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. So, interesting government response to the review. Didn't know there was one. Perhaps Minister Ayres could table maybe he could table the response to the review, because no one else has seen it. Typical transparency of this government. They'll just make it up as they go along and won't share the information with anyone. Where is it? The secret response to the review. It's the very, very secret response to the review. Yes, no one's allowed to see it. But look, you know, I want to tell you a story when we talk about, because that was just absolutely appalling. I don't think Senator Ayres actually knows what a foundational support may or may not look like, because they clearly didn't define it for him in the minister's response or the minister's information that they've provided. But, you know, part of this is that the states and territories need to pick it up. And over the past couple of months, I've been dealing with a family. And if this doesn't shock you and horrify you as to the current ineptitude of state and federal systems to be able to work together, and how this sort of instance is likely happening way more than the instance I've been dealing with, but is probably going to get worse when some of these things are put into place. a 16-year-old, profoundly autistic, limitedly verbal boy with intellectual disability as well, has significant PTSD and trauma, comes from a broken home, and the mother and the son, whom I know, are amazing. In fact, the brother of this boy and the mother are amazing humans and love this child very, very much, but it has become unsafe for him to be in the house with them. And he also has psychiatric and psychological supports whom had referred him for admission to care, to be placed into psychiatric care. And the mother first contacted me of a Sunday morning when there had been an episode, when there had been an incident, and she had taken him to the emergency ward asking for the admission to go ahead, of which she was told, just go home and get more NDIS funding. Go home and get more NDIS funding. So that is what the state health system in New South Wales said to a mother of a profoundly autistic son who is intellectually disabled, limited verbal skills, PTSD and significant behavioural issues which make it unsafe for him to be at home for his younger brother and his mother, because he is now about half a foot plus taller than his mother and considerably larger. So anyway, I worked with the mother through that Sunday and we managed to achieve some sort of solution. To then find, because he is under 18, it became a matter for family and community services in the hospital and the NDIS, and the mother was consistently being told, well, he was going to be basically booted out of the psych ward at the end of this week. And she said, well, he can't. He's not ready. We're not ready. We don't have the tools yet to be able to handle this. And family and community services and the NDIS could not get together and talk. Could not get together and talk. And this mother called me in such a state because it had got to the point that she was going to be forced to relinquish her son to the care of the state because it was not safe for her to take her son home. It was not safe for her. It was not safe for her other child. It was not safe for this boy. Yet the NDIS and the New South Wales Health Department and Family Community Services could not get together and talk to find a resolution. In desperation, I ended up emailing the CEO of the agency, Minister Shorten, and the Attorney General of New South Wales, begging them to please put someone together to try and resolve this issue. And we managed to have got a temporary stay for a period of time. But every person that's faced with these inadequacies between state and federal systems, every child and every family that is faced with the inadequacy because of the failure to link those services together, because of the silos that exist between governments and government services, the fact that they are not defined, who is responsible for what. There is a lack of definition here that is important. There is a requirement for no wrong door for these families and these kids. But it just, people don't seem to understand, even in this place when we talk about the importance of how these things operate, the importance of getting this right is too often thrown out with the politics of the situation and being able to cast aspersions and smears, when the reality is there are people whose lives depend on this. That a child whose family may be forced to relinquish him. This is not a child who is not well loved. This is not a child who's not wanted. This is a child who has an incredibly supportive and loving family, who has actually been accessing amazing therapy since he's been 2 because the family's been so engaged. But such is the extent of his disability, such is the extent of his impairment, that going home was not possible. But because when we look at this through the political lens as well, and we look at it, you know, in this sort of, this is my wick, that's your patch, I'm not touching you over here. What this does to families, what this does is bad enough. But what it would cost for this child to receive the support that he requires in the right kind of psychological situation, you know, in residential situation, versus what it would cost for him to be relinquished to the state and they then be responsible for everything around that. We know most kids that go into family and community services, certainly in New South Wales, end up in a motel because there isn't enough foster care. There isn't enough support services for them in family and community services. So what is an already terrible situation was on the precipice of being made fundamentally worse. Absolutely, fundamentally and possibly irrevocably worse. And, you know, maybe it's lucky this mum happened to know my mobile number and could come to me, but not everyone on the NDIS has that. Not everyone on the NDIS has the capability, has even the mindset to be able to do that, to literally have a senator reach out to those responsible begging for some action. And, you know, this is not something that we should just toss around like it's not going to have a fundamental difference. And, you know, we hear about people using money on different things. Well, yeah, there are things that are being spent on the NDIS that are wildly inappropriate. Nothing makes me more angry as the mother of a participant when I hear people rorting this system. But more times than not, it's the providers that are rorting the system, not the participants or their family. And we know in this legislation there is no safety net when it comes to the plan managers who overspend plans without the participants' knowledge. There's nothing in it there. We don't address what's actually happening when it comes to providers and plan managers here, because it's all about let's just throw people with a disability into some big basket that they must all be rorting the system. They must all be using this for the, you know, ill-advised purposes, when we know it is a very, very small number of people. And, you know, what a surprise, government money with very little framework put in place around it. Who knew there'd be bad actors come into the space? What a joke. But so, you know, I come back to foundational supports and what they are and the importance of getting them right. Because as is the case with this 16-year-old autistic boy, the foundational supports, the foundations of care that should have been available in the state system, what the state is actually responsible in providing, wasn't there. And they were pushing it back to the NDIS. So foundational supports, if there was so much consultation that's taken place, why are the state premiers still writing to the committee? Why are they still putting out a statement today saying that they want the bill delayed because they haven't agreed to what they're being expected to deliver? They're not ready to deliver what they're supposed to be delivering. And they are concerned people with a disability are going to fall through the gaps. And if that one case I just shared with you doesn't demonstrate how the states in so many ways are not up to the task and have decided not to deliver the service they should to disabled people because of the NDIS, what are we doing to broach that gap?
Minister.
Thank you. Of course, Senator Hughes, I can't comment on the individual case of the young man to whom you've responded to, but it is clear that his mother was fortunate to have your mobile telephone number. And it's a reminder, in my view, that as we seek to improve the rules and the processes and the scope and the relationship of the scheme to the work of the states and territories, including the foundational supports, that at the end of all of this there is always a person. There is always their carers or their family. There is always the community around them. And there is inevitably tough stories. There is inevitably tears. There is inevitably difficult outcomes. That is the truth of it. And as we continue to reform and refine, we should not expect that the kind of things that you described will never happen. The case is that it is our job as the Commonwealth Government to continue on a pathway of reform to improve all of these things, and that these principles of co-design, of dealing with the foundational supports offered by the states and territories is going to be crucial over time to the sustainability of the scheme and improving the outcomes from the scheme. But it's also true that at the end of this, as we reform it, there will still be, whether it's in the Commonwealth level or the states and territory level, silos, bureaucratic decision-making, and we have to improve that over time. But the truth is, if we are honest about it, these are problems that existed at the foundation of the scheme, and they existed in 2013 too, and in 2014, and in 2015 and 16 and 17, all the way through to 22, and they exist today. And it's the job of this Parliament and this reform process to tackle those challenges. Senator Hughes asks, what would it cost? Well, of course, one of the founding principles of the NDIS was, of course, that what it was about was providing for social justice, but also that it made economic sense. And she is exactly right to point to better outcomes in terms of more efficient and effective and impactful spending if we get the architecture of the scheme, if we get it right. In relation to reforms in terms of plan managers, there is more to come. As I said in the second reading speech, and as the Minister's indicated in the Parliament and publicly, this is the first step in terms of legislation. It begins its own enabling reform process itself, but of course there will be more to come over time, because this is a big scheme. It is an important scheme. It is important to the welfare of Australians right across Australia, and it is going to require attention to detail and a lot of sustained work to keep the scheme sustainable and effective for ordinary Australians.
Senator Still-John had just indicated before me, Senator Hanson, but is this on this line of questioning, Senator Still-John?
It is continuing with the line of questioning that I was...
Senator Hanson, have you got a new line of questioning? I might just give the call to Senator Still-John to complete this, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. So returning to the question of the needs assessment, how many needs assessors does the government believe will be required to ensure that the role as stated in the bill is able to be fulfilled?
Thank you, Senator Still-John. As I indicated before, this process of developing the needs assessment architecture is going to be the subject of that co-design principle, or that co-design process, or that consultative process. And there may well be, over the course of this debate, many questions that you asked me about the detail of the needs assessment tool that I will not be in a position to answer or to preempt. This bill starts the process of designing that tool and that process, and questions like how many workers will need to be engaged, or how many people will need to be engaged in that process, is we do not want to put that cart before this particular horse. The bill sets out a process. The process will be engaged in, and it will begin when the bill passes through the Parliament.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. To be clear, Minister, I have heard your response in relation to the needs assessment tool and the process by which that tool will be created. My question was and is in relation to the role of needs assessor, which is established as a requirement in the bill. So I'm seeking to understand from the government how many workers the government has estimated will be required for that legislatively mandated role to be carried out.
Minister.
Look, I can't offer you any more on this issue except to say that when the bill, if the bill passes through the Parliament, that consultation process will begin, and that will determine, the outcomes of that will determine many of these questions of detail. Who will be engaged, the relationship to their role, all of those process questions, and the government does not intend to preempt that process by the legislation defining the outcome any further than it does. The process begins. It'll be a good, thorough process, and it'd do it a disservice if we constrained it by responding in the way that you've suggested.
Senator Steele-John, how many more questions do you have in this line? Because I'm conscious Senator Hanson also.
Yes, I do have a couple more, but I can just ask one additional, and then I'm happy to pass the call.
You have the call.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Has there been any investigation of the workforce capacity required to undertake the scale of needs assessment that will be required by this legislation?
Minister.
Yes, thank you, Senator Steele-John. The review itself had some commentary in relation to this question. Needs assessors will only be needed when the new framework planning commences, which is of course subject to the design and development of the rules and processes. So that question is really going to be a relevant question for when the process set out in the Act concludes. It wouldn't be very helpful in the government's view to try and answer that question before that process is concluded.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. You talk about needs assessment and in the bill it states reasonable and necessary. I understand, and having spoken to the Minister myself, he related to they're now going to clamp down on just some of the things, donations to political parties, court fines, alcohol, cigarettes and vapes, jewellery, fuel, luxury cruises and holiday packages, makeup, cosmetics, pet funerals and cuddle therapy, to name only a few. How did you arrive at this decision to get rid of only these items on your list?
Minister.
The Minister's acted on the advice that he's received based on current operational practice.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. I noticed on the list also is that sex workers are not included. Can you explain to me why?
Minister.
They are excluded on the basis of the current operational practice, and it's quite clear on the department's website, or the agency's website, I should say.
Senator Hanson.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Right, they're currently
Minister.
published on the out list on the consultation material that's been provided during the course of the consultation about these processes, on the out list.
Senator Hanson.
Still, I need to please explain to that one. But you talk about sex toys are here. We talk about what is reasonable and necessary. Is the government going to introduce to get rid of sex workers as part of the NDIS plan, because most Australians will consider that it not to be reasonable or necessary?
Minister.
The use of the kind of services that you describe is currently on the out list, that it is not available. I understand that there is an amendment that goes to that question that has been moved for the committee stage, but it is absolutely clear in the government's mind. It is on the out list is the phrasing. It's not ordinary language, but that is the phrasing that is used in the consultation process.
Senator Hanson.
Minister, I'm pleased to hear that, because it's my amendment that I'm putting up to actually get rid of sex workers, so I will be looking forward to you voting to support my amendment on that removal of sex workers. And to another point too is, Minister, can you tell me how many people on the NDIS scheme are on plans of over $1 million a year?
Minister.
Just before I respond to that, I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill. Well, I'm not in a position to be able to tell you how many participants are on a scheme that provides for more than $1 million per annum. It is, of course, if we're able to assist you with that, we will over the course of this, or it's a proper question, I suppose, to be directed towards the agency in estimates. It is certainly the case that there are some participants in the scheme who have deep and complex needs, and the provision of those kinds of services is sometimes very expensive.
Senator Hanson.
Minister, can you then tell me how many people are on the scheme? Do you have those numbers?
Minister.
Thank you. I can be no more precise than say it is around 660,000 Australians. If the agency is able to provide a precise number, then of course we'll do that, but it is around 660,000 Australians who are participants in the scheme.
Senator Hanson.
That's about correct. I'll inform you the best figures that I have. In 2020, there was 450 participants who actually were on $1 million plus plans. And there was 5,100 who were on plans between $500,000 and $1 million. Now, maybe you can actually verify those figures, and I've given you a start, but I haven't been able to find them out. And my question is then, why have you kept this secretive from the Australian people? And this question's been asked of you. You can actually drop a drop of the hat, tell me how many people are on the plan, but you can't tell me an important matter of how many people are on a plan of over $1 million when it's taxpayers funded.
Minister.
So the figures that you've advanced, Senator Hanson, are figures that are almost 5 years old. I have not. Well, 4 is almost 5. I think even my arithmetic gets me there. And I'm not in a position to verify those figures, but let's assume that they are correct. And we know that participation in the scheme has increased over time. And the provision of services that are necessary services that are provided to participants in the scheme do not get less expensive over time. They become more expensive over time. And so I would expect that if those numbers in relation to services that are provided over $500,000 or over $1 million, if those numbers are correct, I would be very surprised if those numbers had got smaller over time. But I want to be really clear about the government's intention here. It is the government's approach here to moderate the growth of the scheme. I heard some pretty unhelpful language earlier in the second reading debate about cuts to the scheme. There will be no cuts to the scheme. What is apprehended here is moderating the growth of the scheme. That is a sensible objective that I think most Australians would support. But it's also the case that that people who access very expensive services from the scheme need those services. And they should not feel any sense of opprobrium from us about their genuine requirement for those kinds of services. Some of the people who access the scheme have very complex needs, and the kind of supports that they are offered, some cost more than others. And so all of this is being balanced by the government in terms of its approach, and I think most Australians would expect that the cost of this scheme is going to increase over time. Most Australians want to see the cost of the scheme and its growth be moderated over time to ensure that the scheme is sustainable for our kids and our grandkids and our great-grandkids. That is the task of the Minister and the government and ultimately of this parliament. And most people want to see the scheme be fair and its processes be fair, and the balances of processes to be struck so that the agency can fulfil its function properly in the way that most Australians would expect it to provide the kinds of services that most Australians would want their kids or grandkids to have today and into the future.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Don't get me wrong, I fully support your changes to this bill and we'd be voting for it. But I don't feel that you've gone far enough, and hopefully that the next tranche of amendments or bill that you put up, that it will. But you say that it really needs to be reined in the cost of spending because it's unsustainable the way it's going, the cost is exploding. A case in point, which I've raised this constantly with the Minister as well and his office, is about for support services supplied to NDIS clients is completely out of proportion to the rest of Australians, what they have to pay. Like you might have to, for relatively unqualified support workers, jobs in aged care and being advertised around as $30 an hour. Yet if you are going with the NDIS as a support worker, it's $67 an hour. And it can go to $218 an hour on weekends in rural and remote areas. And it goes higher than that than in very remote areas. To get professional services, you actually can look at paying for a psychologist providing counselling to an NDIS patient. you're receiving a minimum rate of $214 an hour. Again, if it's remote areas, it's a lot higher than that, and it can be over $300 an hour, and very remote areas over $500 an hour, plus your travel on top of it. But for anyone else who requires that service, they're looking at $153 an hour to a veteran. So this has been the bone of contention. Even registered nurses, the nursing profession, that possibly they may get around about $50 an hour, just approximately around that. But if you're an NDIS worker, you might get about $100, $125 an hour, approximately around that. So what I'm hearing from veterans and the general public, that they cannot get services provided to them because a lot of these people in the workforce are leaving their jobs and going to NDIS to provide the services to these people. So we're talking about 660,000 people compared to the rest of the population, which is basically 27 million people in Australia. When do you intend to rein in the cost blowout, what NDIS can charge for services provided to people on the scheme to other Australians?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator. Some of the services, of course, that people access in the health system are expensive. Psychologists, they are, for ordinary people, when they look at the numbers that you just described, they are very expensive. That is true. One of the NDIS review made recommendations about pricing, of course, which the government is examining and will examine in the context of future rounds of legislative reform. I want to take a careful and balanced approach to this because, as you say, there is a relationship between the labour markets here for different services and there is a relationship between these pricing issues and, of course, making sure that, as I think everyone would want, that where a service is provided for by a disability worker, that is reflected in of course, the wages that the disability worker gets themselves as well. So these pricing issues, absolutely on the radar of the Minister, were dealt with in the context of the review. They are not, like many of the problems in terms of the scheme, not everything is solved by this piece of legislation, but it is definitely in scope for future rounds of legislative reform.
Senator Hanson.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that because your industrial relations bill was same work, same pay. So either you raise everyone else's wages up to those of the NDIS, or you've got to lower the NDIS workers what they're charging that's relevant to the rest of Australians, because it's not in line with your industrial relations bill that you've passed. A letter was sent out, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but a letter was sent out to all participants in the NDI scheme about the cost blowout. And if that be the case, what is, if they are going to continue to overcharge clients, what penalties are going to be imposed on these people, or will you continue to pay their bills when they send in their invoices?
Minister.
Thank you. As I understand it, the Minister wrote to participants in the scheme advising of their rights in relation to overcharging. I'm going to avoid the temptation that you put in front of me in relation to describing the industrial relations principles that sit behind the same job, same pay legislation, Senator. I know that you'll welcome that decision to leave that alone, but just to say that these are I wouldn't encourage me on these issues, but suffice to say that the principles, of course, are quite different. But I understand the motivation behind the question, and the government is attending to those, and will deal with those in future tranches of legislation.
Senator Hanson, I do have other senators who are seeking the call. Do you
blind that I'm going to ask this question about this. I want to ask you about means testing. I noticed that there is no means testing under this scheme whatsoever. So you can have a multi-millionaire, in fact even a billionaire, but I don't think they'd bother going on the scheme. I think they'd pay for it themselves. But there are multi-millionaires, you know, asset-rich and people who are actually on the schemes who can well afford it for themselves. So what we need to actually look at, we means test the age pension, we means test, you know, self-funded retirees, you know, jobs, so, you know, everything else that we means test, and it should be relevant to the fact is whether the person can pay for it or not. Now, I've actually am aware that you're concerned that health should be free to everyone. Yeah, so it shouldn't be means tested, and surely it is, because we have public hospital systems. Free health is available to every Australian. Some may have to wait a long time to get it to other Australians because our system is broken and it's pathetic in some of the states, most states actually, to tell you the truth, and our system. But anyway, that is the case. If you actually believe that it should be free of means testing, then I ask the question then, why aren't you allowing NDIS to people over 67 or pension age? Why aren't you opening it up to everyone? If you feel that health care should be free to everyone, why not older Australians, that it's not available to them? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. Why I say means testing too is that I know of a judge who actually was on NDIS and wanted to have the back decking extended at the back of his property to take down decking to the river. Now that was not necessary, but it was put in. Here you had someone also who was in a position to afford to have extensions done at the house, and of course that was then put in for the taxpayer to pay for it. These are things that, if it's for health reasons that you say, no, we can't, everyone should have health reasons, but if that person is able to pay for extensions or anything that needs to be done to their house that is not immediately connected to their health issues, like a new wheelchair or apparatus or, that they need for their immediate health care, why then are we not means testing people who need to have other assets provided to them when they can clearly afford it?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Hanson, for that question. I think I understand the argument that is made in relation to means testing. I understand how that proposition would attract some support in some quarters. I'll just say that the government's view in relation to the NDIS and universality of the scheme is fundamental. And I just want to explain why we take that approach. It's the same approach that the government takes and previous governments have taken in relation to, as you say, Medicare and the provision of health services. In relation to education services, we don't means test a whole range of services that the government offers. It is true that access to some benefits and some payments is means tested, because there's a relationship between the payment and the objective of the payment, which is about supporting a particular level of income. So there's a policy basis for means testing in relation to the age pension and a range of other benefits or payments that the government makes under the social security system. The principle of universality for the provision of these services is founded in two things. One is efficiency. It is more efficient if we don't add another layer of compliance and do an assessment of individuals' incomes. It would be hard to do, Senator, in relation to children. wouldn't it, really? I think if we think about it for a second, it would be hard to do in relation to children. It would be hard to do in relation to adolescents as they are growing. That would itself contain some unfairness, both unfairness at the time of the assessment and unfairness as people became less eligible for the access to services. Just ask you to consider children and adolescents in that context. But secondly, of course, the second basket of arguments goes to community support. The Australian community, in many respects, supports the Medicare system because all of us have an equal stake in that system. Whether you are on the age pension or whether you are a middle-income worker, whether you are a mining worker or a labour hire worker, whether you are very well-to-do or not, each of us have an interest in the system, support the system, and demand a level of quality in the system. And that consensus and support across the community is undermined if we disengage from those universality principles. If we means-tested access to the scheme, in the government's view, I appreciate it's not your view, but in the government's view, that would undermine support for the scheme. We are determined to embark upon a process of reform here that embeds the scheme for the long term for Australia. That means that people across the political spectrum, across the income divide, in regional Australia and in the city, no matter what their circumstances, that they know that the scheme is fair income, that it provides the kind of services that you would expect and I would expect. And I don't think there's too much difference between what you would expect and I would expect in terms of the kind of services and support that the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the agency should provide to individuals. In terms of the access of people who are over the age of 67, the aged care system is designed for that purpose. That is why there is not an overlapping set of rights and benefits and entitlements that Australians have here. 67 is the appropriate age for the aged care system to jump in to provide those services. Of course, universality itself doesn't mean that there aren't inequities still in the system. It's a universal system for every Australian, every disabled Australian, for their carers and for their families and for their communities. But it is, as you say, for regional Australians where some of these services aren't as readily available. If you're living in a small country town or on a property or in some of our suburbs, those services aren't as readily available. So there are still always going to be inequities in terms of the way that Australians access the scheme. And one of the purposes of the reform process that the government is undertaking is to attend to, in a structural and process and rules sense, in terms of the scope of the scheme, to attend to those inequities as far as they possibly can be, to build fair processes that are fair income for Australians to access the scheme, and to make sure that there is public confidence in the sustainability of the scheme, not just over the course of the coming years, but over the course of the coming generations. Thank
Thank you, Minister. As it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. We will now move to 2-minute statements. And I call Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Under the Labor Albanese government, interest rates are staying higher for longer, and this is having a devastating impact on people in the Great Ipswich region where my Senate office is located in the state of Queensland. I want to just give you some examples of the increase in mortgage repayments across the Ipswich region in various suburbs since the last federal election. For someone buying an average home in Augustine Heights, the increase has been 64.2% or $18,180 a year. $18,000 a year. Someone living in Springfield in an average house, the increase is 58.4% or $16,284 a year. Someone living in Deebing Heights, where the average house costs $700,000, and this is a place where first home buyers buy their first home. Average repayments have increased by 77.6%. That's $18,012 a year. In Ripley, again, a suburb in the Greater Ipswich region where new home buyers, young families are buying their first home. Average home price, $677,000. Increase in average mortgage repayments, 76.4%, or $17,280 a family who's just bought a new home in Ripley near my office. In Rosewood, where the average price of a home has increased to $650,000, an astronomical increase of 108% in mortgage repayments. In Bivau, average home $620,000, increase of 97.1%, and so it goes. Australian families are paying more under Labor.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Our early childhood educators do nation-building, life-changing work every single day, and they deserve to be paid better for what they do for Australian families and for our country. And now, because they have a Labor government, they will be. Our government is funding a 15% wage increase for early childhood educators across Australia. Our educators who do the most important life in the education cycle of a child, whose work has the ability to change the trajectory of a life of a child, whose work means that early interventions happen for children. These workers do an extraordinary job for the little minds that they look after, not to mention the support they provide for families like mine, ensuring mum and dad can work to be productive and participating members of our economy. This wage rise is well overdue for these workers who felt let down and shut out during the pandemic, these workers who have marched in the streets across our country for years, calling for a wage rise, calling for recognition for the critical caring work that they do. Immediately in December, when the first part of this comes in, this will mean about $100 a week for these educators. Later, it'll be closer to $150 a week. That means an awful lot to these educators who do such an incredible job. And importantly, it will be linked to limits in fee increases for the centres who apply to it, meaning that families don't face higher fees because of this measure. These workers do life-changing work. Our economy, our productivity depends on participation, depends on the work they do, not to mention the future of our youngest Australians. This is an incredible thing which could only ever be achieved by a Labor government.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I rise to speak about the state of live music in my hometown of Adelaide. The Crown and Anchor, also affectionately known as the Cranker, is one of Adelaide's most vibrant and loved cultural institutions, home to live music since 1853. With Adelaide designated UNESCO City of Music, the Cranker is the heartbeat of live music in our city, a cultural, a living cultural icon. Yet the Cranker is the latest in a long line of music venues at risk of shutting down, with big developers trying to destroy the hotel, muscle in and make maximum profits. Shutting down the Cranker will be devastating for the future of South Australia's live music scene and our homegrown artists. That's why the South Australian community are coming together in a big fight to save the hotel, with a petition reaching over 24,000 signatures. This Sunday, I'll be joining with my fellow South Australians at 1 p.m. in Victoria Square to save this wonderful living icon. And the threat to the Cranker is just the latest. We know that live music, not just in South Australia, but across the rest of the country, is on a knife edge. From the pandemic right through to the devastation of extreme weather events, the cost of living, people are struggling to be able to put on live performances and keep audiences coming back. We know we need to do much more to support our live music industry if we are to support the next generation of musicians in this country. We cannot wait for another live music venue to be shut down, another festival to be cancelled. Now more than ever, we need support from state and federal governments. Music and art is what makes life worth living.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. My beautiful home state of Queensland, home to so many brilliant and just terrific Australians, is suffering under this Palaszczuk-Miles Labor government. Extraordinarily and not surprising, under Labor, there has been a 104% increase in stolen vehicles since 2015. In 2023, there were 20,190 cars stolen. Under Labor, that means 55 cars every day are being stolen because Labor are soft on crime. But it gets worse. Under Labor, Queensland has recorded the highest 6 months of ambulance ramping in our history, with the state facing a double sucker punch thanks to the Albanese government failing to tackle the primary care crisis, with it never being more expensive to see a doctor now in Queensland. Oh, and it gets worse. We have a record number of Queenslanders trying to get a roof over their head, whilst the Housing Minister continues to deflect any questions on the topic. And with over 45,000 Queenslanders on the social housing waiting list, Labor's time is up. It's time everyday Queenslanders stop paying for Labor's failures, whether it be their mismanagement of the Callide Power Station, which forced power prices up by almost 20%, after exploded due to Labor's maintenance failures, or the Premier spending $170,000 on a twin-jet convoy in the middle of a cost of living crisis. In 74 days, Queenslanders can vote for a real change. In 74 days, Queenslanders can vote for the LNP who will make sure Queensland gets back on track and will make sure we have a Premier who gets on with fixing the crises affecting Queensland.
Senator Green.
Well, thank you very much. Every day, parents trust early educators with the most important people in their world. And every day, Australia asks early educators to do one of the most important jobs imaginable. And our government is making sure that those educators are fairly paid. As a mum of a small child, I know the nerves of drop-offs and the joys of pickups. But I also know the security that I feel as a parent that my child is getting not only the very best care possible, but the very best early education possible as well. That's why a wage increase is so important, because it is thanks to our incredible educators that our youngest Australians are getting the very best start in life, and the wages of educators should reflect that. That's why our government is proudly delivering a 15% wage increase for early childhood educators and care workers. And it will be linked to a cap on fees, because this is incredibly important cost of living relief as well. This is not just about raising wages, it's about making meaningful investment in our children and our nation. It's a win for parents, a win for educators, and a significant step towards gender equity. Now, when we announce a policy like this, sometimes the silence from those opposite is deafening. And the support for early childhood educators is deafening as well. They haven't been as silent this time around. And I just want to raise with the chamber the comments from the LNP Senator Rennick, who said this week in response to this policy that childcare was destroying the family unit and brainwashing children. Well, shame on the LNP for having a position that doesn't support early childhood educators, that doesn't support a pay rise for those important workers, but condemns them instead. Shame on the LNP and shame on Senator Rennick for saying this about childcare workers.
Senator Roberts.
Last week, Opposition Leader Dutton, in a media interview, made a comment that we expected he'd clarify. He hasn't. Here's his interview, the interviewer's question. We saw the terror threat raised to probable yesterday. There are multiple fronts now. One of those has come out of COVID conspiracy theorists, anti-vaxxers. What does it say to you about government overreach and government essentially controlling people's lives and the effects that can have? Peter Dutton's answer, none of that should give rise to the sort of conduct that you're referring to. I would say to anybody in our community, in your family group, where you see somebody's behaviour changing, regardless of their motivation, or if they've changed radically their thoughts about society and government, you need to report that information to ASIO or to the Australian Federal Police as a matter of urgency. End of quote. In 1997, in the legal case Langer versus Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the High Court found, quote, under a legal system based on the common law, everybody is free to do anything, subject only to the provisions of the law, so that one proceeds upon an assumption of freedom of speech and turns to the law to discover the established exceptions to it. To protect human life, free speech stops at incitement to violence against others and at incitement to break the law. Free speech does not stop, as Peter Dutton suggests, merely at criticisms of others. Advocating that Australians be dobbed into ASIO for venting about government COVID measures, destroying their lives, health and families, is a tone-deaf disgrace. In Canada and the UK right now, police response to criticism of the government is underway. Mere attendance at a protest rally without any violent words or acts is now enough to be arrested and imprisoned. Is this a glimpse of the future everyday Australians will endure under the supposedly honourable men and women of the Liberal Party? Under an opposition leader who has come to bury Menzies, not to praise Menzies. I call on the opposition leader to clarify his remarks immediately.
Senator Bragg.
Everyone is concerned that people can be suffering from very poor mental health outcomes if they are lonely, and loneliness has been a significant scourge in recent years. Now, one particular measure which has been deployed by various governments working with the civil society and community groups has been the men's shed. There are over 400 men's sheds in New South Wales, and recently I was able to visit one in Waverley with the Liberal candidate for Wentworth, Roe Knox. And I have to say, in visiting the Waverley men's shed, I was reminded of the disappointment my own father has in my inability to use tools, and it was so good to see men coming together to build particular pieces that would benefit community groups and individuals that have no other way of solving sometimes complex problems. Ladders, particular pieces of equipment are lovingly made there in this men's shed and across New South Wales. So it is really important that we find creative solutions for people who are looking to do good things for the community, but also not to suffer from social isolation and from loneliness. And even just talking about it can be a useful thing for all of us. And so in this particular case, there are concerns that this particular men's shed may be unviable in its current form in terms of not having a location as it's part of a broader development by Uniting. So I'm very keen, as is Roe, to make sure that this men's shed, as all men's sheds across New South Wales, are maintained for the benefit of the community.
Thanks, Senator Bragg. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As a former union organiser, I welcome the long overdue pay rise for more than 200,000 early childhood educators across Australia. I visited centres and had conversations with educators about the fight for better pay and conditions and shining a spotlight on the injustices faced by those who nurture our youngest citizens and do more than just babysitting. I commend the tireless efforts of United Workers Union for their advocacy and persistence to work with the government in securing this significant milestone achievement. However, more needs to be done. Recently, I visited 12 regional towns in 12 days around Western Australia, and I met with many local parents who expressed the dire need for more educators and more early childhood education centres to accommodate the growing needs of the regions. From the Midwest, Gascoyne, Pilbara and Kimberley regions to the Southwest and the Goldfields, I heard about the urgent need for reinvestment back into the towns for better productivity and growth. With the median age sitting between 30 to 37 years in these regions, it is crucial to understand that early childhood education is an essential service for regional families. As I heard time and time again, one size does not fit all. Among many places, I visited the Child and Parent Centre in Kununurra and learnt about their extensive wait list, the lack of workforce, and the need for cultural sensitivity training at centres when engaging with families from diverse backgrounds. I implore members of the government to visit the regions in WA to address the workforce shortage and give every family, regardless of their postcode, the opportunity to accessible, affordable and appropriate early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Whish-Wilson.
This is an important and troubling week for our environment. And Senators, it's worth contemplating how in the middle of an extinction and biodiversity crisis, two of the planet's most iconic conservationists and earth defenders, Captain Paul Watson and Dr. Bob Brown, are both facing potential jail sentences this week for simply protesting and protecting nature. Sadly and infuriatingly, this potential imprisonment is a sign of our times. Captain Paul Watson has been detained in Greenland and will on Thursday face a potential extradition to Japan. Remember, it was Captain Paul Watson's anti-whaling activities in the Southern Ocean that ended Japan's illegal whaling, declared illegal by the International Court of Justice. And we watched summer after summer in horror as they continued the barbaric practice of whaling, slaughtering these beautiful creatures in our Southern Ocean. And it was the activists that put an end to that. And Captain Paul Watson was on his way to our northern oceans to stop the slaughter of endangered fin whales. And I thank our Federal Environment Minister for condemning Japan's continuation of this whaling. And Dr. Bob Brown, in Wednesday this week, is facing potential imprisonment for defending swift parrot habitat, one of the most critically endangered species in our nation. Protecting the environment shouldn't be illegal. And if we have laws that are criminalising protesting our environment, then we need to change the laws, and we need to change them in this place, because that's where it gets done.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, recently, Prime Minister Albanese appointed the Minister for Immigration to the housing portfolio. Our country needs a housing minister who can deliver. And if there's one thing that can be said about the former immigration minister, she knows how to deliver. She is, after all, the one who delivered record migration, nearly 1 million new migrants to this country in around 2 years, having created excessive demand for housing by bringing in migrants by the truckloads, her words. She is now tasked with boosting housing supply. If only we had enough tradies to build our homes, if only the people could even afford to build a home, if only our immigration policy under Minister O'Neill had prioritised more skilled tradesmen rather than yoga teachers. The truth is the former immigration minister failed miserably in that portfolio, and and I think she's going to be even worse for housing. Dwelling approvals are running 32% below the government's target. The cash rate at its highest point since 2011. Construction costs up by 40% since just 2020. If only all those yoga teachers were good with a hammer and a chisel. Minister, rather than spending the next few years talking about houses that we all know are not going to materialise, save yourself some heartache with a 30-second phone call. Call the poor bugger who replaced you as the Immigration Minister and just tell the poor guy to slash the intake. And Minister, while you're at it, make another phone call to our good friend, Treasurer Chalmers, and tell the Treasurer, stop spending money. How's about that one? Stop spending money. Then, and only then, Minister, can we fix the housing crisis. Thank you.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you. Today I rise to proudly celebrate the 11 exceptional Tasmanian athletes who have represented Australia at the Paris Olympics and Paralympics. Despite its size, Tasmania has produced a stellar group of dedicated Olympians, earning 2 gold, 2 silver and 2 bronze medals and setting a new national record at the Paris Games. Eddie Ockenden, our flag bearer and 5-time Olympian, exemplified unity, leading the men's hockey team to a 6th place finish with teammate Josh Belts. Maddie Brooks shone in her Olympic debut with the Hockey Roos, scoring against the United States. Stuart McSwain showcased his versatility in the men's 1500 and 5,000 metre events. Georgia Baker displayed remarkable skills in the Omnium, Team Pursuit and Madison track cycling. Congratulations to Sarah Hoare for her historic 4th place in the rowing women's 8 final, the best result ever for an Australian women's 8 team. Hats off to Jacob Despard and his running mates in the men's 4x100 relay for setting a new national record. Well done to Alana Smith, who helped the Opals clinch bronze in the basketball just last night. In the pool, Max Giuliani impressed in the men's 4x200 freestyle relay by finishing with a bronze on his Olympic debut. And who could forget Ariane Titmus? Whether it was 200, 400 or the 800 metre freestyle, she absolutely made a splash in Paris and dazzled with 2 golds and 2 silver medals. What a phenomenal performance. Bravo, Arnie. As the closing ceremony wrapped up this morning, let's also give a shout out to Alexandra Viney, who is getting ready for the rowing mixed Cox 4 at the Paralympics. Regardless of medals or records, all of these athletes are an inspiration to us. So let's celebrate their commitment to representing Australia and our beautiful island state. I'm proud of you all, and Tasmania is proud of you all as well.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy, you know, a home is so important. Housing is a human right. We all deserve a home where we feel safe, where we can go at the end of the day and close the door on the world outside. Young people especially need a safe home, but youth homelessness is on the rise in Tasmania. And that really scares me. We should be looking after our young people, not allowing them to struggle. So how do we do that? We need to build more homes to get more people off the streets, to get them out of the tents that are in our parks and out of the cars that are hiding in the dark. None of these places is a home, and it's up to us to take the lead and do something about this situation. Not all homes are a 3-bedder with a picket fence and a clothesline out the back and room for a dog. Some homes are bigger, some are smaller, others are stacked on top of each other in an apartment block. My point is that we have to look at all the different options for housing so we can house as many people as possible. We have to consider more medium and high-density developments in cities and large towns. Those homes must be sustainable, fitted with solar hot water services, good insulation and well-designed to eliminate or at least minimise as many of those bills that we're all struggling with at the moment. And councils, as the planning authorities, must work with us on this mission to beat homelessness and approve developments for social and affordable housing. I worked hard to get the government to guarantee Tasmania would receive 1,200 affordable homes as part of the Housing Australia Future Fund. We all deserve a home in a community that is equipped to support and protect its residents. And that's something that we're all here to do. That's all our aim, to help the lives and the conditions of all the people that elected us here to Parliament. But you know what? Our young people will vote one day as well. And they have the same right to home and community that we that vote do.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator McKim.
In late 2022, one of Tasmania's most ardent and admirable forest defenders, Dr Lisa Searle, was tree-sitting in Coop SH045A at Snow Hill in Tasmania's Eastern Tiers. Her tree sit was part of the Bob Brown Foundation's peaceful defence of Tasmania's forests. While there, Dr Searle witnessed 2 swift parrots, a beautiful, critically endangered little parrot, land in the tree she was sitting in. On the 8th of November 2022, Dr Searle vacated her tree sit at the request of police. Shortly after that, the tree Dr Searle had been sitting in, a magnificent ancient eucalypt, was deliberately cut down. This destruction was not only spiteful, it was illegal. It was illegal because there is indisputable evidence that Forestry Tasmania officers were informed of the presence of swift parrots prior to the destruction of this tree. This tree was owed protection under the Forest Practices Code, under the relevant Forest Practices Plan, and therefore under Tasmanian law. But it was peaceful forest defenders, including Dr Bob Brown, who were arrested in that coup, and not the people who cut that tree down in direct contravention of Tasmanian law. This needs to be investigated by Tasmania Police. The Labor Party and the Liberal Party here in Canberra and down in Tasmania are colluding to destroy magnificent carbon-rich forests that are home to spectacular and unique species. Those are crimes against nature and climate. It is time to end native forest logging.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Kovacic.
Earlier this month, I was fortunate to be able to take part in the 2024 Mike Powell public speaking competition alongside my friends, the member for Barara and the Honourable Natalie Ward, MLC, as judges. The Mike Powell speaking competition is the premier public speaking competition for the New South Wales Young Liberals and, importantly, raises funds for mental health services. The competition is named in honour of a former member of the Northcote Young Liberal branch, Mike Powell, who lost his life to suicide in 2011. It was particularly special to be joined by Mike's parents, Jenny and Keith Powell, for the evening, who were so kind to share how much the evening meant to them in honouring their son's memory. Congratulations to the winners of this competition, Flinders Brogden and Chelsea Burgess-Hannon, on their excellent speeches, as well as highly commended Ariane Ilkani and the other competitors, Abby Smith, Nicholas Chavarini, Riley Palmer, Oliver Griffiths and Bella Manticore. The event raised over $4,000 for local mental health services. And I want to congratulate the Hornsby-Barara Young Liberal branch, led by Francis Bolster, for putting on such an impressive event. It was an important showcase of the breadth of talent in our New South Wales Young Liberal team, and as federal patron of the Young Liberals, I'm really proud of our young Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Australians are clearly facing significant challenges at the moment. The cost of living has risen and there are global security concerns. The world is undergoing its most significant shift in energy production since the Industrial Revolution. This is why I joined my esteemed colleague, the Honourable Minister for Climate Change, Chris Bowen, at Mount Piper, the Lithgow coal power station, just a couple of weeks ago. Now, this site is set to become the location under the Liberal National Party of a potential nuclear site. Clearly, we have a different vision and it will be the location of a new renewable energy hub very, very soon. But for the Liberal National Party, what they're promising is 30 to 40 years down the track. It's a speculative policy at best and it lacks economic sense. The projected cost of this foolishness from those opposite is $600 billion, which would generate, at best,
about 3.7% of Australia's energy mix. This is nearly double the cost of AUKUS. It's $20 billion more than the total tax revenue collected by the Australian government of $580 billion in the 2023 financial year. It is not only financially crazy, but it could lead to financial ruin for less than 4%, just 4% of our energy grid. Now, during the recent roundtable discussion with Minister Bowen in Lithgow, where we went when those opposite didn't bother, the community representatives gave very clear feedback. They are pressing in their demand for jobs and support now, not on some flight of fancy and a potential of a job 30 to 40 years down the track. Nuclear, no solution for the people of Lithgow.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. We'll now move to question time, and I call Senator Wong.
I seek leave to make a short statement regarding ministerial arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is
Thank
granted,
you.
Minister.
For the information of senators, I table a revised ministry list. The revised list reflects the changes to the ministry announced by the Prime Minister on the 28th of July 2024. Can I first acknowledge the appointment of Senator Malarndirri McCarthy to Cabinet as Minister for Indigenous Australians, and I know she will make us proud. Can I also acknowledge the very talented Senator McAllister as Minister for Cities and Minister for Emergency Management. These appointments are well deserved and a reflection of the Prime Minister's confidence in a talented and united Cabinet government that is focused every day on working to deliver better outcomes and more opportunities for all Australians. I would also like to recognise Senator Carol Brown, who has stood aside as Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. Senator Brown has always served Labor and Tasmania with principle and dedication, from her leadership in the Tasmanian branch of our party to delivering safer roads and a stronger transport industries Assistance Minister, and I thank her for her contribution and wish her well. As a consequence of the addition of 2 ministers in the Senate, changes have been made to arrangements concerning representation of ministers in the House of Representatives in this chamber, and I seek...
Order.
We will make sure that you hear as much from him as you deserve.
Ask the right question.
I seek leave to have the revised list incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Wong, will you, on that matter? Senator Birmingham.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement regarding the ministerial arrangements.
Leave is granted. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. I thank the Senate. Can I firstly extend congratulations to Senator McCarthy and Senator McAllister on your appointments to the ministry and to Cabinet in your case, Senator McCarthy. It is a great honour for both of you, and we are pleased to recognise that the Senate is being better recognised in the Albanese ministry after the Scullin government equalling low of Senate representation in the ministry that had been achieved in the first ministry. Senator Brown, we do wish you well in particular and acknowledge your service. I do note the tabling of the revised ministerial arrangements and representational arrangements. President, I note the document is dated the 29th of July, yet has only just been circulated in the chamber prior to our entering here. Previous ministerial arrangements have been put on the PM&C website with some days' notice before the Senate sits. Whether it's disorganisation or discourtesy is only a matter for the government to answer, but it certainly shows a lack of regard for all non-government senators in their preparation for question time.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. We'll now move to question time, and I'll call Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, both the Treasurer and the Prime Minister have falsely claimed that government spending is not fuelling inflation, and they have even boasted that they are making the RBA's job easier. On Thursday, when asked why the RBA had attributed a worsening outlook for underlying inflation to government spending, the Prime Minister said that's not what they've said. However, the RBA's statement on monetary policy is crystal clear. Quote, "Public demand is forecast to be stronger than previously expected, reflecting recent public spending announcements by federal and state and territory governments." Minister, why is the Albanese government deliberately misrepresenting and contradicting precisely what the RBA is saying?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
President, what I can say is those on this side and all of the members of the Albanese government, from the Prime Minister through the Cabinet and Ministry and the whole of the caucus, understand how hard things are for so many Australians. We understand how many families and pensioners are doing it tough. And so our first priority has been to work out how we can deliver cost of living relief in a responsible way. And that is why you have seen the range of responsible measures that this government has put in place, including the tax cuts, which are flowing through to workers from the 1st of July. I would take the point that the opposition is making and note this. The opposition is very good at talking about what needs to happen. They're very good at telling people that we actually need to spend less. But do you know what they're not prepared to do? Tell us what they cut. They're not prepared to tell us what they cut. I mean, is it exactly? I mean, is it housing? Is it health? Is it hospitals? Is it pensions? Is it social security? What is it that you would be proposing to cut? We know that Senator Ruston has I think it was Senator Hume as recently as last week was already again raising concerns about tax cuts. Well, she and Mr Dutton should come forward to the Australian people and say that, tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. Are you actually proposing to roll back the tax cuts, which is what you said when they were originally announced? The point is here, we have a situation where the government, across comparable economies worldwide, is dealing with an inflation challenge. We
Thank you,
have worked through that and we are continuing to work.
Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. I refer the Minister to George Washington University Assistant Professor Stephen Hamilton's statement that, and I quote, "The RBA is notoriously reticent to even come close to criticising the government. The fact they decided to point to high public demand in explaining sticky inflation is the central bank equivalent of screaming from the rooftops what the causes of the problem are." Minister, is the RBA having to scream their concerns from the rooftops because the Prime Minister has his head buried in the sand?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
We are very clear about the priority that we are giving to affording cost of living relief for Australians. And that's because this caucus understands that Australians are doing it tough. And if the proposition from those who purport to be the alternative government is they want to somehow reduce the support that Australians are getting, if they want to roll back tax cuts, if they don't want to proceed with wage increases, if they don't want to proceed with energy bill relief, then they should say that. They should say that. But, you know, they're not prepared to do that, are they? Because they want to have a dishonest debate where they come in and quote academics at us but have no answer on the issue of cost of living. The only answer you have on cost of living is complaint. That's the only answer they have on cost of living. It's complaint. What they won't do is come in here and tell people if they think government spending should be cut, what are they cutting?
Has expired. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, prior to the election, Mr Albanese said, "I won't blame someone else, I'll accept responsibility. That's what leaders do." Does the Prime Minister accept, as the Reserve Bank of Australia has said, that public demand is forecast to be stronger than previously expected? Is government spending higher than had been expected and forecast?
Minister Wong.
The Prime Minister absolutely takes responsibility for leading the government through in a time of rising cost of living and takes responsibility for delivering responsible assistance, responsible relief to Australian families and Australian pensioners and more. That is what the Prime Minister is very clear about. He has made it clear it is his and the government's #1 priority to deal with cost of living. We understand how hard it is for so many Australians, but unlike the opposition, we are getting on with the job of providing cost of living relief. We are getting on with the job of ensuring that tax cuts are provided, are rolled out, childcare wage increases, Medicare boost, plus cheaper medicines, and of course the energy bill relief. And how many of those policies do you oppose? How many of those policies do you oppose? And how many of those policies would you roll back? Why don't you tell Australians that?
Thank
you won't
you,
come
Minister.
in here and actually be honest about what you want to do.
Your time has expired. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. In the 5 weeks since we last sat in this place, the Albanese Labor government has shown yet again that we are working every day to deliver for all Australians, and that our #1 priority is delivering cost of living relief. Can the Minister please tell the Senate what work the government has been doing? In particular, how is the government helping Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, thank you, Senator Walsh. And Senator Walsh, like all of the Labor caucus, understands that Australians are struggling with the cost of living. And that is why the government's #1 priority is to deliver cost of living relief in a responsible way. That is why the government put into place tax cuts, which came into effect on the 1st of July, delivering every Australian taxpayer a tax cut, not just some, but every Australian taxpayer, an additional $62 a week for the average family. We want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. That's why we've backed a 3rd consecutive pay rise for 2.6 million paid workers. Real wages grew more in the past year than they did in the entire 10 years that those opposite were in power. 10 years that those opposite were in power. And that is why the Albanese government will fund a 15% wage increase for early childhood education and care workers. And that pay rise will be tied to a commitment from childcare centres to limit fee increases. These are just some of the practical ways in which the government is working to address the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing. That is also why every Australian household is getting $300 in energy bill relief, and the government is delivering cheaper medicines, more homes, more quickly, fee-free TAFE, HECS relief and more. And how many of these policies were opposed and remain opposed by those opposite? Those opposite who continue to come in here and talk about cost of living concerns, but at the same time voting against or arguing against cost of living relief measures that the government is putting in place. Well, we know, unlike the Liberals and Nationals, that cost of living relief matters to Australians, and we are determined to continue to deliver responsible relief to Australians.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Minister for that response. Can the Minister please explain to the Senate how the Albanese Labor government's recent announcement that it will fund a 15% wage increase for early childhood education and care workers will help workers with the cost of living and also assist families?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And can I make the point that Senator Walsh, as a leader in her union for so many years, is one of a number of leaders for whom the early childhood education and care workers' pay and conditions has been such a priority, and she and others on this side of the chamber should feel very proud of the work they have done both outside and inside the parliament to deliver, work with workers seeking these pay increases and to deliver them through government. This is a 15% relief increase which brings together a set of priorities that are important to the Albanese Labor government. Real help with the cost of living, fair wages for workers, investing in the future and economic equity for women. It will be phased in over 2 years, and from December this year there will be a 10% increase. This means a typical educator will receive a pay rise of $103 per week.
Has expired. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister please inform the Senate why the Albanese Labor government's policies are in the best interests of all Australians and how we are focused on delivering plans that lead to lower power prices, lower grocery prices and lower housing prices?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Wong. Order.
Well, can I finish what I was going to say first about early childhood education workers? As I said, a typical educator paid at the award rate will receive a pay rise of at least $103 per week. The wage increase will be tied to a commitment from centres to limit fee increases, a very important condition that will keep downward pressure on fees for families. And unlike Mr Dutton's team, including Senator Rennick, those of us on this side of the chamber understand the value of early childhood education and care, and what I would venture to say is so does the Australian community. When it comes to cost of living relief, well, what we know is the Liberals and Nationals oppose it every chance they get. They voted 48 times against industrial relations laws to get wages moving, 6 times in the Senate to stop cheaper medicine. On cheaper childcare, Senator Hume said it's certainly not the policy we would have introduced. They voted against energy price relief, social housing and fee-free TAFE.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, last week the RBA confirmed that struggling Australian households should not expect a rate cut in interest rates this year. The RBA's chief economist told the Senate Cost of Living Committee last week that the board needed to see softer growth in public spending before it could cut rates. But I understand that the Labor government's spending has increased by $315 billion, and in response the RBA has more than doubled its forecast for government spending. Why are you making decisions that are keeping interest rates higher for longer and costing Australian families who are already doing it tough?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Hume for the question, and I'm pleased that Senator Hume used the figure of $315 billion because, as Senator Hume would know, that a significant component of that is automatic indexation for pensions. So I presume so you're going to cut pensions, are you? So you're going to cut pensions. There we have it. There we have it. Pensions are going to be cut. Senator Hume has just confirmed that pensions will be cut. Order. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but Senator Hume has now confirmed that that is their approach. So, in that $315 billion there are investments in Medicare, so that's going to be cut too, I presume. The energy bill relief, the money that we're putting in to ensure that childcare costs are cheaper. Childcare costs have come down 11% with our investment. Are they going to be cut? This is where you can't talk out both sides of your mouth like they do every single day. They complain about spending, but they won't explain what they are going to cut if they got given the chance. And as the RBA Governor said last week, when she confirmed that we were doing the job we needed to do and they were doing the job they needed to do, well, let me quote from you, if you hadn't heard, when the bank governor said, governments have a job to do and I have a job to do. My job and the Reserve Bank's job is to get inflation down. Governments have a different job. Their job is to get inflation down, and they acknowledge that, but it's also to provide services and infrastructure for the Australian people, unless, of course, you have a Liberal government, in which case you cut those services and infrastructure. She goes on to say, and so they need to do that at the same time as they need to focus on keeping inflation down. Here it is. So my personal view is that they are doing what they can do in that area, and I am doing what I can do in that area.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplement.
Thank you, Madam President. The Prime Minister last week said his policies would put downward pressure on inflation. But the RBA's chief economist told the Senate Cost of Living Committee, in terms of being a sustained return to target, that's not something we can see coming from those particular policies. Does the government accept the advice of the RBA's chief economist?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I think it's all covered in the statement on monetary policy when the bank does acknowledge that headline inflation will, with energy bill price relief, will put downward pressure on headline inflation. But underlying inflation, which is what the Shadow Treasurer has focused on and says it's the more important measure, has moderated for 6 consecutive quarters. 6 consecutive annual quarters we have seen moderation in underlying inflation. And if those opposite are cross and losing their mind over inflation with a 3 in front of it, imagine how furious they must have been at themselves when it had a 6 in front of it. Imagine. At the point that government was handed over, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and you had a budget which spent $40 billion.
Order, Senator Hume.
They are the measures. They're the decisions you took when inflation was the highest. You went on a spending spree.
The time has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, the ABS confirmed that the cost of living had increased for working Australian households by 6.2% in the last year alone. Since the election, real disposable income has fallen by 7.8% per person. The cost of living is skyrocketing under this government. Why is Labor relying on spin and tricks during this cost of living crisis? Why don't you have a plan to sustainably reduce inflation?
Order. Order. Senator Wong, Senator Watt, sorry. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Inflation is moderating. It continues to moderate. That is what the bank says in their statement on monetary policy. It's what the Treasury forecasts say. And in terms of, again, talking out both sides of your mouth from the opposition, not wanting to spend but then saying what's your actual plan, tax cuts for every taxpayer. We've halved inflation since coming to government. We've got records job growth. We've doubled wages growth. And do you know what? And this one must really hurt those opposite. We've turned significant Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses. That is what we are doing. The bank has acknowledged that running surplus budgets are helping in the putting downward pressure on inflation. We inherited inflation with a 6 in front of it. Not every taxpayer was getting a tax cut, and we have turned all that around, and we are delivering surpluses at the same time.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Come on down. Minister, your government promised to implement the Statement from the Heart, the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, when elected in 2022, and have been pursuing this in opposition for many years before. For the past 2 years, this government, led by the Prime Minister, have attended the annual Garma Festival in the Northern Territory, telling not just the Australian people but First Nations people that they will support a Makarrata Commission as part of this commitment. Why did the Prime Minister just a fortnight ago change this approach, whitewash and water down the important concept of Makarrata, the Yolngu word that has been gifted to the nation, to say that it just means coming together in a struggle after a struggle?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Cox for the question, my very first as the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Thank you, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more to come. Yes, Garma was an important weekend for not only the Prime Minister but also the previous Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney, who I also would like to commend for her work and her energy in terms of improving the lives for Indigenous people. It was good to attend Garma with both her and the Prime Minister, and our commitment to the Uluru Statement from the Heart is very much a strong commitment, President. We remain firm, Senator Cox, in terms of the principles.
Order. Please continue, Minister.
We remain committed to the principles of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, voice, treaty,
Order.
truth. And we were the ones under our Prime Minister who kept that commitment and went to the referendum. So going to Garma, President, was the opportunity to be with the people, unlike members opposite, who were certainly invited to be a part of that, and to come together with the Yolngu people, but also most First Nations people who did travel there for the weekend. And we saw that as an opportunity to reset, regroup, regather, and that's precisely what we were doing. Listening to First Nations people. Unlike those opposite, people were really hurt by the outcome of the referendum, and this was our opportunity to meet with them. First Nations people who largely voted yes, Senator Henderson, across our communities in Northern Australia. It mattered. It still matters. And as the CEO of the Yothu Yindi Foundation, Denise Bowden, said, it was
Thank you, Minister.
soul-shattering.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Cox first. Order. Order. Across the chain. Senator McKenzie. Senator McKenzie, when I call order, that includes you. I have Senator Cox on her feet. Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, pre-election in 2022, your Labor conference adopted Makarrata as a policy. It was pre-costed at $27.7 million, and you even put $5.8 million in the 2022 budget to commence work on establishing an independent Makarrata Commission to oversee processes for agreement making and truth-telling. Why is this Labor government now, particularly the Prime Minister, breaking this election promise to the Australian people and gaslighting First Nations people about this election promise?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Let me be very clear to the Senate. There is certainly no gaslighting going on in terms of this discussion. And there certainly is great sincerity by the Prime Minister and this government in terms of our relationships with First Nations people. There is none of that going on, Senator Cox. And in fact, if anything, we knew from listening to the people at Garma that we had to keep going in this space. What was disappointing, President, was while we were there, the opposition leader chose to use that time, instead of appearing at Garma where he had been invited, he chose that time to say no to Makarrata. He said no to the voice. And we learned from that experience that unless there is bipartisan support, unless there is bipartisan support, that hurt.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Wong. Order. Senator Cash, I have called you to order. Not you personally, but I am now calling you personally to order. Minister McCarthy.
And we certainly learnt, unless there is bipartisan support, it's very difficult to pursue.
Time. Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the Prime Minister in the media interview at Garma this year both reneged and walked back this commitment on not just the policy, the budget line item and the promise. Will your government commit to supporting the Uluru Statement from the Heart's Makarrata Commission as scripted in 2017, accept the terms in which it needed to be implemented in full, and stop denying First Nations people justice in this country by supporting the development of formal truth-telling agreement making in an independent Makarrata Commission?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Cox, we are supportive of your bill before the Senate in terms of an inquiry to consult across the country, and that in itself will certainly indicate to this Parliament and this Senate, and certainly to this government, the impact that having such a commission could possibly have. But as I said in the previous response, we learnt from the referendum and the pain and hardship that that created to First Nations people in this country was the fact that there was no bipartisan support. And we will not endeavour down that pathway without the support of the opposition. The opposition leader made it very clear on that weekend that he was not going to do that. And so that makes that pathway very difficult to tread.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Green.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. We know that many Australians are doing it tough right now, and that is why our budget focused on providing cost of living relief to all Australians whilst putting downward pressure on inflation. Can the Minister please outline cost of living relief that was in the budget, and what further costs of living measures has the government taken to support Australians since the 1st of July?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Green for that question and for the opportunity to update the Senate again about the measures that the government is taking to ensure that we're providing as much cost of living relief as we can, whilst also tackling the inflation challenge in the economy. So in the budget we had tax cuts for every taxpayer, not just some. We had energy bill relief for households and small businesses that will start rolling out now. We're backing a third consecutive pay rise for Australia's 2.6 minimum low-paid workers, those that rely on the minimum wage. We've invested more into Medicare and, of course, into cheaper medicines, making it cheaper for people to buy those medicines, and particularly for people who are on long-term medications. Waiving $3 billion in university debt for more than 3 million Australians, increasing rent assistance for nearly 1 million households. Of course, and importantly, and something that many on this side of the chamber have lobbied for, paying super on paid parental leave so that women, predominantly women, when they take that PPL, are not penalised further for time out of the paid workforce. Extending the deeming rates freeze for 876,000 income support recipients and getting a fairer deal for consumers at the supermarket checkout. The numbers also show that we are managing the economy better than the coalition ever did. We've delivered back-to-back surpluses. We've got gross debt will peak 9.7% lower than what the opposition forecast, and because we worked hard to reduce that debt, Australians will pay $80 billion less in interest costs. We've slashed the coalition's spending growth. Inflation remains a challenge, but is less than half its peak and is much lower than the 6.1% we inherited at the election. Wage growth is almost double, and Australians now have a government that supports wages growth through the Fair Work Commission processes, and we've created nearly 930,000 jobs since the election.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Green, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Albanese government respects and values the work of our early childhood educators, caring for our children and making sure they get the best start in life. Under Labor's pay rise, childcare workers will, on average, have $107 more in their pay packet each week. Can the Minister please outline how this initiative will also save money for parents who have kids in childcare?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Green, and maybe a little bit of self-interest there for someone with a real-life experience of having a little one in early childhood education and care. But we were very pleased last week to announce our investment in early childhood educators, in ensuring that they are paid properly, but also importantly that those increased wage costs that come with that aren't going to be footed by parents around this country. They're already paying a significant amount for their children to be in these centres, and so it was important that government provide further assistance. Now, this ensures that that highly feminised workforce, over 90% of the workers in that workforce are women, and no surprise that it's been underpaid and undervalued for too long. This addresses that, but also puts a cap on the increases that centres can charge parents, because we don't want parents footing the bill for these additional investments.
Thank you. Senator Green, second supplementary.
Well, thanks, Minister. Like you and others on this side, I am so proud to be part of a government so focused on early childhood education and care. Can the Minister please outline why the government has been so focused on cost of living relief, and what would be the impact on Australians if the government had taken a slash and burn approach to the budget?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Green for that question and for the opportunity to imagine what it could have been like if you didn't have a government that was serious about tackling inflation, but also at the same time ensuring that we're providing the services and investments that our community needs. So that's why the tax cuts going to every taxpayer were important. It's why our jobs growth has been such an important part. More people in work earning good money. Wages growth. That's why we've pushed so hard for improvements in wages growth and in aged care and childcare, those highly feminised industries, underpaid for too long. We are addressing that. And based on what those opposite have told us, we would have had lower pensions. Pensioners would have had to pay. We would have definitely had higher power prices. We know that because they didn't support energy bill relief. We would have had people paying higher taxes, particularly those on middle and lower incomes would have been paying higher taxes, and there would have been lower wages. So those three things together: higher power, lower wages and higher taxes.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Attorney-General, and I believe it may be Senator Murray Watt. Officers of the Australian Federal Police are the lowest paid in Australia. A constable in the Western Australian Police Force makes a minimum of $83,000 a year, while their equivalent in the AFP makes less than $70,000. A sergeant in Victoria's police force makes a minimum of $123,000, while their equivalent in the AFP makes under $103,000. Given their unique and critical role in national security, not to mention a national cost of living crisis, why has the government allowed pay for AFP officers to remain the lowest in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Hanson. At the outset, I want to recognise on behalf of the government that we really deeply value the important work that AFP officers do every day to keep our community safe. Obviously, they play a particular role around this parliament and in some cases with individual members of this parliament, but more generally they do extremely important work to keep our community safe. As everyone is aware, there are negotiations going on at the moment in relation to a new enterprise bargaining agreement with the Australian Federal Police services, and I do recognise the right of all employees to take responsible and legally appropriate protected action where that's allowed for under the law, to the extent that those actions are safe and do not cause disruption or affect community safety and national security. The reality is that, as in so many other parts of the workforce, some of the issues surrounding the wages and conditions that are experienced by AFP officers are a legacy of 10 years of a coalition government. We have seen that the case across the public sector workforce, and unfortunately the coalition's policy of keeping low wages in place applied to the AFP as it did to various other employees of the federal government. I'm confident that the Attorney-General, Minister Dreyfus, is handling this role appropriately, and I'm certainly very hopeful that we can achieve an agreement with the AFP officers as soon as possible. That would obviously be in everyone's interest. I note that the AFP is committed to ensuring operational continuity and community safety at all times, and we certainly have confidence in the AFP to approach these negotiations in that spirit, and as I say, we're confident that before too long we will be able to get an agreement reached.
Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, in 22-23 the attrition rate for the AFP was 6.3%. This is extremely high for a police force. A survey by the AFP Association found 92% of officers don't have the necessary resources to cope with their workloads or the stresses of a job that sees them deal with matters like international pedophile syndicates. Training these officers in some specialist roles like child protection can take years and a significant taxpayer investment, which is lost to us when an officer leaves the AFP. Will the government consider offering
Senator Hanson, your
officers
time for asking the question has expired. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Hanson. While I don't have the details in front of me, I'm sure that already a pay rise has been offered to AFP services as part of these negotiations. Of course, that hasn't been accepted, as is the case often during negotiations, and I recognise that the result of the vote for the proposed AFP enterprise agreement was announced on the 3rd of June, with the majority of voting AFP members voting no to the AFP's enterprise agreement offer. It was obviously a matter for each AFP member to decide their own position on the offer, and I respect the decision of AFP officers in that vote. I'm sure that the AFP and the government will both continue productive negotiations with bargaining representatives and the involved unions. Certainly, from the government's point of view, we're very keen to conduct this bargaining in good faith, and I'm sure the AFP do as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Thank you. Well, 68% of officers told the survey they would leave the force unless a better offer was made. Now, officers of the AFP are planning industrial action in Canberra to demand recognition that they are not desk-bound public servants able to enjoy flexible work from home provisions in exchange for a lower 11.2% pay rise. They deserve a better deal. Your IR Relations Bill is same pay, same work, same pay. Will you
thank you, Senator
do the same
Hanson.
for the
Your
AFP?
time for asking the question has expired. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Hanson. And as Senator Green points out, I'm glad you recognise that the government passed laws that were referred to as same job, same pay. And my recollection is that you voted against those laws, Senator Hanson. So it's very interesting now that you're calling on us to follow a principle that you were not prepared to follow for any worker. Senator Hanson, you were not prepared to follow that principle for any worker, whether it be police officers in the AFP, whether it be coal miners in central Queensland or any other worker who is experiencing that issue. Of course, Australian federal police officers have every right to negotiate, to take whatever action they wish to in line with those laws that we passed. But as I say, we very much respect the work that AFP officers do each and every day. It is dangerous work, it is important work, and that is why the government has put forward an offer which has been rejected by AFP officers, but I'm confident that those negotiations will continue constructively.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. During the election campaign, Prime Minister Albanese said, "I'll tell you what I'll be doing is this. If I ever do make a mistake, I'll put my hand up, I'll own it, I'll take responsibility and I'll set about fixing it." Will the Prime Minister now be true to his word and apologise to the Australian people for his disastrous mistake in abolishing the ABCC and giving effective control of the construction sector in Australia to his union mates in the CFMEU, which has allowed bribery, corruption, bullying, intimidation, violence and criminal activity to flourish on our nation's construction sites?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, one thing, there are a few things in life we can always count on. Sunrise, sunset, Senator Cash having a go about trade unions. Yep.
Order.
Senator Cash, you tell me not to be...
Minister Wong. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash, you've asked your question. I'm going to ask you to listen in silence, and Senator McKenzie, you will listen in silence as well. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I know that the Senator always likes to come in here and talk about trade unions and make a whole range of allegations. We've seen that. Well, I have...
Order. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash, I specifically asked you to listen in silence. I would ask that you respect the orders that I give. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. But the truth is, this government is taking the strongest possible action to clean up the CFMEU. We believe that criminals and bikies have no place in the trade union movement. They certainly, apart from being...
Order. Order. Order on my right as well. Minister, please continue.
Well, how about you take responsibility for this? Every allegation was occurring while your ABCC was there. Why don't you take responsibility for that? It's an inconvenient truth, isn't it? Inconvenient truth. But the truth is these allegations are disturbing and they require urgent action. And the legislation before the chamber is about ensuring that action is taken. That is why, and I know that Senator Cash, whether it's on work choices or on industrial relations laws more generally, or on the construction union, will always look to make a political point rather than actually ensure the outcome is achieved. And the outcome that needs to be achieved is the cleaning up of the CFMEU. That is the outcome that needs to be achieved. And that is what this government and this minister will be doing, while you are failing to recall what you did in government, and you failed to do the right thing.
Senator Hanson, first supplementary. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Senator Cash. First supplementary.
Thank you. And given the fact that you and the Prime Minister are still clearly, based on that answer, in denial about the consequences of your actions in abolishing the ABCC, why should the Australian people trust your government to clean up the CFMEU, particularly given your government has spent the last 2 years giving them everything they want?
Just a moment, Senator Wong. Senator McKenzie, I specifically asked you during the last question to listen in silence. You completely ignored that direction. I'm going to ask again. I expect the chamber to listen in silence. Minister Wong.
peddling inaccuracies does not make them correct, Senator.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash, when I asked for silence in the chamber, I'm not sure which part of that statement you think didn't apply to you. It does apply to you. I'm asking you to listen in silence. Minister Wong.
I again say peddling inaccuracies, as that question was replete with, does not make them true. Since the abolition of the ABCC, the number of days lost to industrial disputes has fallen by 30%. The reality is the ABCC was ineffective and a waste of taxpayers' money, a disaster for productivity in the sector, and it did little to address the exploitation of workers, something you don't like to listen to, do you? Senator Cash, when was the last time you actually stood up and talked about the exploitation of workers? When was the last time you actually talked about the exploitation of workers? We want safe, fair workplaces for all Australians. That is what we want. We are determined to clean up the CFMEU. The allegations which occurred on your watch are disturbing. They need to be resolved, and Senator Watt is focused on doing so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Former Minister Tony Burke left behind a disaster in the Australian construction sector because of his CFMEU-friendly legislation.
Order.
Yet instead of sacking him, the Prime Minister promoted him over Mr Watt. Minister Watt, isn't it clear that the Prime Minister values supporting his financial donors at the CFMEU above genuine ability?
Thank you, Minister Cash. Order. 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 I'm waiting to call order across the chamber. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, there was a lot in that. There's certainly a lot of assertions. I found it difficult to follow the sequence of them. And I do find it interesting that Senator Cash is so sensitive about any comment in response to her, but is very happy to attack other people personally. You know, very happy to focus on other people personally. Now, I'm not quite sure what the question was, to be honest, between Mr Burke and Minister Watt. But what I'd say to you is this, Senator. We are taking a very principled approach to this. We want safe workplaces for all Australians. We do not believe your political focus on the ABCC is warranted when you look at the facts. And what I would say to you, Senator Cash, if you really care about fixing this up, then pass the legislation. But I can almost guarantee, because it's Senator Cash and the opposition, that they will go for stunts and posturing over actually making sure that this is cleaned up.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Defence Housing Australia, a government agency of which you are a shareholder, Minister, has been reported to have breached their federal environmental approval at Lee Point in Darwin, clearing ancient woodlands, making up a wildlife corridor for 260 of Australia's bird species, including 400-year-old trees. Locals in Darwin are horrified that this has happened, and they want action. This space is precious to the locals in the area, and they want government action. What action has your government done in relation to these breaches?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Hanson-Young for the question. And I note she has asked me a series of questions on this at estimates as well. And I undertook following that exchange to make further inquiries and to go and visit Lee Point in the Northern Territory, which I have done. I understand, and the shareholders have written to the Chairperson of Defence Housing Australia, reminding that the board about our expectations in relation to activities at Lee Point development. We understand, and I think I am advised, that it wasn't conditions of the Commonwealth EPBC Act. They have complied with the EPBC Act at every stage of the development. However, there was an issue, I think, with the Northern Territory Department's planning conditions for stage 3, and that is the one where, whilst the contractor was asked not to start clearing that area was cleared or commenced to be cleared, work was stopped, and DHA has appointed an external investigator to examine the shortfalls in its own processes and really how that happened on the approvals that were actually, I think it was a matter from the Northern Territory government. I did go out and visit the site and I walked around the site. Obviously there is a lot of development, housing development, up to the point where DHA's development is going ahead. So it is an area where there is already housing development. And I would also say I asked a number of stakeholders in the Northern Territory about that development. There is also a lot of support for this development because of the housing shortage in the NT and the need to expand on supply of housing. So I accept that it's controversy in some areas, but there's also some significant support.
Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you. I would put to the minister that you can build houses without knocking down 400-year-old trees. And you can do this in areas where there is not the sensitivity of that environment. I would ask the minister...
Senator Hanson-Young, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. Order. I'm still waiting for order. Senator Hanson-Young, please continue.
Thank you. I would ask the minister to investigate the allegations that Stage 5 has bulldozed 400-year-old trees outside of approval under EPBC.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister.
Look, I am happy to follow that up. I understood that the issues related to a different stage of the development, but I will follow that up in relation to Stage 5. I also directly asked the Managing Director of DHA, Mr Jackson, about whether or not any 400-year-old trees had been bulldozed, and the answer I was given was no, that none had. And so I am happy to go back on that as well. I would note that under the Minister for Environment there have been further conditions put on this development, another buffer for the Gouldian finch habitat, some further conditions around invasive grass, ensuring that I think there's an extra 37 hectares of additional reserve at Lee Point, and the Northern Territory Government has also subsequently created a 1,500-hectare national park around there. So there is additional safeguards.
Thank you, Minister. The time
there is
for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you. The minister has referenced the Environment Minister's role in this. Australia's environment laws are clearly not up to scratch. They can't even protect the environment from the government's own bulldozers. The laws are broken. They need to be fixed. When will your government act?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, the Minister for Environment has been working on reforms to environment laws. We have also been resourcing the department so that it can actually deal with the approvals and requirements of different applications so that those aren't getting stalled and they can be considered. And we have been dealing with Nature Positive Act in this place, I think, for the first stage of it, and there are more to come, as Senator Hanson-Young knows. And we will keep talking with stakeholders to refine that legislation and ensure that the laws are as robust as they can be. On the issues about the Defence Housing Authority's role in Lee Point, I have not had Stage 5 raised with me, so I will undertake to go back and have a look at what Stage 5 have. But we have balanced improved responses under the nature positive laws to ensure that there are protections, but at the same time this development will provide 800 new homes in Darwin.
Has expired. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the new Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Can the minister explain what this government is doing to improve the life outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians and closing the gap outcomes? Can the new minister outline the government's key priorities?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Stewart, for your question. I certainly am, as I said previously, deeply honoured to be the new Minister for Indigenous Australians, taking the baton from the Honourable Linda Burney MP. It was certainly wonderful to walk beside her throughout our many years, actually, 8 years together, with her as our in opposition shadow minister, but then the minister in the last couple of years, and also the former Senator Pat Dodson, a terrific duo to have worked with. It was at Garma that Denise Bowden from the Yothu Yindi Foundation used the word soul-crushing, President, for the people who worked so hard in the referendum campaign. And we know that the Gumatj leaders commended the Prime Minister for his courage in taking forward the referendum, and they gave him the sacred Ganini. It is a source of strength and power. That ceremony that took place at Gulkala was the first time it was publicly shown in terms of the Prime Minister, and it was about the strength of power that he had to take this forward. He had made a commitment, and they thanked him for that. As Jawa Yunupingu said at Garma, we do look forward and not back. And that's what I will be doing, working hard to move forward together. We will work in partnership with First Nations communities and organisations and state and territory governments to ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians have the same opportunities and life outcomes as our fellow Australians. While in Garma, the PM outlined economic development as a key priority because it's through being able to participate in the economy that we will create better futures. We signed a new partnership agreement with the Northern Territory Government and the Yothu Yindi Foundation, investing $20 million from the Aboriginal Benefits account to build the Garma Institute, a new tertiary and vocational education centre owned and run by the Yolngu. This builds on our new school funding commitment to the NT signed by Minister Clare.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Work across the parliament on closing the gap to address the disparity between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians across health, education, jobs, housing and justice and so many more areas is so important. What steps has the Minister taken in her first few weeks as Minister to ensure that this happens?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Well, I certainly reached out to First Nations organisations across the country, President. It all did happen very quickly, so there was a fair bit of work and still ongoing work, obviously. But one of the most key important aspects for me is this parliament and reaching out to cross-party, both in the Senate and the House, to close the gap. Those targets, certainly the data that came out last Friday, showed again that we are not reducing the incarceration rates, we are not reducing the out-of-home care rates, and we are not able to see the slowdown of suicide. In fact, we're seeing way too many suicides. And I do thank the members and senators who met with me this morning as my first task in this parliament to be able to speak with you about closing the gap. We had senators and members from across the aisle, and I do thank those who are unable to appear this morning, but I will be in touch with them
Minister.
over coming days.
Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The government has said it's committed to the principles of Makarrata and truth-telling. Can the Minister provide an update on the government's approach?
Minister McCarthy.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Stewart. And I know that you're incredibly passionate about all of these issues, and we do remain firmly committed to the principles of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. There are a variety of views on how to move forward, and it is important the next steps bring people together. We saw what happens when people do not walk together in the issue and the area of First Nations people. Already important treaty and truth-telling work is underway at the state and territory level. In Victoria, we're seeing the progress being made by the First Peoples Assembly and the important work of the Europe Justice Commission. In South Australia, work of the historic South Australian Voice to Parliament is well underway. As I travel this country and talk to First Nations people, I am humbled that despite everything we've been through, both historically and more recently, there is a great determination and resilience to keep going. We are a resilient people, and we are strong and determined to keep going, but we want to do it together.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. I thought it was someone else. I think it's Minister McCarthy.
Recent revelations show CFMEU-controlled construction projects cost around 30% more. Australian taxpayers are being forced to pay more to deliver congestion-busting, productivity-enhancing and life-saving infrastructure than they should as a result of state Labor government's sweetheart deals with the CFMEU. Other critically important projects are being left unfunded as a result of costs and delays and overruns for existing projects. Minister, has Minister King asked her department for advice on the powers available to her to ensure taxpayer funds for the construction of public infrastructure projects have not been misappropriated or spent on unlawful activity, given the recent revelations about the CFMEU?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. As Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Mackenzie for her question. We certainly have been on the record to say that the behaviour we have seen from the construction division of the CFMEU is unacceptable. We've seen Senator Watt introduce a bill this morning. We have zero tolerance for this behaviour and have taken the strongest action possible, President, to eliminate it through appointing independent administrators. Across government, we have supported the Fair Work Commission in appointing independent administrators to the construction division of the CFMEU. We've asked the Fair Work Ombudsman to undertake a targeted review of all enterprise agreements made by the Victorian branch of the construction division of the CFMEU
Minister, please
that apply to big build.
Senator Mackenzie.
Point of order relevance, direct relevance, Madam President. It was a simple question about the infrastructure funding from the Commonwealth Government to state government and the procurement of CFMEU-controlled projects.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I was going to go to the question, but I'll take
If
your
I may
point
make
of order.
submission, thank you.
Minister
On the
Wong.
point of order, the senator in her question also made a set of political assertions. The minister is entirely able to respond to the assertions in relation to the CFMEU.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
On Senator Wong's point on my point of order, I'm happy to submit the preference of my questions to actual fact check. They are not political
Senator
statements.
Mackenzie, that is a debating point. Your question had a considerable amount of preamble, which the order. There was considerable preamble to your question, and the minister is being directly relevant. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. Well, I was getting to it, Senator Mackenzie. The minister has introduced new requirements on states and territories as part of its funding agreement on infrastructure and reinforced assurances on Commonwealth projects. Where the Commonwealth is jointly funding projects with states and territories, the minister has written to state and territory counterparts to convey the expectation that any information regarding improper or criminal conduct by entities related to projects delivered under the National Land Transport Act 2014 be reported immediately to the relevant regulator. The minister has also embedded new assurances and protections in the Federation funding agreement that the Commonwealth has negotiated with the states, which was finalised on August 11. The FFA outlines the states and territories' responsibility to ensure value for money for public funds, engage delivery partners who prioritise ethical practices, and the shared responsibility to support initiatives to improve productivity in construction. The new FFAS responds to findings from the Independent Strategic Review and the Independent Review of the National Partnership Agreement, which the minister undertook in response to the irresponsible and unsustainable spending occurring under the previous government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Yes. In the May budget, the government allocated $10.1 billion to pay states more money for infrastructure cost blowouts. This included an extra $5 billion to Victoria alone, with not one additional kilometre of road upgraded as a result. How much of these infrastructure cost blowouts are attributable to CFMEU-controlled project overruns?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McCarthy.
Well, Senator Mackenzie, if there is one group responsible for cost increases and project delays in this country, it is the Liberals and Nationals.
Yes.
They spent a decade making oversized and undercooked infrastructure commitments across the country.
Minister McCarthy,
they started building inland rail.
Minister, please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Order. Minister, please continue. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Sorry. Building costs have been increasing for a range of reasons, including a shortage of skilled labour and the increasing price of building materials due to supply chain issues. Wages and enterprise bargaining agreements are not the key driver for inflation in this country.
Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Protection racket continues. Minister, can you provide a guarantee to Parliament that no Commonwealth infrastructure funds have been spent unlawfully by the CFMEU or CFMEU-affiliated persons?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McCarthy.
Senator Mackenzie, the Minister is looking at all these matters and seeking advice.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
You're going to... Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to table documents from Minister Catherine King.
I don't think you need leave, but you can just table them. Thank you. They're tabled. Senator Gill, you seek my attention.
Deputy President, I seek leave to take note of answers to all questions asked by the Coalition.
You have the call.
I'll just do it anyway. Let's do it.
You may proceed.
What we saw today is just more cover-up. I mean, we got the CMFEU at the end, but let's get this here. This is not punishment of the perpetrator. This is silencing a witness. This is what these actions are. This is Minister Watt sitting there saying, you've been very, very naughty. Please don't dob on us. Please don't tell all the rights. Let's not have an investigation that's open. Let's not have a royal commission. Let's not look at everything. Just please go away. Let's park these problems to a side so that other names aren't brought out. Because with every bribe that has been offered to the CMFEU is a bribe that has been given by a business, by a person. Who are those people? Who are they, the donors? Are they the industries? Who are the people that pre-selected these people over on this other side? How many CMFEU people are still part of committees within the Labor Party? This is what we're getting to today. This is not a punishment. This is a parting gift. This is what this is to the CMFU, because they are indelibly linked together. So all this talk about acting tough, this is misdirection. This is a whole line of little acts and dramas so that we can look like we're doing something, or the Labor Party looks like they're doing something, because we know what really happened here. This is stuff that was allowed to go away. All the wishes of the CMFEU were granted, and Labor Party does not want, Greens in cohorts with them, does not want any further investigation. I note the facts today of matching tattoos by John Setka, that the God forgives but the CMFEU doesn't. Maybe we can go and get matching tattoos so you're all as one. This is where we're at there. This is how symbiotic this relationship is. And Mr Deputy President, I note those shouting from the other side had pre-selectors from the CMFEU in there. Everything. I can't spell. There we go. So here we go. But this is what it's down to. And the effect for mums and dads out there, it means that everything costs more. We heard about the blowouts. We heard about 30% increase in costs. These 36%, I think they were, from an individual source, because everything under these agreements costs more. So when we're looking at cost of living, when we're looking at cost of housing, when we're looking at everything you pay, it is because of dodgy deals that we never see. And it's not just the CMFEU we want looked at. We looked at the people who pay these bribes, that benefit from these bribes, because it is one big parasitic problem. And I'm not just sitting there, because there are very good unions, very good people who look after their members, and the CMFEU is just as bad an image for them, the unions that do look after their members, as it is for all sorts. When we hear about bike crimes, crime gangs involved in it, we hear all these things. We don't know what's true. We obviously assume a lot. There's some great things that have come out. but an inquiry is what's needed to look at these things. The cost to the Australian public, the cost of living, the crimes that have been committed. I personally, Deputy President, I'll say this here, I've seen video of an assault of a building supervisor on a Newcastle building site by a union representative. When I was asked to get a copy so I could report it, I was asked please not to, because the threats that came, what would happen to that site, what would happen to that building, what would happen to that developer if it was raised, was far more problematic to the developer than the actual incident. This is what's happened. The standover tactics has happened. I've seen this with my own eyes, but we pretend it doesn't happen because of the fear. If this is happening, where there is a video of this happening and these continue to get away with it, it is because of the fear that's in the industry. And there was a link today to the cost of living, which is real. When we go out there, we've got an economy that survived 2 years of COVID but can't survive 2 years of Labor because of these deals. We've got people barely holding on. They've used their COVID savings, they've dis-saved to a point, and we're hearing it in all our inquiries. The credit helplines, all of these things that are happening because they can't go any longer. They're using Afterpay to buy gift cards, to buy groceries, because there is no care about the money that is spent under this government. It is the funding they spend, the money they spend on these things, the free range they give to people like the CMFEU to raise costs that are driving these people to the edge. It has to stop. And the first thing that needs to stop is clarity. We need an examination into the CMFEU, see what has happened, a real thing with teeth, a royal commission to see what they have done, who has benefited, who has abetted them, and the ways to stop them.
Senator.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, what a particularly interesting speech, because I've just heard a political speech from the opposition talking about bringing back the actual organisation that had criminal gangs working right underneath it and didn't see a thing. So they want to come in here and say, we've got an answer. Let's put the same people and the same organisation in control. So more of the same thing, that's what they want. So the difference is we've made firm, direct action to make sure that we can turn around and make sure the criminal element is out of that industry, because they saw it flourished under their proposal, their strategy, and they want to re-adopt it. But not only was it unsuccessful, it actually saw productivity collapse in the construction industry. That's how successful they were, but they want to play politics. They want to reinstitute the same lame organisation that failed before. Now, when you start looking at what they did do with the ABCC, I'll just give you one example. There's so many of where they turned around and sued the union for flags, $500,000, whilst there was issues about organised crime. They sued the union for flags. They sued the union because they wanted female toilets on a work site. These are the big issues. They want to get the dogs out to turn around and make a change. Well, what you should do is listen to what we're doing, understand why it's being done, and understand that working people in that industry deserve the representation they should have. Because what they're also really about is not having working people get representation in construction. That's what they're really about. Because when they had the ABCC there, I'll give you one of so many examples. Back in 2018, the Royal Hospital in Hobart, one of the biggest construction sites in Tasmania, the ABCC went out to that site on numerous occasions and never found anything wrong. But what was happening, 200 Chinese workers engaged on that site, many of them on student visas or other temporary work visas, who had not been paid for 6 weeks. They had their entitlements taken off them, they'd been ripped off, sham contracting, and the ABCC, despite being at the site multiple times, never sniffed a single thing. And guess what? In 2019, their crack organisation dropped any charges. So we know what you're about. You're not about fixing this industry up. You're not about making a difference. And to hear a criticism, and I'll take it as a misstep rather than, because I know the good senator, we might disagree on things, but I know his morality is questionable but right, ethically right. A misunderstanding, thank you. But when it comes to this point saying that we should have an issue about these companies and ABCC, and saying what the minister has rightly said and about is that we should be looking at the companies as well. Heaven forbid the person who does the bribe is not guilty. That's what they're telling us. Have you heard anything more ridiculous in your entire life? Because the construction industry does need to be turned around and properly dealt with.
Senator Cadell, point of order, I assume.
All right, I think I'm being misrepresented. I actually said they were responsible.
Senator Sheldon.
Same track, because I misunderstood what you were saying because of the complicated way you said it. So thank you for agreeing with me. Because those companies, just as rightly as we are doing, are going to take action. Because the ABCC never took action. And that just goes to my point that the good senator just raised just then. Because we put a proposition about how to move forward. Now, I also just jumped to what is a critical issue that was raised during the questions on cost of living. I'm going to run through this pretty quickly. On July the 1st, 2024, we know people are doing it tough, but on July the 1st, 2024, we saw tax cuts come into place, and Susan Ley, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, says she wants to scrap them. 2.6 million low-paid workers will get their third consecutive pay rise. Liberals and Nationals opposed it. The Liberals and Nationals opposed the increase in the minimum wage in 2022 and in 2023. The member for New England, Barnaby Joyce, said someone earning another $110 a week more is just window dressing. Labor's cheaper medicine policy saved families $63 million in 2023 in my state of New South Wales alone. Labor's 60-day prescription will save patients more than $1.6 billion over 4 years up until 2027. Liberals and Nationals opposed cheaper medicines because they said it would cause pharmacies to close. Electricity bill relief. The average family would be $230 worse off in 23-24 without Labor's energy price relief. The Coalition voted against it. And the list goes on.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Hughes.
Mr Deputy President, you were enthralled there, I think, with Senator Sheldon. I waited my turn. I just want to... He was heavily engaged in that. Minister Wong made a comment during one of her responses in question time that, sun sets and sun rises were those certainties in life. Well, I think we know the other certainty in life is that economics doesn't change. The principles of economics don't change, whoever's in government. However, with all certainty, we know that those now sitting on the government benches don't understand the fundamentals of economics. Supply and demand, the most basic principle underpinning economics, doesn't change. However, those opposite, when asked questions in response to the Reserve Bank's comments around the homegrown sticky inflation, meaning that interest rates are going to be higher for longer, base economic principles have clearly vacated the building yet again. Australians have had over 12 interest rate rises since this government has come into being. And we are continuing to see the cost of living crisis have impacts far and wide across the Australian community. And, possibly mum and dads are all doing it tough with their kids, and we know trying to pay the school fees, put the groceries in the pantry and food on the table, school uniforms on, are all becoming increasingly difficult. But what we have seen as well, and is probably not getting enough attention, and certainly not from this government any attention, is that insolvencies of businesses are now at such high levels that we have not seen levels like this for well over 2 decades of insolvencies. And a quarter of those insolvencies are in the construction sector. Now, we've been talking about cost of living crisis today, as well as we've been talking about the disgraceful behaviour of the CFMEU. And so we need to potentially draw the link between housing costs in this country, construction costs in this country, construction companies going out of business, unable to keep up with union demands and union heavyweights that are coming through and strong-arming them into particular contracts. So the entire economy is facing significant challenges, significant headwinds, and we know every mum and dad at home trying to pay the gas bill, trying to put fuel in the car, all of those costs are increasing. It's more and more difficult to get in and see a GP. I noticed today there's only an article that the wonderful new health clinics that the Labor Party keeps spruiking is actually taking doctors out of general practice and putting them into those clinics against advice given to them from the AMA and the RAACGP. So we are seeing this government continue to ignore at every opportunity advice from experts in any area, and none more so than what we're seeing from the Reserve Bank. It is time that this government starts to understand what their spending means, what their addiction to spending means for all of us in the economy. We know that the Reserve Bank is trying to put its foot on the brake of the economy. It's trying to slow things down. It's trying to get inflation down, back into the band so that interest rates can be moderated. And instead, this government, who doesn't understand the basics of economic principles, has its foot firmly entrenched on the accelerator, just speeding things up, $315 billion worth of spending that they are just addicted to. We know that the RBA has doubled its forecast of government spending. It was originally at 2%, 2.1%. It's now over 4%. This is this ridiculous spendathon that this government is committed to. But to listen to them in here answering questions, to hear them speak, I mean, your stomach turns. It's nauseating to listen to them talk about how they genuinely think that they've made things better. They genuinely think they've delivered cost of living relief. They genuinely think that somehow or other things are going well for Australian families, that people are feeling comfortable and secure in their jobs, and they're feeling comfortable and secure in their housing, which is the complete opposite of how Australians are feeling. Australians are not feeling safe. They're not feeling secure. They are feeling economically vulnerable. But to listen to those opposite, everything's just peachy keen. They just think they're doing a great job and that they're going to just keep sailing through. And all they're doing, though, is putting more and more pain onto Australians every day, and this pain is not going away any time soon. Every decision this government makes just makes the pain worse, makes the pain longer, and goes just that little bit deeper.
Senator Billick.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, in they come, crying crocodile tears over the cost of living. I just want to remind people, though, that those opposite oversaw a decade of wasted opportunity. They doubled the debt before the pandemic and went on to rack up $1 trillion of debt with nothing to show for it. They failed to get wage growth moving and even admitted their policy settings were deliberately designed to keep wages low. Deliberately designed to keep wages low. They contributed to flatlining productivity growth and stagnating living standards, overseeing the loss of 85,000 Australian manufacturing jobs. And to top it off, although there's a whole list of things I could read out, they also saw an increase in childcare fees of 41%. So I find it quite laughable that the opposition come into this place without a hint of irony and complain about the cost of living. Have they not realised they're living in a glass house? Let's not forget when the current wave of inflation started. In recent years, the quarterly inflation was reached in March 2022, and guess what? Those opposite were still in government. Still in government. They created this crisis through almost, as I said, a decade of wasted opportunities and inaction in government, and now they have the gall, the absolute gall, to demand that we fix their mess yesterday. Unlike those opposite, we're actually doing something about it. After almost a decade of failure by those opposite to tackle the housing crisis, we are investing $32 billion in providing more social and affordable homes for Australians and in helping more Australians own their own home. We've made healthcare cheaper by tripling the bulk billing incentive, delivering cheaper medicines and rolling out bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, including 5 in my home state of Tasmania. And recently, after hours, I had to use one of these urgent care clinics. And can I say to the Bathurst Street Urgent Care Clinic in Hobart, what a fantastic job you did. What a fantastic way. I was watching people coming in. It was orderly. People were seen in good time. I was in and out in an hour, no appointment necessary, 9 o'clock at night. Otherwise, I would have been at the Royal Hobart Hospital taking up space in the emergency department. But here I was, seen within an hour, not taking up space in the emergency department. So please don't come in here and start bagging our urgent care clinics. Just because you didn't think of it and just because you didn't do anything for 10 years doesn't mean all our ideas are bad. One of the other great things we're doing is we're providing $300 in energy bill relief to every household. And we've provided $3 billion in help debt relief and delivered 480,000 fee-free TAFE places. Not only are we helping to reduce household expenses, we're also boosting household incomes. And since we came to government, the rate of job seeker payment has increased by more than 18% and Commonwealth rent assistance by more than 40%. We've expanded eligibility for job seeker and given parents of children aged between 8 and 14 access to the single parenting payment. Labor is also, importantly, getting wages moving again. Thanks to our submission to the Fair Work Commission, the minimum wage has increased 14% since we came to government. 14%. Not to mention the announcement last week, and I was so happy to see the announcement by Prime Minister Albanese. As a former early childhood educator myself for nearly 12 years, I was so happy to see that wage increase for early childhood educators. And no matter what those on that side say about, they just play with the kids and wipe their nose, that's wrong. And those on the other side need to go to an early learning childhood centre and see the work that is done, the preparation, the program planning, the care they take with the children. And earlier in 2-minute statements, Senator Marielle Smith was pointing out, quite rightly, the first 5 years of a child's life are the most important. And for these children to be socialised is really important. For them to meet a range of people is really important. My own grandchildren go to childcare, and I've got to say it is fantastic. The workers there do such a great job.
Thank you, Senator Billick. Before I give the call to Senator Rennick, set the clocks for 3 minutes. Then I'll put the question and then give the call to One Nation for 2 minutes, and then we'll come to the Greens. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And I rise today to speak about the cost of living crisis and, in particular, inflation. And as I sit here and listen to the debate in the chamber, it is actually quite pathetic. Because let me tell you, no one in this chamber, on both sides, have any idea on how to deal with monetary policy. And for too long, we've relied on just the RBA to think that they can manipulate the price of money on the first Tuesday of every month, and somehow that is going to solve our nation's problems. We have a productivity crisis in this country because we have forgotten how to build. We have forgotten how to go to bed, how to get out of bed in the morning, get up and put your nose to the grindstone and do the jobs that add real value. And this has been brought about by decades of reckless management and ideology. And I want to in particular touch on the financial deregulation that occurred in the 1980s, where basically all the restrictions on the way financial transactions could occur were lifted. Over the weekend, I was talking to my father, who was listening to Country Hour last week, and he was talking about the cotton industry. And the physical market in the cotton industry is worth about $42 billion. The derivative market is worth about $300 billion. When capital controls and financial controls were lifted in the 80s, it meant that derivatives were no longer required to be hedged. Okay, now when derivatives aren't required to be hedged, it means you can basically issue unhedged derivatives. So normally you might take a cotton grower he might decide to sell 20% of his crop to ensure that he can recoup his costs in advance, and he can receive that money in advance to help pay for part of his costs. What you now get in any market, doesn't matter whether it's primary production or metals or gold or bonds or whatever, we have an exorbitant amount of derivatives. And what that does is that takes the power of pricing away from the producers to the white-collar paper shufflers. Okay, and it's things like this, and we saw it with the deregulation of the banking system, and this was complemented by the deregulation of the banks to let them do whatever they like. And I've got blowback saying, when I say I want a public bank again in this country, they go, oh no, you can't do that because the State Bank of Victoria went broke. It went broke because it was allowed to buy Tricontinental, which was an investment bank at the height of the 1987 stock market, that sent that bank broke. If the Hawke-Keating government had never introduced those stupid neoliberal policies of the 80s, we would have kept, and the Button Plan, we'd still have people in jobs, doing trades and creating real value-add products. And that's what we need to get back to.
I'll put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I raised the question today about the AFP and their lack of pay increase, and they're supposed to be under negotiations at the moment. But let me just inform the House how bad it is. This was a statement, and it says, where I work, we have had a 300% increase in workload and now a 25% staffing. It is a cascading effect of increased demand on police services, more jobs and police on the ground, with members divert to cover shortages at other stations, locations or teams to deal with other priorities jobs such as the Pacific Games and detainees issues. The results in significant members available to fill squads. Due to the under-resourcing, ever-increasing workload, pressure and demand, burnt out is a real barrier, lack of flexibility another major barrier. It has been very difficult to attract and keep new staff. In the space of 12 months, I trained 5 new staff members, 4 of whom all left within 4 months of starting. The fact is, and even if they go to 11.2% pay rise, they say that, do you realise that accepting the federal government's offer of 11.2% over the 3 years means that no additional allowances, such as the use of force allowance, can be obtained? It's systemic in there, and what they're also saying and what they're calling for, AFP has a toxic workforce and a Royal Commission needs to be appointed to investigate corrupt management. In all my working career, the AFP would have to be the most horrible place I have worked. Maybe some effort from the AFPA needs to be made in actually investigating the harassment and bullying that happens within the AFP, also the way victims are treated after an injury occurs. This needs to be looked at. It's not just about pay rise, it means about training the people, keeping them, and start with a pay rise that they're entitled to. They're underpaid compared to their counterparts in the states. So it needs to be looked at, and we need to investigate and have a Royal Commission as what they're asking into.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the responses from Minister McCarthy. Well, there's not a day that goes by in this place that I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because the Minister gave us some answers about the principles of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. You know, the principles that say First Nations sovereignty has never been ceded and it's spiritual, that there needed to be a constitutional voice, that Makarrata includes truth and treaty, and that the incarceration and child removals actually requires action in this place. And they may have taken that commitment on voice in the Constitution to a referendum, but they are stalling and continuing to stall. This morning I was at a meeting with the Minister and said, let's do some truth-telling in this place, because right now we have 4 targets in closing the gap going backwards. Child development, incarceration, deaths in custody, suicide and mental health, and child protection. These are disgusting. In 2024 we should be having this conversation because there's no structural reform happening. The Productivity Commission has told you that several times already, and you continue to ignore it. Well, let's wind forward. While everyone was patting themselves on the back last fortnight at Gama, there in the ceremonial grounds of the Gumatj people, to reset, regroup and regather. Wow, that sounds like some sort of retreat. All the while that this government don't want to tell the truth. The truth was they went into the lands of the Gumatj people, sat in a ceremonial place, all sat around, accepted the sacred object, the Prime Minister did, then gutted the Indigenous Affairs portfolio for the poor minister that walked into that, her first week in the job. I tell you what, if my boss had done that to me, I would have turned around and said, I'm out of here. I'm not accepting that. Because the Gumatj people, the following Wednesday, when I went to Larrakia country, to Gurrumilla, and stood with them outside the High Court, because this government is taking them on appeal for a case they've already won for $700 million of just terms compensation that they deserve for mining on their country. Now, how can cabinet ministers, especially the Prime Minister from the other place, go into those ancestral lands, accept a sacred object and say, by the way, I'll see you at court next week? How shameful. Shame on you for doing that to the Gumatj people. They had to reset, react. They were so confused when I was with Jawa Yunupingu at court on Wednesday, and when I sat in that courtroom and listened to the argument that Commonwealth solicitors gave, they gave the case that the no case had. They talked about sovereign power of the Constitution. Shameful that the Labor Party have now become the opposition. And they want to talk about bipartisanship. You're waiting on a bloke from the other place who walked out of the apology in 2008. Why would you wait on him? He's not going to give you anything. You could have Makarrata tomorrow if this government were brave and courageous enough for the 6.5 million people who voted yes in this country. Stop denying us what we deserve, and that's First Nations justice in this place. We want a Makarrata Commission. And as for Lee Point, I mean, the answers that were given about their own bulldozers not even be able to protect 400-year-old trees. This is a farce. I mean, we've been dealing with this for 65,000 years, and now we have environmentalists at Lee Point standing with the Larrakia people against DHA and this government. The Environment Minister should be ashamed. You are stalling on Aboriginal cultural heritage protections in this country, and your environment laws are so weak that you are ultimately just land clearing. Land clearing for what? Most of those houses are going to be sold off for profit. They are not going for homelessness and housing, which Minister Gallagher just told everyone. Now, this is ridiculous. We are still in this stuck-in-time moment. We feel like we're in a damn time machine, because this is not happening just to Larrakia people and Gumatj people. It's happening everywhere. You don't want truth-telling in this nation, particularly at the federal level, where you can kick the political football down to the state and territories, because the truth is you've got blackfellas in this country tied up in litigation for years on federal law, on native title and cultural heritage.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I'll put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 10 June 2024 of Raymond Steele Hall, a senator for the state of South Australia from 1974 to 1977 and a former member of the House of Representatives for the division of Boothby, South Australia from 1981 to 1996. Before I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition, I welcome Mrs Joan Hall to the Senate. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Steele Hall.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on 10 June 2024 of Raymond Steele Hall, former Senator for South Australia, former member for Boothby and former Premier of South Australia, places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Deputy President, some politicians are remembered for their service, others for their accomplishments in high office, major reform or big moments in history. A rare few take on a certain legendary status that encompasses all of the aforementioned. Steele Hall occupies the latter category. A Premier, a Senator, a member of the House of Representatives, a reformer, a disruptor, a man of principle and purpose. The only Australian to have served as a state Premier in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. It is an honour to move this motion of condolence today for someone I held in high regard, both politically and personally, and I thank the Leader of the Government in the Senate for extending the thoughtful invitation for me to be able to do so. Like many people with a certain legendary status, Steele Hall had that aura of presence. Never superiority, but presence. In fact, the disdain for pomp, circumstance or title ensured the absence of any sense of superiority. There's no doubt, as has been reflected at the State Memorial Service and on other occasions since Steele's death, he probably would have hated much of this pomposity in reflecting upon his achievements. Steele's egalitarianism, though, only added to the sense of presence that he brought. Because today we pay tribute, not to the Honourable Raymond Steele Hall AC as he could have been, but simply to Steele Hall as he chose to be, as he insisted on being. Steele Hall was born in Balaclava in 1928, growing up as part of a farming family at Owen in South Australia's mid-north. He served his nation, state and community as a member of the South Australian House of Assembly from 1959 to 1973, as Premier of South Australia from 1968 to 1970, as a Senator for South Australia from 1974 to 1977, and as the federal member for Boothby from 1981 to 1996. Steele's remarkable political career spanned 37 years. Yet it is not longevity, far from it, that he is remembered for, but what he did with his many opportunities to serve. Those opportunities began with election as the Liberal and Country League member for Gudger in 1959 at age 31. In the first of his maiden speeches, the dryland farmer spoke of the importance of water management, arguing on principal evidence and facts, as was to be the hallmark of Steele Hall. 7 years later, following the election of South Australia's first Labor government in some 27 years, Steele was selected by his colleagues to follow the legendary Sir Thomas Playford as LCL leader. His election as leader was to pitch Steele Hall against Don Dunstan. Telegenic, articulate, principled and passionate, they represented a generational change in political leadership and in politics itself. Together, they were to reform South Australia, leaving indelible changes that, although often attributed to one or the other of them, in many ways were the product of them both. The Dunstan legacy would not have been possible without the principles and actions of Steele Hall, and the same could perhaps be said in reverse. In the March 1968 election, Steele led the LCL to within one seat of victory. He clinched the support of an independent and was destined for government. However, Steele had won with just 48% of the two-party preferred vote, and growing public angst was evident at the imbalance of the state's electoral boundaries. So Steele took both to government and to addressing the causes of this public angst, with what would become recognised as his quintessential, down-to-earth, get-the-job-done approach. South Australia's youngest ever Premier was interviewed by The Bulletin in 1968 in his then rented Adelaide home. The Bulletin observed that its almost defiant lack of ostentation seemed entirely appropriate for the man, for his manner is neither ostentatious, calculated nor guarded, but rather frank, blunt and good-humoured. His was to be a government of liberal social reform in areas of welfare, abortion, Indigenous affairs and lowering the legal drinking age to 18. His was also a government of long-term vision and planning. He developed the Metropolitan Adelaide Transport Scheme, which preserved land corridors to meet the state's future growth needs. Labor's subsequent abolition of MATS and the sale of this land has long been bemoaned as a missed opportunity for our state. Some of the most recognisable images of Adelaide owe thanks to the Hall government's role in the building of the Adelaide Festival Centre in its iconic location on the banks of the River Torrens. It was a very and typically hands-on Premier who had been in London, walking along the River Thames embankment and admired the Royal Festival Theatre overlooking the river. So, in Steele's words, when I came back, Cabinet and the Adelaide City Council had approved a site in North Adelaide. I walked from the Torrens Weir to the zoo and decided the theatre should be on the site of the old city baths. We overturned the decision of the Cabinet and the Council. And of course today, that Adelaide Festival Centre stands proud as an icon of our city. Hall did too tackle the reform of electoral boundaries, undertaking significant movement and change towards electorates based on one vote, one value principles. In the ultimate act of political courage or self-sacrifice, and perhaps the act he is most lauded for by many, Hall pursued electoral reform knowing full well that it would make the task of his holding on to government even harder. Steele also attempted, unsuccessfully, to introduce universal adult suffrage into the Legislative Council. He was stymied, though, by the self-interest and conservative views of the Legislative Councillors of the day, a battle that was to repeat itself in different ways in the years to come. Steele never saw those electoral reforms, though, as an end in themselves, but instead as important democratic principles that underpinned the means to much greater ends. He said, "I think in South Australia we've been held up too long with worries about how we put people into Parliament. I would like to see the right action taken and the issue closed as soon as possible. Then we can get on with the job of worrying about what they do when they are there." It wasn't electoral reform that precipitated the downfall of the Hall government, although it made its re-election next to impossible, but it was Murray-Darling water policy, an issue never too far from politics in South Australia, as Senator Wong's amusement indicates and reminds us all. It was Murray-Darling water policy that brought Steele Hall's government undone. Steele stood in support of an agreement with the Commonwealth and other River Murray states in support of the construction of the Dartmouth Dam in Victoria. The then Labor opposition under Don Dunstan proposed an amendment on the floor of the House that a dam also be built at Chowilla, in the South Australian seat of the independent MP and Speaker upon whom the Hall government relied. The Speaker voted with Labor. Hall treated the loss as a loss of confidence on the floor of the House and took his government to the polls. Hall took a position, again principled, standing by science, engineering and economics. Dartmouth Dam today provides valuable water storage for our country. In contrast, despite Hall losing the election to Labor, Chowilla was never built, and for good reason. Still, Hall's loss of the May 1970 state election saw him return to the position of opposition leader. True to nature, he continued to argue for reform of the Parliament, especially its upper house, as well as of the state and of his own Liberal and Country League. By doing so, he also continued to earn the ire of those opposed to such reform. In seeking to contain the reformist Steele Hall, his party room voted in March 1972 to remove the power of their leader to select the front bench. Ever the parliamentarian, Hall's reaction was to take himself to the House, seat himself on the backbenches and announce his resignation by stating that I cannot continue to lead a party that will not follow. Great controversy in the LCL was to follow. The Young Liberals took a motion to the party's governing council calling for Steele's reinstatement as leader. It failed, but only just. The party was riven, but not just on personality, for Steele was seen to embody principle and stand for the modernisation the LCL needed. And so the Liberal movement was born. 6 state MPs joined Steele Hall in forming the party within a party. Others were to follow, along with candidates and members. But the internal reform movement was not long to be tolerated, and by 1973, Steele was leading the Liberal movement as an independent political party. As Hall wrote in A Liberal Awakening, the LM story, which I sadly left sitting on my desk in the office, otherwise I'd hold the great prop up, he wrote that the aim of the Liberal movement is to be the spearhead of liberalism in South Australia. We have the most attractive philosophy of any in Australia. Steele wrote of young people and their call to be free. The idealism he rightly saw as connecting an enduring liberal philosophy with generation after generation. He described the Legislative Council and the Conservative members of the LCL within it as being too conservative for our modern way of life. In seeking to build support for and the impact of the Liberal movement, Steele announced in 1973 his intention to seek a Senate seat. With the fledgling party securing 9.8% of the statewide vote in the 1974 double dissolution, Steele Hall made the first of his interparliamentary moves from the SA Lower House to the Australian Senate. Upon his election, Steele was eager to ensure the LM position was not misconstrued on the national stage. He did not see himself as a radical, simply as a moderniser. He told Michelle Grattan in 1974, yes, the same Michelle Grattan in our corridors today, that, I quote, "Only in the context of South Australia would I be considered a radical," and that the LM looked forward to being the Liberal Party from South Australia in the future. 1974. What a time to arrive as a minor party senator in the Australian Senate. But Steele, though happy to have won, saw the irony in his victory, having spent much of his career to date fighting with an upper house. Noting that he could in no way claim to be a parliamentary maiden, Steele said in his first speech to the Senate, "I find it very ironical to be here in the upper house of the Australian Parliament, having come out of a party which has gone through the procedure of self-destruction under the influence of its members in the upper house of the South Australian Parliament." Though no longer a member of the LCL, Steele clearly defined himself as an anti-Labor politician, stating that our inflationary worries and concerns today can be laid quite effectively at the door of Labor's expansionary plans. It almost sounds like today's question time. He criticised policies that destroy incentives and control rather than encourage, amongst an environment of very high spending and very great economic difficulties. In foretelling events that were to unfold more than a year later, in that infamous year of Australian politics of 1975, Michelle Grattan wisely assessed that Hall's own battles with the South Australian upper house reflect his attitude of what is and is not the proper role for the second chamber. And so, despite his opposition to so much of what the Whitlam government did and stood for, Steele was again to stick to his principles and his view on the proper role of the upper houses. As controversy raged in the Senate and opposition parties and forces combined to block supply, Steele Hall refused to vote with the then Fraser opposition in that blocking of supply. Unsurprisingly, many of the Liberal senators of the day were unimpressed. The late Senator Reg Withers later recalled that Hall was very cranky, and the 1975 double dissolution made him even crankier. He was a man with a mission, a crusader. But even there, the respect was equally evident. Withers also said that there weren't many like Steele Hall left, and rated him among the best two debaters in the Senate, alongside ideological opponent in some ways, the Conservative warrior Ivor Greenwood. Steele, true to his word though, would come through those years and chart the course of return to the Liberal Party, working with most of his Liberal movement colleagues, negotiating on a pathway back. Steele was to oversee reform of the party that he had championed to have reformed, and to find a pathway back to merge those non-Labor forces within South Australia. With that, he also saw the time in the Senate coming to a close. He said that he thought the Senate would go to sleep for about 6 to 9 years, and I just don't enjoy sleeping politically. I think he was reflecting on the changed numerical balances with the landslide win of the Fraser government. And so Steele did leave the Senate in 1977, after just 3.5 very tumultuous years in the Australian Senate. And he did so having rejoined the now Liberal Party in South Australia. He did so to contest the Labor-held seat of Hawker, showing Steele's customary self-belief that, even after the Liberal landslide of 1975, he still believed he could win a seat that Labor had held on to. It was not to be, but it was in this campaign that a young Liberal called Linton Crosby first met Steele. As the now Sir Linton Crosby said at Steele's state memorial service, it was the beginning of a lifelong association, starting with politics and ending in friendship. Though unsuccessful in Hawker, and also in a pre-selection bid for Wakefield in 1979, Steele Hall remained customarily undeterred. In 1981, he was pre-selected as the Liberal candidate for a by-election in the seat of Boothby. Again, his selection was anything but simple, with Linton recalling that after 7 ballots, the selection meeting was so intense and the contest so tight that the chairman, who was no fan of Steele's, initially announced the wrong winner. But Steele endured by 1 vote, and the runner-up, Alexander Downer, had to wait. Steele won the election, won the by-election. Peter Bowers wrote in the SMH that when it came to politics, Steele Hall just cannot stay away, describing him as an instinctive politician, motivated in the final crunch by a simple instinct that indeed many have recalled and repeated in the weeks following Steele's death. When in doubt, do it. With his election as the member for Boothby, Steele was set to give a 3rd maiden speech. It was typically down to business. Drawing on his first-hand experience as Premier, Steele argued, as he had done since failed negotiations back in 1969, for a fairer distribution of federal road grants. It was quintessential Steele. South Australian motorists are subsidising motorists in other states. We want to be treated as Australian citizens and not as citizens of a colonial outpost not yet admitted to the Federation. I'm sure, as a fellow former Finance Minister, Senator Wong would well know, those formulas for road grants and local government funding continue to dog each and every federal government. In a topic also prescient to modern debate, Steele weighed in on the early debates about allowing uranium mining in Australia. In the context of a 3% drop in the Labor vote, Steele spoke of the divisions within Labor over uranium mining, including what he saw as their shameful misrepresentation of health and safety advice in a reckless scare campaign that had been waged during their unsuccessful campaign against his election. Steele was to go on and serve in the House of Representatives as the member for Boothby for 15 years. For a while, he was to be in Andrew Peacock's shadow cabinet, but alleged enmity between Hall and John Howard saw Steele Hall return to the backbench. And indeed, during those days on the backbench, Steele took a strong stance against the comments reported of John Howard's in relation to Asian immigration. Those stances, those views, and his strong stance led to reports of potential expulsion or disendorsement as the member for Boothby. But Steele, of course, fought on, fought the battle, and went on to contest more elections. He also, in the years that would have followed, reconciled with John Howard and became one of the strongest supporters of the Howard government. Did trouble follow Steele Hall? Sometimes it's tempting to think so when you look back at all of the turmoil. In the state parliament during the split of the SA Liberal Party, in the Senate during the dismissal of the Whitlam government, in the House of Representatives during the tumult of the Howard v Peacock and its associated ideological battles. Steele did not just sit in the front row for many of the big moments in political history. He was on stage as a key actor. Consistent with Steele's view about the appeal of liberalism to younger generations, he was always a strong supporter of and made a life member of the Young Liberals. This is how I first met Steele. My first ever work experience in a political office as a teenager in Steele's Boothby electorate office. It was old school. Steele may have been a moderniser, but technology wasn't really his forte. I would go on to work with Steele's wife Joan in her own successful ministerial career, to enjoy many a political discussion in their home and to even house-sit it on more than a few occasions. I can recall the National Liberal Students' Conference being held in Adelaide, at one time when I held the keys to the whole house. I awoke the next morning to find rising bodies of hungover Liberal students scattered throughout the lounge room with an accompanying array of empty wine bottles and pizza boxes. Somehow, I was invited to house-sit again. Perhaps the fact that we'd won the key votes on the conference floor was all the forgiveness I really needed from the ever-political Hall household. Although Steele was soon to leave the Parliament for the final time, he swapped their historic roles in the years to come to play advisor in support of Joan's career. But he would still step up in the big internal debates of the Liberal Party when required. To see Steele speak to a state council or other major meeting was a display of persuasive force, of deep insight, and of wisdom that came from so many years, from so many decades of political discourse. But that passion, that drive for politics can be juxtaposed against the Steele who in other ways would happily opt out. Former Premier John Olsen recalled Steele choosing to go fishing on election day, a sort of calmness that he could bring to the political battle when required. In those years post-politics, Steele would dabble with many different things, including, I fondly recall, the effort to start the seedless watermelon business. All that science, all that evidence, all that understanding of water, and yet somehow he embarked upon seedless watermelon in South Australia. Was not to be that one, but of course there were many other great successes. It is impossible, Deputy President, for me at least, to dive into a political career like Steele's without it prompting some deep questions for yourself. When to fight within, when to dissent publicly, how to lead those of competing philosophies, what price unity and what price victory. The compromises of party politics are not easy. In the main, Steele did fight within. He believed in the value of strong parties of government. But when the very principles of democracy were on the line, he was willing to take the fight all the way and he was proven right. The times have changed, but some of the problems, they continue to re-emerge in strikingly similar ways. Successful parties need to be ever true to their philosophies, yet modernise the application and presentation of those values to voters. With the share of major party votes declining for both sides of this chamber, we are arguably all failing, no matter who gets to sit on the government benches. The first of us to find a way to reverse this trend and rebuild a broader base, as Steele Hall always championed, will undoubtedly enjoy a great advantage. Steele left the parliament, still savaging the financial mismanagement of Labor governments at that stage in WA, SA, Victoria and federally, but also holding the parliament in the highest of regard, believing that members of the parliament from both sides of the House were always there with high motivations to serve Australians. He disagreed with many, argued intensely, but always respected the differences. John Olsen said that his principles were always unimpeachable. Fellow former Premier Stephen Marshall called him a wise, generous and courageous man who embodied the term principled. Current Labor Premier Peter Malinauskas described Steele's electoral reforms as the bravest political moves in the state's history. Steele was to have one son, Michael, and three daughters, Kathy, Mary and Eleanor, with his first wife, Anne, a schoolteacher. A son, Ben, and daughter, Alexia, were to follow with his second wife, former reporter, advisor and partner in the Liberal movement venture, Joan, who, as you acknowledge, Deputy President, is with us in the Senate today, perhaps appropriately having found her way into the advisors' box rather than the public galleries. Steele and Joan were to enjoy a 45-year-long marriage. It got off to such a romantic start, with the Australian reporting in 1978 that for their honeymoon they're going to Canberra for the budget session. Despite their common love of politics, Joan described their relationship as a classic case of opposites attract. Joan is crazy for sports, the ballet, and loves a big occasion. Steele, not so much. Every year he would agree to join her at one Crows game and one soccer match. Infamously, the ballet was only to happen once. Steele's snoring during the performance was too much for Joan to ever risk again. His has been and was an extraordinary life. It indeed is the likes of which we are unlikely to see again in the day and age of politics as it is undertaken, but is one that leaves many lessons for all of us to reflect upon. He was called and described as some as a provocateur extraordinaire. But again, he was simply Steele Hall, who fought to get done what he believed was right. Vale.
Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Deputy President. Will I rise on behalf of the Government to acknowledge the death of former Senator, former Member of the House and former Premier of my home state of South Australia, Raymond Steele Hall, at the age of 95. And at the outset, I convey, on behalf of the Government, our condolences to his family and friends and to his parliamentary colleagues who are mourning his passing, and I particularly acknowledge Joan Hall, who is with us today. Steele Hall was a giant of Liberal politics in South Australia. He was a man of principle, of intellect and a man of courage, and all those associated with him are rightly very proud of his place in political history, but particularly in South Australian political history. Demonstrably, this includes Senator Birmingham, to whom I extend my personal sympathies and who just delivered a very fitting tribute. Steele Hall was born in 1928 in South Australia in the Mid-North. He was engaged in politics as a young man and secured election in 1959 as the state member for Guja, centred on his home district, and entered the House of Assembly shortly after his 30th birthday. By 1966, political times in South Australia were changing. Steele was elected Leader of the Liberal and Country League and therefore Leader of the Opposition at age 37. described early as having a streak of independence. With Labor's Don Dunstan becoming Labor leader and Premier in 1967, a new generation of South Australians were at the helm, and our state entered a period of political and social reform. In 1968, Steele Hall became Premier. These historic reforms included the electoral changes to the so-called Playmander, a system of malapportionment between country and city electoral districts that was especially detrimental to Labor. Steele Hall, then the youngest Premier in state history, saw that the situation was untenable, and he acted. He acted not in his own political self-interest. He acted, frankly, not in the narrow interests of his party. Instead, he took a principled stance in the interests of democracy. Through these electoral reforms, he reinforced the enduring principle of one vote, one value that underpins electoral fairness. It was a principled stance which earned some enduring enmity from Conservatives within his own party who opposed these changes, and ultimately he was, if not the architect of, certainly a contributor to his own demise, with Don Dunstan regaining the premiership in 1970 and leading the state until 1979, a tenure in no small part due to these electoral reforms. Premier Malinauskas, the current Premier of South Australia, reflected on this brave achievement and also on many key accomplishments, including the development of important industries such as the gas industry, the improvement of Aboriginal rights, access to safe abortion services, and fluoride in Adelaide's water supply. After his government's defeat, Steele Hall continued to lead the opposition until resigning as opposition leader in 1972 as a consequence of internal party dissent. Senator Birmingham has gone through that in a little more detail than I proposed to. This was the catalyst for him founding the Liberal movement, the spearhead of liberalism, a movement that was a distinct political organisation, first within and then cleaved from the Liberal and Country League and the conservative forces that opposed and undermined the policies Steele Hall had sought to advance. Those who joined Steele Hall and followed him sought to rebuild liberalism in South Australia. They saw being in government as a critical plank in this process and the necessity of securing the support of a broad section of the South Australian community in order to achieve this. This was counter to the attitudes and the practice of some in the Liberal and Country League. Steele Hall described some of the Conservatives who opposed him as being bound tightly to the ambitions of a few individuals who will put party before state. In contrast, the Liberal movement sought to be pragmatic and dynamic, responding to prevailing attitudes of electors through emphasis on human values and the quality of contact between one and another, balancing personal freedom with the rights of others. It was idealistic, educated and democratic. After continuing in the House of Assembly for a brief time fostering this nascent movement, Steele Hall resigned and successfully won election to the Senate. His arrival in this place as a Liberal movement senator following the 1974 double dissolution election came at a pretty momentous time in Australian politics. As we all recall, the coalition did not recognise the legitimacy or mandate of the Whitlam government from the first time it won office in 1972. Steele Hall again took a principled stance. He resiled from and chided the coalition over its position, stating, and I quote, "If they were to someday understand that they do not have a divine right to govern, but they have to earn it, they might return to this side of the House a lot more swiftly than they are likely to return at the moment." He didn't think much of their arguments, going on to suggest they wouldn't stand the analysis of any secondary school child in Australia. It was a febrile atmosphere. The Senate was finally balanced with Steele Hall at the fulcrum, and having again rejected the legislation that brought about the simultaneous dissolution, a joint sitting of the Senate and the House of Representatives occurred. It's poignant to consider that the Senate is considering this condolence motion a week after the 50th anniversary of this unique event in Australian political history. 3 of the bills before the joint sitting dealt with electoral matters. Steele Hall supported these bills, consistent with the part he had played as Premier in improving unequal electoral arrangements in South Australia against the opposition of some in his own party. Yet again, he put democracy ahead of party allegiance. He opened his remarks saying, and I quote, "One of the tragedies of the non-Labor side of politics in Australia is that it almost invariably stands against the extension of the franchise to its fullest." The following year, through a series of events, the Coalition gained capacity to block supply in the Senate, actions that brought about the dismissal of the Whitlam government. Again, taking a principled stance, Steele Hall wanted no part of this tactic. Indeed, he called for the Senate to be a house of review, not a house of execution, and advocated for the removal of the Senate's power to block supply. Political realities in South Australia saw the Liberal movement and the Liberal and Country League come together in 1976, and Steele Hall, who was not part of the negotiations, committed not to seek Liberal preselection for the Senate. As a consequence, in 1977, he resigned his place in the Senate to contest the now abolished House of Representatives division of Hawker. In recognition of how the roots of the Liberal movement had taken hold, elsewhere he was replaced by a senator from the Australian Democrats. Unsuccessful in his initial attempts to continue his political career in a third parliamentary chamber, Steele Hall achieved this aim in 1981 when he won a by-election in the division of Boothby, having defeated Alexander Downer for pre-selection. He was re-elected 5 times before his retirement. It's difficult to express to this chamber how well regarded Steele Hall was through the South Australian community. He was regarded with deep respect and genuine affection by so many South Australians across the political spectrum and community. Although he briefly served as the Shadow Minister following the election of the Hawke government, the majority of Steele Hall's remaining time in Parliament was on the backbench. However, he did not cease to be the courageous and independent thinker he had demonstrated himself to be. He was courageous, he was principled, and he thought independently. Steele Hall was particularly sceptical about the leadership of John Howard, including Howard's call for a reduction in Asian immigration in 1988. He told the House of Representatives at the time, "The question has quickly descended from a discussion about the future migrant intake to one about the level of internal racial tolerance. The simple fact is that public opinion is easily led on racial issues. It is now time to unite the community on the race issue before it flares into an ugly reproach for us all." I remember how much his courage and those of other Liberal moderates meant to the Wong family at that time, and to so many like us. Steele Hall's life and contribution to public life will forever be characterised by principle, by courage and conviction. He didn't do that which was easy, he did that which was right. He was prepared to act not in his immediate personal or party political interests, but to protect and strengthen our democracy, which, when all is said and done, matters most. He put state and nation above party. These are qualities that are increasingly rare in today's public life. And his passing is a time for all of us to reflect on how we in public life conduct ourselves and on what we are here to do. Once again, on behalf of the government, I express my condolences following his passing to Joan Hall, to Steele Hall's family and his friends. Vale.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, I too rise to speak on the condolence motion before this chamber on the life of the Honourable Raymond Steele Hall, and would like to associate myself with the remarks of the leaders in this place. There is no doubt Steele Hall was a legend of Australian politics, of South Australian politics, and his passing gives us a significant opportunity to reflect on the amazing contribution that he made, not just to our state of South Australia, but to our nation. An extensive political career by anybody's interpretation, 1959 to 1996, but boy, what did he pack into those 33 years. He served South Australians as the member for Guja and for Gorda, as the South Australian Premier, as an Australian Senator in this chamber, as well as a federal member for Boothby. Today, we won't just remember him for his impressive state and federal politician, but we most importantly remember him as a very intelligent man, a man of deep conviction and principle, and someone who epitomises the qualities of duty and integrity. His legacy will live on in so many people he's influenced, and we've heard today the extraordinary influence that he had on your career, Senator Birmingham, but also the communities that he diligently represented over so much time, and to the colleagues in the Liberal Party who he mentored and supported over his long career. Mr Hall, like myself, was raised in the country, and after graduating from the Balaclava High School, he worked on his family's wheat and sheep farm in the South Australia's beautiful mid-north. And there seems no doubt that living and working in a rural community in his early life contributed significantly to his commitment to rural and regional South Australia throughout his entire political career. Steele Hall's understood firsthand the importance of supporting our regions and our farmers and the benefit that our rural and regional communities make to our state and to our entire country. And it was, I suppose, the opportunity of representing his home community where he'd worked on the land and supported his family that is said to have driven his passion to go into politics in the first place. And it's a passion that has inspired many in South Australia's Liberal Party and within the community. And I have to say that it was in fact Mr Hall that first influenced my first connection to politics as a very young child. As outlined by Senator Birmingham, Steele Hall formed the splinter Liberal movement, the LM movement, for which my uncle Jack Seacamp, ran as a candidate when I was still in junior primary school. And I remember being given stickers at the time that said, "I've got the LM bug." And what kid at the age of 7 or so is not excited about running around sticking stickers all over their bedroom, which is exactly what I did, much to my mother's disgust, because when they were removed, most of the paint came with them as well. But little did I realise at the time, with Liberal campaign stickers stuck all over my bedroom, that one day I would go on to join and represent the same Liberal values that Mr Hall did. And there is no doubt that it is Mr Hall's principled approach to politics that will cement his legacy for a very long time to come. He stood by his convictions above all else, above popularity or party politics or political ambitions, and for that he will be remembered as a legend of the South Australian Liberal Party in its very many guises. But for my hometown of Renmark in the Riverland of South Australia, Steele Hall will be remembered for his foresight in opposing the Chowla Dam, in preference for a water supply security from the Dartmouth Down. At the time, many people in my home community were convinced about the great boon of the economic benefit of having a dam built on our doorstep. But Steele Hall took a longer-term perspective, supported by his good friend and colleague, the member for Chaffey, Peter Arnold, as well as my uncle Jack, which is probably the reason why he eventually stood as a candidate in Steele's newly formed party. All three men, and a handful of others, and I say only a handful because many didn't support them, believed that the Chowla Dam would have been an absolute environmental disaster. Who would have thought one of the first actions of environmental activism would actually have come from the Liberal Party? But the damming of the River Murray, of the Chowla Creek and of the Monomum with a 5.5 kilometre wall would have flooded an area upstream of Renmark in excess of 1,370 square kilometres. They also realised that this water mass would have a huge impact on salinity levels downstream. And also because of the huge water service and the shallowness of the dam, it would result in massive evaporation losses, which would have made the Chowla Dam a very inefficient water supply. Hindsight shows that the dam, if it had been built in my hometown of Renmark, would no longer exist. Luckily, common sense prevailed at the time and the dam was never built. But Steele Hall's time as Premier was defined by his preparedness to stand up for what he believed in, even when it meant that his time as the Premier was to be compromised. His conviction was stronger than his personal self-interest. He always believed in what was right. But first and foremost, Steele Hall was a husband and a father and a grandfather. And my sincere condolences go to you, Joan, and to your family. It is an amazing career and one that I think many South Australians and Australians will reflect on for a long time to come. Vale Steele Hall.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, hello, Joan, and loved ones watching on. I didn't know Steele personally, but what a reputation. Steele Hall wasn't just a legend of the Liberal Party, but will forever remain a South Australian hero. In his time in the South Australian Legislature, he was known for pragmatism, common sense, independence and strength of conviction, ambition and a strong sense of justice, and we've all heard some of that today. In his time as member for Boothby, the strength of his convictions continued to be demonstrated by his crossing the floor to vote against the use of race as a criterion for selecting immigrants. When I came into this place in my first speech in 2022, I talked of too much talk of race rather than on the individual. In politics, as in life, Steele Hall was a great statesman and understood the importance of his position and about the love of South Australia. I also recognise that because of people like Steele, that I stand in this place today. I would like to offer you my sincere condolences to you and his family. Steele used his time on this earth well, used his time in our party well. May Steele now rest in peace.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd just like to acknowledge Joan here and rise to support the remarks of my colleagues, particularly Senator Birmingham. I won't repeat all the remarks. They have done Steele proud by recounting his long and illustrious career. I just want to make the point that Steele represents something that I think all should aspire to, which is to value our parliament, the parliamentary system, to value the fact that you need parties of government, but also to value the fact that ultimately you must put nation first, followed by state, followed by your party, followed by your own self-interest. If democracy is to work, that is how everyone should work. And Steele modelled that, and he served the nation, and he served our state. And for that, we say thanks for many years. I don't necessarily say that I would have agreed if I had served with him on all of his decisions, but the fact that he was true to them is something that we should celebrate and seek to emulate. Many times when we give speeches in this place and motions of condolence, we thank families for releasing their loved ones to serve. In the case of Joan, not only do we thank you, but we thank you for your service as a member for Cole and member for Morialta, service with Steele, but that's also flowed through to your family. Your son Ben served Alan Ferguson, who was my predecessor in the Senate, went on to serve in the Australian Army for 8 years and is now making his own mark overseas. So we remember Steele. Joan, we say condolences to you and your extended family in Vale Steele Hall.
Can I add my own condolences to you and Joan and your family? I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. The motion is carried. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day, Minister?
Yes, thank you, Deputy President. I give notice that on the next day of sitting I shall move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024, allowing it to be considered during this period of sittings. I also table a statement of reasons justifying the need for the bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted, leave is granted. I'll go to Senator Askew, but I'm aware that you have something to do, Senator McKim, on behalf of Senator Shoebridge.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to the following senators for personal reasons: to Senator Antic for the 12th of August to the 22nd of August, and to Senator Nampijinpa Price for the 12th of August.
I'll put the question. Those for question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Firstly, could I please seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Barbara Pocock from the 12th to the 22nd of August for personal reasons.
Is it okay if I put that question? I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Deputy President. On behalf of Senators Shoebridge and Thorpe, I withdraw General Business Notice of Motion number 121, standing in their name. And also, Deputy President, if I might, while I'm on my feet, on behalf of Senator Shoebridge, I withdraw business of the Senate motion number 2, standing in his name for today.
Thank you. Senator. Yeah, we're just about ready, Minister. I'm just.
Well,
you're moving. You're pushing your Deputy President.
Okay.
No, just. We're all done with that last notice. Any notices of motion? Okay. I'm just going to do a death of a former member, and then we'll get to placing of business. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 10th July 2024 of Alan Pete Steedman, a former member of the House of Representatives for the division of Casey, Victoria from 1983 to 1984. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the private senators' bills to be considered this week are as follows: the COVID-19 vaccination status Prevention of Discrimination Bill 2022 on Wednesday the 14th of August 2024, and Migration Amendment Overseas Organ Transplant Disclosure and Other Measures Bill 2023 on Thursday the 15th of August 2024.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate notice of motion for today in the name of Senator Shoebridge to the 14th of August, and business of a Senate notice of motion number 1 for tomorrow to the 14th of August, standing in the name of Senator Bragg.
If there's been no objection, the business is postponed. There are no objections. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? I understand there are no formal motions. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 15 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Oh. It is supported. We just have to quickly go to a committee extension. Bear with me. Clerk.
Is lodged an extension notification as shown at item 13 on today's order of business.
Is there any objection? There being no objection. My apologies. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, I rise to contribute to this important debate today because one of our country's most precious places is under serious threat. Scott Reef in Western Australia is an ancient coral reef. It's been growing for over 15 million years. At least 29 species of marine mammals, 41 species of birds, and almost 1,000 species of fish, sharks and rays. It's a very, very special part of our ocean. Last week, WA's own Environmental Protection Authority revealed that their preliminary recommendation that Woodside's Browse project, that is a big gas well, would have unacceptable impacts on the environment. Now, this proposal from Woodside, $30 billion to drill for gas in the heart of this very, very special part of Scott Reef, and would continue until 2070 or beyond. Now, the WA EPA, or the Environment Protection Authority, doesn't make these decisions lightly. In fact, it's virtually unheard of. This authority is saying the threat to the environment at Scott Reef is so concerning that this project should not be given environmental approval. The EPA says it will have unacceptable impacts on endangered green turtles and their nesting areas, sinking below the sea level. Unacceptable impacts on blue pygmy whales who pass through on their migration. And they are very, very concerned at what would happen in the devastating turn of events that there was an oil spill on Scott Reef. There are moments when big projects like this need to be called out for being unacceptable. We have some very, very precious and ancient parts of our environment right around this country. And over and over and over again, we see development and corporations come in and argue that because of their desire to drill in that area or to build or to knock down or to log, that the environment will just need to cop it. Sometimes we need to say no. And the Environment Protection Authority in WA is saying no. This is unacceptable. We don't need to change any law to make this happen. We actually have environmental laws. They're not perfect, they're pretty weak, but you know what? They would stop this project in its tracks if it was implemented properly by the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek. So the Environment Minister has a very big choice to make. Listening to the scientists and the experts to protect this precious ancient reef, to look after the sea turtles, to protect the whales, to make sure that those migratory birds and those very special fish and shark species are looked after, to make sure that there isn't an unnecessary and unacceptable risk to them. The Environment Minister needs to do their job. Rule this out of order. Agree with the WA EPA that the environmental impacts are simply unacceptable. This is no place to drill for gas. This is not an area that should be sacrificed just because Woodside wants it.
Just before you rise, Senator Dunham, Senator Hanson, I don't believe you moved the motion, so if I could just ask you to...
I moved the motion.
Thank you very much. Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, look, it's all or nothing with the Australian Greens when it comes to projects that need to occur across our country. I note that this motion calls on the Commonwealth Government to unequivocally rule out approval for the project that's been mentioned here, a project described by the Prime Minister as one that is needed for energy reliability. That's something that wasn't canvassed in the contribution we've just heard, or indeed canvassed in the motion we have before us, which is part of my problem with the debate we're about to have. There's one word that you'll never hear pass the lips of the Australian Greens, and it starts with the letter B. That's the word balance. A balance between the considerations of the environment, the need to protect what is fragile, which is special, that needs to be looked after for future generations, against the economic imperative we have, the need to have economic activity and productivity, the need to bring down power prices, the need to have jobs in our country. A balancing of those considerations is absolutely essential, but something that isn't in any way considered in what we have before us here. It really is probably a sneak preview into something I think as a country we may see more and more of as time progresses. And today, while I'm on it, we had a news poll out overnight, and of course that pointed to the high likelihood of there being a hung parliament after the next election. And coming from the great state of Tasmania, which has had more than its fair share of hung parliaments, can I tell you, Acting Deputy President, that hung parliaments, where there's a power-sharing arrangement with a particular cohort, the Australian Greens or perhaps the Tasmanian Greens, I'll tell you what actually goes into decline: the economy. Jobs go missing, they go offshore, standards of living head south like there's no tomorrow. And this is a sneak preview of the kind of thinking we're going to have in this brave new world of coalition governments between the Greens and the Labor Party, if the polls are to be believed. I hope they're wrong, and I'll be doing my darndest to ensure that they're not accurate come election day. But I know exactly. Well, the good thing is, just to take an interjection from the Assistant Minister, the Liberals in Tasmania are not in coalition with the Greens. Thank the good Lord, I say, Acting Deputy President, can I tell you? So one other thing that didn't really rate a mention in the last contribution, and I expect we won't have in any other contribution, perhaps even from the government, in relation to this, is that we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. And that is in part because of the cost of energy. Now, this project isn't just because Woodside want to do it to go and make a dirty, great big profit, and they want to go and destroy the environment. It's actually because we need energy to be fed into the grid. This shocking notion that we need resources to make our economy tick over, like it's going to come out of thin air if we don't get it out of projects like this. You know, the idea that, frankly, we don't need these projects to be able to generate energy in our current energy mix is quite fanciful, and again demonstrates just how out of touch the Australian Greens are when it comes to ensuring we have stability in our economy and indeed in our grid. But again, why would we worry about that when they're going to be in charge after the next election, calling the shots, the green tail wagging the Labor dog, if the polls again are to be believed? Of course, one could be forgiven for thinking that the Federal Environment Minister would give in to such a demand from the Australian Greens. The Australian Greens calling on the government to unequivocally rule out this project, calling on the Australian government, and it is not an EPA motion, just to take Senator Hanson-Young's interjection there. It's a motion from Senator McKim that the federal government unequivocally rule out approval for this project. So it is a Greens motion, and frankly, I would not be surprised if the Environment Minister, Ms Plibersek, did rule it out, because of course the Greens snapping at her heels electorally in her electorate. It's the kind of thing that she will be worried about in terms of her own re-election chances, making sure that Green votes flow to her in her seat. So decisions will be made on a political basis rather than a practical one that should be where we do balance these considerations. The mature approach, balancing economic against environmental, factoring in that thing I mentioned before that I hope we hear a bit more about, but I doubt we will, and that is the cost of living crisis that is absolutely crippling Australian households, making it hard for business to do what they do best.
Your time has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, this motion calling for us to rule out something that is currently in the middle of a process,
the fact that the Greens are getting quite vexed about the fact that the WA EPA advice has caused this project to be put on hold while further information is obtained is surely exactly what we want. Exactly what we want in this country. That when projects are put forward, when ideas are put forward, that they are fully scrutinised and the process is followed so that that scrutiny follows all of the various elements of the EPBC, that we know at the end of the day that if a project gets up, it's going to be a good project, and if it's not going to get up, then obviously it's going to have done too much damage, that it is not an appropriate pathway. But this is what happens in every single case. The decisions are looked at in accordance with the facts and in accordance with the law. It is not appropriate to unpack that specific detail while those processes are ongoing. Now, the Federal Environment Department has paused the assessment. So this assessment is on hold, right? Just to be really clear, because there seems to be a great deal of confusion here. It's on hold because there are questions to be answered. That is exactly what the process affords, and that is exactly what's occurred. Now, the decision about this project will go no further until that information has been received from the Western Australian Government and from Woodside. Surely that's exactly what we want. Now, we know that there are shortcomings with the EPBC. Labor's been talking about that for years and years. We have tried so hard to get movement on this, and it could well be that if the Greens want stronger laws, as Labor does, that they get on side with our EPBC work, rather than standing in the way, rather than refusing to engage, rather than whipping up excitement with the environmental groups, but actually become constructive. Maybe come up with some ideas. Maybe get on board with that whole consultation and the work that we're doing, and be the collaborative partner to get a better outcome. Novel idea, worth a thought though, right? We have done so much since we came to government 2 and a bit years ago to try and strengthen our environmental protections. We have done so much to try and strengthen our climate scenario here, to put in place solid policies to deal with emissions, to improve and increase the renewable energy that is available in this country. And we are, once again, stuck in a situation between too much and not enough. And what is missing in a lot of these debates is any form of collaboration, any form of a sense of having a meaningful conversation about what this country needs. And what this country needs is more renewable energy to bring down those prices. So, Senator Duniam, that's exactly the case you're making there, is we need to lower energy prices, and one of the ways to do that is to increase our renewables, is to do a structured change in our electricity sector that also recognises the change we need in our economy. So we have in front of us a motion that is, to be honest, quite ridiculous, because the process is in train. The process is in train. There are laws, there are structures. Those are going along as they should. Issues have been raised with this project. It has been placed on hold while further information is obtained to work out what the situation is here. Is it a project that should go ahead, or is it a project that should not? That process is underway. This motion is a stunt. Another stunt. So we can sit around and talk about the don't do anything and you're doing too much, which will get us precisely
Senator
nowhere.
Grogan, your time has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Western Australia's Environmental Protection Agency has recommended Woodside's Browse Basin gas project not proceed. This Greens motion celebrates that recommendation, which was based in part on the effect of gas platforms on migrating whales. The Greens support offshore wind turbines off the Illawarra and the Hunter Coast. Turbines not fixed to the seabed, rather held in place with a spaghetti of cables. Those cables are likely to gather debris and provide a substantial hazard for migrating whales. This inconsistency is easily explained. The Greens are happy to use the natural environment only when it suits their political ideology. Offshore wind, the environmental destruction of native forests for wind turbines, solar panels, transmission lines and access roads are all okay as long as the net zero wrecking ball continues. The northwest of Western Australia holds 97% of Australia's gas reserves. It makes economic and environmental sense to use that resource for the benefit of all Australians. Of course, not in a manner that damages the natural environment, which One Nation cares about all the time, not just when it's convenient. The canary in the net zero maze is South Australia, which no longer has baseload coal power and must rely on gas to keep the power on. The elimination of coal is disastrous enough, and if the Green lobby is successful in eliminating gas, then Australia will be forced into energy deficiency. The most energy-rich country in the world will not be able to provide enough energy for Australians to live without energy rationing. Control of your energy use. One Nation has introduced a bill to create a domestic gas reservation to ensure 15% of Australia's gas production is reserved for Australians. This will keep the power prices down and keep the lights on. Not as low as ending this crazy ideological war on coal and nuclear, yet it will help. Is it any wonder the Greens oppose these measures? The Greens want everyday Australians to have less, consume less and be controlled.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I support, obviously, this motion as a matter of urgency brought by Senator McKim today. Pelu Datu, which is actually the traditional Macassan name used by the Indonesians for Scott Reef. Scott Reef actually makes up two groups of reefs that are 300 kilometres off the West Australian coast in the Timor Sea. Now, most people in this place wouldn't have visited a wonderful place like Scott Reef, with an abundance of ocean life, sits in the middle of that migratory route for the pygmy blue whales. Now, there are two things that I know as a First Nations person, that there are in fact two songlines consists of whales. One of them goes through my country, and the other goes to the north, around through the Bass Strait and out to the Pacific. It's the one thing that we call the whales, the elders of the sea. It's our connection between the land, the animals, our law, and sea country. And it's something that we celebrate greatly. But also there are 28 other kinds of marine mammals and thousands of other kinds of fish that are out there at Scott Reef. Not to mention the abundance of coral. But it is places like this that are also used for an economic base. So I reject Senator Dunniam's conversation around that the Australian Greens are not also concerned with this. This actually represents part of the transnational boundary. Indonesian people go to areas around the Scott Reef for the collection of sea cucumber and sea weed and protection of seagrass in areas like that. These places are precious, and they are precious because we currently don't have the protection with any legislation, whether it be the EPBC, whether it be the OPGGS, the offshore petroleum greenhouse gas. We see time and time again the state capture of the two majors in this place. And in my home state of Western Australia, we also see the destruction of climate change and the impact that has on places like the Kimberley. In the East Kimberley, just last year, there was a flood, the first time in 120 years, that destroyed the Fitzroy Bridge, Fitzroy Crossing. It is projects like the Browse project. It is not for the use of domestic reservation on the northwest shelf that comes and flows down the west coast all the way to Perth. That's a myth. I mean, the Parliamentary Committee and the State Parliament have already done an inquiry into this. They're supposed to give 15% of the gas out of the North West Shelf to the WA people. You know how much they give? 7%. They're not even halfway into that. So it's some fantasy that people have. But it's the people, the animals, the First Nations people that have connection to this sea country who have said we don't want the Browse project. We don't want destruction of the abundance of sea life that exists in the Timor Sea. And on top of that, it's going to pump millions of tonnes of carbon into the atmosphere. Now, we've been in this fight before in this area. And I want to acknowledge the work of former Green Senators Rachel Seward and Scott Ludlam, who were at the front line of the James Price Point protests. When the Browse was first introduced, they were at the front of those picket lines and protests, helping out, shouting loud, echoing what communities in Cape Leveque, north of Broome, were saying, because they knew the destruction, they knew the displacement, and they knew that people would be forced from country, from doing recreation like fishing out in their favourite spots in case there was an oil spill. And we know that methane leaks out of some of these wells already, and they're already not being regulated. The EPA in Western Australia is clear, and we need the federal government to back that in.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Scott Reef is our nation's largest oceanic reef system. Some senators might be surprised that it's not the Great Barrier Reef. It is indeed Scott Reef, and it is also one of the most biodiverse oceanic ecosystems in our country. And underneath Scott Reef, precisely because of its geology, lies the country's biggest untapped conventional gas deposit, the Browse deposit, which, if developed, would underwrite the North West Shelf assets for Woodside and the planned Burrup Hub, which one project alone would emit 4.3 billion tonnes of carbon into our atmosphere. That is equivalent to 10 years of this nation's emissions. Every car, every cow, everything in one project. Not only will the planned wells that Woodside want to drill, up to 50 of them within 2 kilometres of this precious ecosystem, not only will that risk the endangered and rare pygmy blue whales that migrate through this area and green turtles and hundreds of other invertebrates and marine creatures, but burning those fossil fuels at a time where we've seen on the east coast of Australia, the Great Barrier Reef has just recorded the highest ocean temperatures in 400 years and the 7th mass coral bleaching event in just over 30 years. It's almost hard to believe we are even contemplating approving a project like this. It beggars belief. It flies in the face of all the evidence we know and the logic. And for the senators who've said that this is somehow some kind of stunt, that we put up a motion on this, let me tell you why the Australian Greens have put up this motion today. Because we know that this is a corrupted political system and that big companies like Woodside Petroleum always get their way in this place, and they always have. And if you think the WA declaration that was given to the media or leaked to the media that this project cannot proceed because it is too risky, if you think they're beyond political interference, think again. I saw Mark McGowan standing with the CEO of Woodside in the paper the other day. We know there's been political interference with the EPA's decisions before. They very rarely ever reject a project, but they have clearly said this is too risky. Remember, the Great Barrier Reef was declared a national park and a World Heritage Area to avoid oil and gas drilling on its structures. Woodside and the other oil and gas fossil fuel giants that want to access these resources for their profits are insatiable. And our political system supports that. So that is why we are bringing this forward. If we accept and approve these projects, and it is in front of the Federal Environment Minister, as it is in front of the Western Australian authorities, we are condemning future generations on this planet to climate hell. Climate hell. Every weather record around the world has been broken. We're still seeing record temperatures in our oceans around the planet. We're seeing record temperatures in Japan this week, after record temperatures in China and across the Middle East. We are in a climate breakdown. And how foolish and stupid are we to even think about approving a project like this? We owe it to future generations to stand up and say, no, we can do better than this. We are smarter than this. We are not going to be corrupted by greed of a company fighting a rearguard action to protect its profits and its shareholders' profits. And that is why, to finish this, my contribution, that is why the major parties are losing votes. I heard Senator Birmingham reflecting on that earlier today. This is why 1 in 3 Australians are voting outside the major parties. Labor's future gas strategy was a present to the fossil fuel industry. The Greens won't stand for this kind of development.
Senator, your time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Woodside wants to turn the pristine waters of Western Australia into an industrial gas zone. The fossil fuel giant is already ploughing ahead with the first stage of its Burrup hub, drilling up to 30 gas wells at Scarborough near Ningaloo Reef. Now, Woodside has its sights set on the national treasure of Scott Reef off the Kimberley coast, a biodiversity hotspot home to the ancient coral which has grown for over 15 million years. Woodside wants to drill 50 additional wells at Browse, some as close as 2 kilometres from the reef itself. Extracting the gas will create a void under the reef, causing it to sink into the ocean. When research showed that Sandy Inlet, a part of Scott Reef where hundreds of threatened green sea turtles lay their eggs each year, was in danger of being washed away permanently due to Browse, do you know what Woodside's response was? That Sandy Inlet would wash away anyway due to sea level rise from climate change, and that drilling for gas at Browse would likely just make that process happen faster. The audacity of Woodside to be profiting from the extracting and burning of a gas resulting in sea level rise and then claiming that the additional destruction caused by Browse doesn't matter. Well, it matters to the hundreds of threatened green sea turtles. And it matters to the millions of Australians who would rather protect our precious marine environment than see it drilled for gas, which will still be operating in 2070, well past the deadline for Australia to phase out of fossil fuels. Recent reporting shows that Western Australia's EPA has confirmed what we have long known. Woodside's Browse project would be devastating for the environment in Western Australia and is an unacceptable risk. Woodside's own environmental approval documents show a worst-case oil spill at Browse would cover Scott Reef and 54 endangered species, such as whales, sharks, fish, turtles and coral, putting our marine life at risk to suit the financial interests of one of the world's biggest polluters is unacceptable. For Labor to urge protection of the Great Barrier Reef on one side of the country and approve Woodside's Browse project on the other side of the country would be hypocritical at best and a disaster for nature at its worst. The Federal Environment Minister has the power to protect Scott Reef and the endangered wildlife that call it home by rejecting this project and its unacceptable impacts. Minister Tanya Plibersek must unequivocally rule out Woodside's environment-wrecking project and instead protect this precious ecosystem.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. The time for the debate has expired and the question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. I think the noes have it. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young on behalf of Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim teller for the ayes and Senator Askew teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 29. The question is resolved in the negative. If those senators that aren't taking part in the MPI debate or aren't going to listen quietly to it would like to leave the chamber in an orderly fashion. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McGrath, which is also shown at item 15 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think it's very handy to read out this matter of public importance for those
Senator
who are
McGrath,
playing along at home.
Order, Senator McGrath. Could you move the motion?
I move the motion.
Thank you.
And in so moving the motion, I'm going to read out what this motion is about today and why it is of a matter of public importance. And that is that the Reserve Bank of Australia told the Senate Cost of Living Committee that government spending means that interest rates must be higher for longer, but instead of heeding this warning and reducing spending to allow the Reserve Bank of Australia to cut rates, Labor has spent an additional $315 billion since coming to office and told Australians they should be grateful the government is being so helpful. It's very much a Marie Antoinette approach to fiscal policy, that the mob are doing it tough, but you should be grateful you've got a Labor Party in power because we're being so nice to you. And the thing is, it is actually the policies of the Labor Party that are causing Australians, but in particular Queenslanders, my constituents, a lot of pain and a lot of suffering. And in particular, when it comes to inflation, that means cost of living. Australia is in a cost of living crisis, a cost of living crisis that has been caused by the policy decisions of this Labor Green government. Now, in particular, if you've got a mortgage, and the average mortgage in Australia at the moment is about $750,000, well, since Labor have come to power, you are now $35,000 a year worse off because of the Labor Party, because of the 12 interest rate rises that have happened under the watch of the Labor Party. So you're in middle Australia, you've got a mortgage, you're doing it tough, but it's even tougher because of the Labor Party. And yet, under this Labor Party, who do profess to be the friends of working Australians have found out since Labor have come to power that food has gone up 11%, health has gone up 11%, education has gone up 11%, housing has gone up 15%, rent's gone up 15%, financial and insurance issues, well, they've gone up 17%, electricity has gone up 22%, and I'll come back to electricity in a moment, and gas is up 25%. It is a cost of living crisis. And what do we get from the Labor Party? Well, it is the political equivalent of crickets, or the political equivalent of a fruit salad, in terms of the words that they throw at this particular issue, but are failing to take any real action apart from making it worse. Now, I mentioned that electricity had gone up 22% since Labor have come to power. Well, who can forget that before the last election, Anthony Albanese promised at least 97 times that he would cut your power bills by $275. That was a core promise, a core commitment. He so believed it, he said it 97 times. Well, hands up in this chamber, if you think that your power bills have gone down by $275. Well, just so those people who can follow along who have the misfortune of reading this Hansard later, no one put their hands up. And in fact, across Australia, no one is putting their hands up that their power bills have gone down by $275 because Labor will promise anything before an election to try and win, but ultimately the Australian people always find out that Labor will always cost you more. Before the last election, the coalition said that life would not be easy under Mr Albanese, and how right we were, because life under Mr Albanese and this Labor Party government is actually really tough at the moment. But what we do is we have a Prime Minister who likes to spend time on the red carpet, who likes to go to celebrity weddings, a Prime Minister who's actually not across his brief, a Prime Minister who, quite frankly, is not just a disappointment, he is a disaster for Australia. And the sooner he calls an election, the better, so we can throw out this Labor government and bring in Peter Dutton as Prime Minister.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Polley.
What a stark contrast from those opposite who had 10 years in government and left mess after mess after mess. So we've just had that contribution without giving any credit, because let's not forget that when they were in government, they were opposed to Australian workers getting any pay rise. It was their policy, actually, that they admitted their policy was to keep wages low. But under our government, wages are going up for Australian workers. That is helping with the cost of living crisis that we already acknowledge, and why we have taken measures to ensure that we do everything we can to tackle inflation. And we know that inflation has, in fact, started to moderate. There is no doubt that Australians are better off since the election of the Albanese Labor government. But we know that it hasn't just been the tax cuts that Australian workers have received from their first pay packet after the 1st of July this year, but not only have they got that tax cut, but it's twice the size on average of what they committed when they were in government. And since we made the announcement that we were going to increase it and in fact give a tax cut to low-paid Australian workers, they've had so many different positions of stopping it, cutting it, taking it back to what it was. Again, it's just a bit like their energy policy. They had, I think they're up to now 23 energy policies during the time they were in government and now in opposition, and we know the disastrous energy policy that Mr Dutton has been putting forward. But this government is actually taking real action to address the cost of living. Unlike those when they were in government, and their attitude now is just let the pain continue on, let it rip through the Australian economy. So we just had the contribution where they talked about whether or not your energy bills have gone down by $275. Well, obviously they were not paying attention to the budget, because this government is delivering $300 energy payment for residential homes and $350 for small businesses. What did they do with that legislation? They voted against it. That's what they did, because this is an opposition led by Mr Dutton, who's better known now as No, No, No. What did they do when the energy legislation came through to support residents and small businesses? What did they do with that legislation? That's right, they voted against it. So they voted against the tax cuts. They voted against the energy levy that we were giving to Australian residents. What did they do when we introduced cheaper medicines? That's right, they voted against that as well. When we've actually increased the 60-day script to help people with their medicines and mean you have less visits to the GP, which saves you money and allows more people to see their GPs. What did they do with that measure? They voted against it. They voted against better wages for people who care for our most vulnerable, people who live in residential aged care. They voted against that. They have not supported any of our measures to actually help with the strategy of reducing the cost of living pressure on Australian families. Now, we've introduced cheaper childcare. We've also just committed a 15% increase to early childhood educators. That is good for the early childhood educators. It will mean that more people will be attracted to work in that very important area of responsibility. Good for families. We want centres not to increase their prices, obviously, just because that money is rolling out. Now, the real benefits as well for tax cuts, for energy, for all the measures that we have put in place.
Polley, your time has expired. Senator McKim.
Well, millions of Australians are getting smashed by high inflation and the high interest rates that follow from that. But you know who's not getting smashed? That is the big corporations who are making obscene profits, which are actually driving inflation up. And what is Labor doing about this? Absolutely nothing. Labor is refusing to go after the big corporates who donate so generously to Labor Party coffers, and Labor is refusing to take on their greed and their profiteering, and Labor is refusing to take action that would help reduce inflation. Corporate super profits tax would remove the incentive from corporations to profiteer, make price gouging illegal to stop the big corporations' price gouging, break up the supermarket duopoly, put more competition into the supermarket sector, and the result will be cheaper food and grocery prices. Freeze rent increases, provide some relief to renters, and if Labor did these things, it would allow the RBA to bring down interest rates, providing relief to mortgage holders. The Australian Greens stand ready to take on the big corporations in this place. It's just a crying shame that the Labor Party is not ready to join us.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much. And the government have done everything they can to make housing in Australia so much worse than it was when they came to office over 2 years ago. And all you need to do is look at what the RBA said in their announcement from last week, where they said that they were looking to now only hit target inflation in 2027 because, quote, in part this owes to a stronger outlook for domestic demand. Now, the government is spending too much money, which is driving increased demand from the public sector, and that is keeping the pressure on the Reserve Bank. And the Reserve Bank is considering its position whether it needs to increase rates rather than cut rates, as we've seen in comparable economies. And so what does this all mean? Well, it means that we have a persistent inflation problem, which makes things much harder for prospective homeowners, but also for renters. But it comes on top of a series of disasters in the housing portfolio, which has recently been flipped by the Prime Minister in his reshuffle, where he sacked the old housing minister and has appointed a new one. The problem with the new housing minister is committed to the same policies as the last housing minister. So we've seen, frankly, a disaster in relation to this Housing Australia Future Fund slush fund. We've seen a failure on the housing targets. And then we've seen this build-to-rent idea. And the idea here is that foreign corporations, foreign fund managers, become the landlords to Australians. Now, this is a massive perversion of the Australian dream, a twisting of the Australian dream from a dream where people own their own houses to an idea where your house is owned by BlackRock or Vanguard or Cbus. That is a disgusting perversion of the Australian dream, which has been perpetrated by this Labor government. And we've seen today that the new Minister, O'Neill, has said, quote, on radio, and what I can tell you is the Treasury modelling for this bill tells us that we'll have an additional 160,000 houses. Now, that is the end of the quote, and also a false quote, in the sense that Treasury never did that modelling, and that has been exposed as a huge mistake. But the point here is not so much that the Minister has made a gaffe, and I understand that people get things wrong from time to time. It is the policy itself is a sick idea, because it gives up on the idea of individual ownership and agency and hands the keys to the city, so to speak, to the foreign fund managers. So these are the only people that are going to get a tax cut to build a house, foreign fund managers, go figure. And then we've seen the disaster of the shared equity schemes, which the government hasn't even brought on for a vote. So when you think about this broader position here on housing, which is a massive problem the Australian people face, we've always been a country where people can afford to buy a house of their own, and now we have a position where that is getting away from the average worker. So what are the things that the Commonwealth Government can do to help here? There's limited options because we don't run the planning system. So the interventions from the Commonwealth Government need to be very carefully calibrated. Now, we hear nothing from the new Minister or the old Minister on banking and lending policy. We hear very little on super, which is a Commonwealth issue, other than trying to help the big super funds buy the houses and then lease them out to Australians like they're serfs. And we've seen this with the Housing Australia Future Fund, which will go down in history, I'm sure, as one of Labor's greatest boondoggle slush funds. These slush funds are never good ideas because you end up running them for the unions and the other vested interests. And in this case, I think this Housing Australia Future Fund wanting to partner with the super funds will be a disaster because Australians don't want to lease their home or rent their house, I should say, from a super fund. They want to own it themselves. So you see nothing on banking, nothing on super. The only thing on tax is proposals that are bandied around Labor's caucus to increase taxes on houses like negative gearing or capital gains tax, or of course the idea that you cut taxes for the build-to-rent class, Vanguards, BlackRocks and the other foreign fund managers. So far this has been Labor's worst policy area, you'd have to say, and there's a few to compete with, but housing has been a disaster, and the people that are paying the price here are the renters and the prospective home buyers who are seeing the Australian dream slip away.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, we are proud of the work that we're doing to push inflation down, to get the economy moving and to help Australians in what we know are tough times. Now, those opposite should remember that we inherited inflation with a 6 in front of it from them. It now has a 3 in front of it. We also inherited from them the slowest wage growth on record. And we are getting wages moving in this country again, particularly for our lowest paid Australian workers. We inherited from those opposite budget deficits as far as the eye could see, from a coalition government that, despite those deficits, still failed to invest in the services that Australians actually want and need. On the other hand, our government has delivered 2 surpluses, and we have done that. We have delivered those surpluses while continuing to provide the support that Australians need and that Australians rely on, including tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer and energy bill relief for households and businesses too. And of course, despite the words in the motion, this is a fact that is actually acknowledged by the Reserve Bank Governor, who is invoked by those opposite. And the RBA Governor said, and I quote, "My job and the Reserve Bank's job is to get inflation down. The governments have a different job. Their job is also to get inflation down," and they acknowledge that, but it's also to provide services and infrastructure for the Australian people. And she said further, "My personal view is that they're doing what they can do." So if those opposite are coming here today to tell the Australian people that they're concerned about government spending, then they need to also tell the Australian people exactly what it is that they are going to slash if they had the chance at government again. They need to tell the Australian people what it is that they want to cut. Is it the energy bill relief? Is that what it is? Would it be Medicare again, like they slashed on their last watch? What will it be? Will they go after the wages of the Australian people again? Because we know that under those opposite, low wages were a deliberate design feature of the economy. And we don't do things that way. We know that Australia's lowest paid workers right now are receiving their third wage increase, backed by and supported by our government. Wage increases that those opposite just don't want to see. They want to see low wages as a deliberate design feature of the economy. And early childhood educators will receive a 15% pay rise under our government, off the back of the 15% already delivered to aged care workers. Wages are moving again in this country. And our responsible budget management is paying dividends. We are returning revenue to the bottom line. We've delivered back-to-back surpluses for the first time in almost 2 decades, surpluses that we know have been acknowledged by the RBA Governor herself, again invoked in your motion, as putting downward pressure on inflation. Those opposite, they couldn't even deliver one surplus. And we've delivered those surpluses all while we're delivering at the same time cost of living measures that actually help Australians, like those tax cuts for 13.6 million tax-paying Australians, every single taxpayer, not just a few, like those $300 energy rebates for every Australian household, $325 for small businesses. This government, our government, knows that you can tackle inflation and you can deliver the services and the relief that Australians need at the same time. But those opposite, they just continue with motions like this, with comments that they make, to threaten the measures that actually are there to help all Australians. So if the opposition want to target government spending, they need to come clean and tell the Australian people what they are proposing to cut, should they get the chance. Is it those energy rebates? Is that what it is? Would they cut wages for our essential and undervalued early childhood educators? Wage increases that they can't decide their position on today? Would they close the door of our Medicare urgent care clinics? We know they loved cutting Medicare when they had the chance. So when it comes to inflation, those opposite have no plan, they have no answers and no problems with cutting the services
Senator Walsh,
Australians
your time
need.
has expired. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you. Every day, millions of Australians feel the crushing stress of living on Centrelink. They're not turning on the heating to save on bills, they're forgoing necessary medication, they're choosing between paying rent and eating. Families are being evicted into homelessness. Pensioners are sleeping in their cars. Parents are skipping meals to keep a roof over their kids' heads. In a wealthy country like ours, no one should have to live like this. Labor promised when they came to power that no one would be left behind, yet people on income support are starving while Labor turns a blind eye. Expert after expert, report after report, inquiry after inquiry, the evidence is clear and it has been for years. The government must raise the rate of job seeker. Poverty is a policy choice, and I'm sick of hearing this do-nothing government list of excuses for why it can't help people. This government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars on stage 3 tax cuts for the rich and big corporations, on AUKUS submarines and tax breaks for fossil fuel companies, all while leaving the most vulnerable Australians to suffer. It's time to get real about cost of living and make a difference to people's lives. Raise the rate, freeze and cap rents, build public housing and tax wealthy corporations.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. If you feel like you're going backwards, you are. Inflation is running out of control and way too high. Wages haven't caught up to cost of living increases. When adjusted for inflation, Australia's real wages have collapsed to a level not seen since before 2010. That means government-caused inflation has wiped out 15 years of hard-earned pay rises. The government has its foot on the accelerator now, making it worse while the Reserve Bank is stomping on the brake and mortgage holders. This coalition motion claims $315 billion of Labor government spending is unhelpful in the inflation fight. The coalition's $508 billion spent on its mismanaged COVID response was just as unhelpful. That created the inflation that Labor is now prolonging. The Liberal Labor Uniparty cannot fix the cost of living crisis when both are committed to net zero insanity, making inflation worse. While government subsidises foreign-owned Chinese-dominated companies to put up environment-destroying wind and solar complexes, inflation will continue. While farmers are restricted from using their land to growing fresh food, inflation will continue. While government crushes small business and lets multinational companies get away with economic murder, inflation will continue. While 40% of the cost of building a new house continues to be taxed, inflation will continue. The solutions are simple. Cut the subsidies to the foreign-owned net zero parasites and use Australia's abundant oil, coal and gas reserves right here for the benefit of the people in this country. Let farmers be free to use their land and cheaply grow the world's best food so Australians can afford to eat. Finally, adopt One Nation's housing policies that will get Australians into affordable houses. Only One Nation policies will put Australia first and bring inflation under control. To the Labor Liberal Uniparty, stop looking after your mates and start putting the country first. Adopt One Nation's policies on housing and immigration.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I was actually just reflecting on a comment that Senator Walsh made about how this government knows how to tackle inflation and deliver services at the same time. Then I'm trying to work out why they're actually not doing it if they know how to do it. It would be much simpler for all the Australians that are struggling under this cost of living crisis if that were the case. It would be a lot simpler for young Australians who can't even fathom renting a property because it's so expensive, so much as having the dream or the aspiration of owning their own home. And it would be very, very helpful to Australians who have seen their mortgages double over the last 15 months or so. So I would suggest that if they do know how to do it, that Australians who are struggling under this cost of living crisis should be put out of their misery and the government actually does its job. On Wednesday last week, the RBA told the Senate Select Committee on the Cost of Living that government spending means that interest rates must be higher for longer. So let me repeat that. The RBA told the Senate Select Committee on Cost of Living that government spending means that interest rates must be higher for longer. So that's not the opposition saying that, that's the RBA saying that in a Senate Select Committee. But instead of heeding this warning and reducing spending to allow the RBA to cut rates to ease cost of living pressures for everyday Australians, this government has instead spent an additional $315 billion since coming into office, and then have told Australians that they should be grateful that the government is being so helpful to them in offering all of this cost of living relief. The RBA conceded last week that government spending is not helping the inflation problem. The Australian also reported AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver telling that same committee that he thought that the RBA should be cutting interest rates now, but argued that increased government spending had cruelled that chance. So again, a specific link between interest rates and the doubling of those interest rates for Australians and the economic mismanagement of this government. He went on to say the Reserve Bank would probably be a lot closer to that if they didn't revise up their growth forecast, he said. Why did they revise up their growth forecast? Partly because they got stronger public spending numbers in there. The RBA's job would be a lot easier if they didn't have the surge in government spending that's been occurring over the last few years. So it's very, very clear that this inflation and this cost of living crisis is homegrown. There have been comments about things that were inherited, and I'm really sorry, but when you're in government for almost 3 years, it's time to stop talking about what you think you may have inherited, but actually start talking about what you're going to do, particularly when you've stated earlier that you actually know how to do it. But Shane Oliver wasn't the only economist making those kinds of comments. It wasn't a one-off. Professor Stephen Hamilton made a number of different statements to the inquiry, and one of the ones that really struck me, and it was one that the Australian also reported, as did other media agencies, he said, the RBA has got its foot on the brake, but this government has its foot on the accelerator. So how on earth are the RBA meant to deliver the outcomes that they're trying to achieve when the government is hampering them at every step? And the only lever that the RBA has is to lift interest rates. And who does that hurt? That hurts Australian mortgage holders and it hurts Australian renters. That's about 66% of the economy. The other third of the economy is not impacted in the same way. So what we're effectively doing is we're bashing that same group of people who can't cut their spending. You can't cut back your mortgage repayment. It doesn't work like that. You can't cut back the rent you pay. It doesn't work like that, unless, of course, you attempt to move or to downsize or uproot your family and find something cheaper, which a lot of families, unfortunately, are now having to face the reality of because this government hasn't been able to do their job. And I thank my colleague, Senator McGrath, for putting up this matter because it is absolutely urgent and important, without question.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. The time for that debate has expired and I will now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Aged Care Quality and Safety Royal Commission final report. Care, Dignity and Respect, implementation of the recommendations, progress report to 2024, dated June 2024, which is listed at document 8 on the Senate Order of Business. Now, this document is the first statutory report on the Australian Government's process in implementing recommendations from the Royal Commission to Aged Care Quality and Safety. I would like to specifically talk to the update provided on page 119 of the report, which assesses the progress made against recommendations 87 of the Royal Commission. Now, recommendation 87 was titled Employment Status and Related Labour Standards as Enforceable Standards. The recommendation called for, and I quote, firstly, by January the 1st, 2022, the Australian Government should require as an ongoing condition of holding an approval to provide aged care services that A, approved providers have policies and procedures that preference the direct employment of workers engaged to provide personal care and nursing services on their behalf. B, where personal care or nursing work is contracted to another entity, that entity has policies and procedures that preference direct employment of workers for work performed under that contract. From the 1st of January 2022, quality reviews conducted by the quality regulator must include assessing compliance with those policies and procedures and record the extent of use of independent contractors. Now, coming back to the statutory review released last week, the document noted, and I quote, the government has committed to implementing a direct employment preference, but the mechanism of how this will be implemented and enforced is still being considered. And there's also a comment from the Inspector General who says, and I quote again, fundamental aspects of Recommendation 87 around preferencing direct employment of workers as a requirement for ongoing approval are still being considered. So I note that the work is taking place to implement this recommendation. But it is absolutely essential that this work is put at the core of how we reform the industry. Because there are vultures operating in our aged care system, gig platforms like Mabel, who are owned by multinational venture capital companies who are making a mozza by underpaying the workers that they have classified as contractors. Their workers are underpaid against what they would have received under the appropriate award classifications. Those workers don't receive superannuation, which ultimately puts the burden back on every taxpayer. Those workers do not receive workers' compensation, which again puts pressure back on every taxpayer. They do not receive minimum shift entitlements or penalty rates or paid leave entitlements, which puts pressure on their cost of living pressures. Now, this is all despite Mabel being paid by the then federal government a quantum of funding that should enable them to pay all these entitlements. And on top of all that, Mabel does not pay payroll tax for any of the carers and engagers. So I'll just go back to this point. At the moment, Mabel actually receives from successive governments, including now, a quantum of funding that should enable them to pay all these entitlements I've just mentioned, but they don't pay them. So we have a gig platform owned by multinational venture capital that is both ripping off their workers and ripping the rest of us off as taxes. And it's not just workers and government that are getting ripped off, because when you rip off taxes, that means the Australian capacity to turn around and put new initiatives that can help all Australians, whether it be in the area of defence, police, fairer wages, gender pay equity, all the appropriate arrangements on education, universities, all those pressures on the many of the things that we debate in this room, in this chamber, are under further pressure because of companies like Mabel who don't pay the appropriate wages, conditions that many employees would receive. And at the end of the day, every taxpayer pays for it, not Mabel. Now, it's not just workers and government that are getting ripped off, as I say, because any older Australian or any Australian in the NDIS who engaged Mabel probably doesn't realise that Mabel does not hold itself accountable for the quality of care that is provided. The platform you're engaging...
Senator Sheldon, your time has expired, but would you like to seek leave to continue your remarks?
I would like to seek leave, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Steele-John.
Much acting Deputy Chair. I seek leave to take note of document number 18, the violence, abuse and neglect and exploitation of people with disability, Royal Commission Government response dated July 2024, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I take note of documents 6, 10, 12 and 16 on page 4 and documents 17 and page 5 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Are there any other senators wishing to speak to documents? There being none, we'll move on to ministerial statements. Are there any ministerial statements? Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning Services Australia and the Information Linkages and Capacity Building Grant Program.
Senator Ayres.
On behalf of the Minister for Social Services, Ms Rishworth, I table a statement on the government response to the final report of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability.
Senator Ayres. Oh, that's the last ministerial statement. My apologies. Were there any senators wishing to take note of those statements? Senator Steele-John.
Yes, thank you once again, Chair. I'll take note of that ministerial response and seek leave to continue my remarks. Is that possible?
Which response of the two?
The Minister Rishworth's response to the Disability Royal Commission.
Thank you. And you are seeking leave to continue
yes,
your remarks?
I am.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Any other senators wishing to take note of those statements? If not, there are no committee memberships, so we'll move on to messages. And I call the clerk. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Nature Positive Environment Protection Australia Bill 2024 and 2 related bills for concurrence. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Ayres be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Nature Positive Environment Protection Australia Bill 2024, Nature Positive Environment Information Australia Bill 2024 and Nature Positive Environment Law Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 19th of August 2024. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Treasury Laws Amendment Delivering Better Financial Outcomes and Other Measures Bill 2024. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 20 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Call the clerk to call on business.
Government business, order of the day, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Getting the NDIS Back on Track number 1, Bill 2024, in Committee of the Whole.
The committee is considering the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Getting the NDIS Back on Track number 1, Bill 2024, and Amendment 1 on sheet 2649, moved by Senator Hughes. The question before the chair is that the amendment moved by Senator Hughes be agreed to. Were there any... Senator Steele-John, you're seeking the call on that amendment?
No, not on that amendment, Chair. It was in relation to the line of questioning that I've got further questions in relation to the bill broadly.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. You have the call.
Thank you. Minister, are you able to confirm, please confirm for the Senate whether the government has undertaken any investigation of the capacity of any workforce that is being considered for the role of needs assessor to be able to play that role?
Minister, Senator Ayres.
I think, Senator, that your question is in many respects similar to the one that I responded to earlier today. It goes, I think, a little bit further in that it seeks a response in relation to any work that the agency or the government may have done in relation to workforce issues more broadly. I can only say in relation to the needs assessment process that the government's view is that work should occur. That work should occur once the needs assessment process has concluded. That is, of course, one of the major changes that was proposed by the NDIS review. It would result in each individual participant being given a flexible budget. That is a substantial change in terms of the way that the process will unfold. It is, as I think you're pointing to, going to require the persons who are undertaking that needs assessment process to have a set of skills and capabilities. That is all to be worked through. That process of working through those issues commences on passage of this legislation, and it's our strong view that it ought not be preempted by the government in terms of the final outcomes.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. Are you able to confirm for the Senate, because there have been a number of amendments made at very late stages to parts of the bill, just so that we are clear, the legislation that we are considering still requires a participant to undergo a needs assessment as part of, once they have gained access to the scheme and have been accepted as a participant, there is a legislated requirement that remains within the bill for them to undergo a needs assessment. Is that correct?
Minister, Senator Ross.
Thank you. The short answer is yes, but the framework that applies to that is, of course, part of establishing the new needs assessment model, and the process of determining the model will be the subject of the consultation and co-design process that I outlined earlier today. It's anticipated that, of course, not all participants on day one of the framework being available will, there will be a phase-in process of working through existing participants and new participants, so that is done in an orderly and fair way.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. Can you confirm, just so that we are talking about the same thing, when you say framework process, are you referring to the new budget framework outlined in the bill?
Minister.
Yes, the new individual budget framework based upon the new needs assessment model, which will be based on a holistic assessment of support needs and not based solely on primary disability.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. And when you talk about the transition that you referenced there, you're referencing the transition from the old budget frameworks, as is referenced in the bill, to the new budget frameworks referenced in the bill. Is that correct?
Minister.
Short answer is yes. I want to be precise because there will be people listening, of course. And there's two ways of answering it, if I can be, in an effort to be precise. One, of course, is moving from one framework to the other, but of course individuals will experience this at different speeds as the processes are undertaken for individuals.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. And can you confirm that for new participants entering the scheme, they will enter the scheme, they will apply for access to the scheme through whatever process is created, but once granted access, they will begin on a new budget framework?
Minister.
Yes, that's correct.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. So could you just outline for the Senate, again, as a committee, we've heard some of these timeframes in evidence that we've received, but I just want to understand clearly the government's current intention. When does the government intend for participants who gain access to the scheme subsequent to the passage of this legislation to begin to receive new framework plans?
Minister.
I thank the Senate for just indulging, just making sure that we're
Indeed. Thank you,
precise
Senator Ayres.
here. We expect, and of course this is subject to the vicissitudes of the co-design process, but we expect that that process ought to take in the vicinity of 12 to 18 months to work through. And the government anticipates that participants will then be moved across to the new system over the course of 5 years. Around 5 years. It is a large task, a large reform task. We intend to, consistent with what I'd indicated before, to carefully work through those issues with the disability community and with experts and service providers in terms of the framework. And then, of course, there are people who are currently on the scheme, and as you've indicated, Senator Steele-John, there will be new admissions to the scheme, and we anticipate that it is of the order of a 5-year period to work through all of those people, and that will require, over the course of that 18 months, attention to be given by government to ensuring that there is, in a stable and orderly way, the workforce that is required to undertake those needs assessments consistent with the co-design needs assessment tool.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. And just for the context of the Senate, the reason why I'm exploring these issues is that the question of timelines and impact are critical to the disability community's consideration of this legislation. Minister, thank you for stating that, reconfirming that is the attempted timeline by the government in this regard. Can I get a little bit more detail there? So, can you confirm for us, is it the government's intention that in 12 months' time, 12 to 18 months' time, participants entering from that point will be subject to a needs assessment and then a new framework plan given to them, created for them?
Yeah, and if we manage...
Minister?
Thank you for waiting for a response. It will, in the government's view, take 12 to 18 months to introduce the new framework. We anticipate that it will take a 5-year period to transition new and existing participants in the scheme over to the new framework. It will need to be determined during the design of the needs assessment tool and the needs assessment process what is the likely volume of new applicants and whether all new applicants will go through the process as you've outlined in your question, or whether there will be some other streaming process to do that in a way that the capability that the department and the agency possess can manage effectively.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. And just for the sake of clarity, so the 12 to 18 month period refers to transitioning participants currently on old framework plans to new framework plans?
No, just so I can be precise, the 12 to 18 month period is about the co-design process of the new framework. Once that is determined, then it is, in the government's view, going to take circa 5 years as each individual participant goes through that process and new applications for the scheme are assessed consistent with the new process. Just in relation to the question that you asked me prior to this last question, that means, for clarity's sake, 12 to 18 months, two classes of people, I suppose, two classes of participants, current participants. They can expect that it will take in the vicinity of 5 years to move through that cohort of participants. That process will be set out in the co-designed framework process. In relation to new applicants, of course, it sounds to me desirable that all new applicants would come through on the new process at the commencement, but the government is not committing to that. We will work through that with the disability community, with experts and with organisations as part of the co-design process to see whether some additional streamlining or prioritisation process is desirable. And of course, some of those workforce and capability issues that you've referred to will of course have to be attended to in determining whether on day one it is ready to go in terms of new applicants to the scheme.
Senator Steele-John.
What will be the what work has the government undertaken to this point to determine the parameters and/or instructions that will be given to assessors?
Minister.
Same answer, is it? Yeah. Look, I as I said at the, I think when you began this line of questioning before lunch, there will, all of these questions will have to be resolved in the co-design process that I referred to. That is, we are as a government not preempting any of those questions and rely upon that process to develop the new needs assessment tool in full.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. Will the agency cover the cost of the needs assessment?
Minister.
That is a decision for government at this stage. I think the NDIS review, as you would know, recommended that government fund the needs assessment tool, the needs assessment process. That is a decision that is not yet made.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. So, just so that we can be clear, given that it is a decision that has not yet been made, are we to take it that one of the things being considered is whether to in fact fund a needs assessment?
Minister.
Yes, it's as we walk through this process of determining the needs assessment model, that will determine who in fact is undertaking the needs assessments. So it's a procedural step that provides information required for the decision to approve the statement of participant supports. And of course, there are rights of review and access to a needs assessment engaged there. So a needs assessment can be challenged if a participant seeks internal or external merits review of a decision to approve a statement of participant supports. There were amendments in the House to clarify that a replacement needs assessment must be arranged if the decision maker is satisfied that this should occur, and that Category A NDIS rules can determine circumstances in which another needs assessment must be undertaken, and matters that the CEO must have regard to in considering whether a replacement assessment should be obtained. A legislative note was also included in the amendments to clarify and confirm that the same requirements apply when a decision is being reviewed. So participants will be able to explain to the reviewer why they disagree with the assessment report and want a replacement report to be obtained. I'll go through some of that detail just to say that the scope of the work of the needs assessors, if that is the correct term, who are undertaking that work, and broader issues about the needs assessment process will be the subject of government decision making, and that is why a decision in relation to funding of that work has not yet been undertaken, because there is still work to do through the co-design process to determine the needs assessment tool that needs to be done before government makes a decision in relation to funding.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John just raised an excellent point, and I just really think we need to clarify this, because this is quite astounding. The question that Senator Steele-John asked was participants going to be required to fund their own needs assessments. And the fact that the government cannot just say no is extraordinary. The fact that there is any suggestion that participants who aren't that enamoured with the whole needs assessment process may be forced to pay for a needs assessment, that they don't understand what's even in the needs assessment, is breathtaking. And the fact that that is not an out-and-out no is extraordinary. So, Minister, perhaps you or someone that you're speaking to might get onto the Minister's office and find out very, very quickly, is there any expectation at all that participants will be put in a situation where they are forced to pay for a needs assessment that they are required to have in order to access an NDIS plan?
Minister.
Well, the current arrangement, of course, is that participants. What's the right frame? So the current situation for many participants is that they go and get some of this assessment work done. Families get it done for individuals, and they pay for that themselves, and later seek some reimbursement in relation to those questions.
Order.
Thank you. Well, I just want to make sure that what I'm saying is precise. Yeah. So for some participants, they are able to use their NDIS funding. This will require a further budget decision of government, and that will be taken at the appropriate time. Once and is not able to be undertaken until all of the work in the co-design process that we've spent some time discussing is finalised. That is, the government decision to fund a particular activity prior to the activity being scoped out properly is not a sensible thing to ask government to do at this stage, but the NDIS review panel was quite explicit in terms of its own recommendation in relation to these issues, and obviously the government will have regard to that and to the work of the needs assessment tool development process.
Okay, I'm just going to, Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. I have a few questions for the Minister, but before I get there, I just wanted to make a few observations of what I've seen happen over the last few months, and that there's this massive gap between when you actually talk to people on the NDIS and their experience of it and how life-changing it has been for so many families. And sure, there is some fraud, and I welcome the Minister's focus on that. but seeing that most of the narrative has been around painting NDIS participants and their families as criminals who are somehow living it up, living the, the good life on the NDIS. I think it does a real disservice to this debate and this really important issue. Most of the participants you talk to are incredibly grateful for the support they received to make a modification to their house to help them live comfortably. They're grateful for the hours of support they receive that helps them access the community, go shopping, meet new people. And I think we need to remind ourselves that the point of the NDS is not just to allow people to survive, but actually allow people to be part of society and to contribute. And that is the core of this system that was set up. And in truth, the biggest issues that are raised with me around genuine fraud or issues are about providers inflating their prices to draw as much out of the NDIS as possible. I've seen invoices where a provider has charged an extremely vulnerable person around $60,000 for a week of respite care. Like, that's clearly not good enough. And again, I thank Minister Shorten for focusing on his efforts in ensuring that this doesn't happen. Minister, I wanted to ask about co-design. Clearly a central concern that's been raised from the beginning is the genuineness of the government's offer to ensure reforms are co-designed with the disability community. And I wanted to draw your attention to a consultation that's currently underway on the draft list of NDI supports. And the bill we are debating right now will enable this list to become a regulation. And this is a pretty big reform. It'll essentially determine what is provided by the states and territories in some cases and what can be provided through the NDIS. This list is only open for consultation for a period of 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Organisations are contacting my office, raising concerns, and saying they don't have the resources to respond to all of the issues in this in 2 weeks. At the same time that they're watching this go through. So, Minister, I was keen to get on the record if you can outline what co-design means to the government and whether a 2-week consultation would meet that definition.
Minister.
Thank you. Just perhaps if I can start at the beginning. At the beginning of your contribution, Senator Pocock, I think you'd indicated that there were criticisms of the operation of the scheme that were pretty unhelpful in terms of the way that some of the criticisms make participants in the scheme and their families feel. I agree with you, and I think the government agrees with you. It is both for the proper public policy reasons that the scheme is that the reforms are being undertaken, but it is also in order to establish public confidence in the long-term operation of the scheme. And the bill is in many respects enabling of reform rather than finally determining reform and setting out a process to undertake reform rather than determining the kind of questions that have been put thus far in the debate. It is designed to do the following things in relation to access, to require the NDIA to provide participants with a clear status of the basis upon which they entered the scheme, either by meeting the disability requirements, the early intervention requirements, or both. It will do some of that work, this bill. It will create a new reasonable and necessary budget framework for the preparation of NDIS participants' plans. It sets out the needs assessment process and the method, and it will set out the method for calculating the total amount of the participants' flexible funding and funding for stated supports for new framework plans to be specified in legislative instruments and NDIS rules. So much of this work must be undertaken by the co-design process, the consultative process that the government has set out. Earlier today I was taken to some of these issues. And of course the term co-design has a meaning in terms of people who deliver services from government. In the bureaucracy here in Canberra, people understand what co-design means. Organisations who interact with government and represent people understand what it means. I'm not sure that it has an ordinary meaning in terms of ordinary people in the street who might not understand what that is designed to do. The Minister has arranged for, on the website from the agency, the department and the Minister, it sets out how co-design is supposed to operate from the department's perspective. In relation to the list that you just took me to, that list has been developed with the states over the last month. It primarily reflects the current guidelines with some practical changes, and government will continue to accept feedback on the lists over time. That is the two-week process. What is the two-week process? Right. And so it's anticipated that we'll keep those folding over. And just for clarity, the two-week process is in relation to the current draft. It is anticipated that there will continue to be, I hesitate to use this language, but an iterative process of going backwards and forwards on the list. I think there is some discussion about elements of the list, of course, in the debate in committee, but in terms of the process that the department and the agency undertake, it is anticipated that that will continue for some time.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'd just like to take you back to a few statements that you made in your second reading speech earlier on today. One of the things you said is that this legislation was based in part on, or it was actually based, I think the words was on the NDIS review, the report for which the government received in November last year. And also you said that it was based on the government reply to that review. Now, that's very interesting because for two reasons. One is I'm not aware that there is a government reply to the review, which is something that those in this chamber have been calling on so that we can understand the position you're taking in this legislation on the bill, but also the waterfall of amendments that seem to have come out of nowhere. So can you advise, first of all, in relation to the government response, what government response were you referring to, and can you table it?
Minister.
I'm getting some instructions, Senator Reynolds. Thank you. So as I indicated, the NDIS review made a number of recommendations. A number of those recommendations are reflected in the legislation which is before the Senate this evening. In particular, recommendation 3, recommendation 6, recommendation 7 and recommendation 8. a core recommendation from the NDIS review is that the scheme should provide a flexible budget for participants based on a consistent, transparent needs assessment. So the bill introduces a statutory framework to implement that recommendation, with the detail of how that assessment process should work to be further designed with the community. National Cabinet agreed in December 2023 to move legislation as an initial immediate response to the review. The extent that the government is responding to the review, that is the response that I perhaps inarticulately indicated. Yeah, and of course, sorry, Senator, thank you. Of course, the legislation is not the last word in terms of the government's response to the review or to the reform questions. So there will be further legislative work, and of course the work that is the work that the legislation itself enables will commence once the legislation, if the legislation proceeds through the Senate.
Senator Reynolds.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was a bit precipitous. So can you just confirm for me then that the government review, and so the government response to the review, of which it's now had for 10 months, there, give or take, did you say that you do have a government response but it hasn't been released and that's what's informed this legislation, or did you misspeak in the House earlier, or the Senate earlier?
Minister.
Yes, I think we've traversed this issue a bit in estimates as well, Senator. So that the Commonwealth and the states agreed at the DMRC to develop a response, and it's anticipated that will be released or that will be finalised by the end of this year. In terms of release of that document, of course, that is a decision for government in the normal way.
Senator Reynolds.
Right, so you've had a review for 10 months. We've now got legislation that has been subject to the most secretive process I've experienced here in 10 years. And there was, 27, 29, if you could just confirm how many recommendations in the report. So I appreciate you said that 4 of them, 3, 6, 7 and 8 of 27 or 29 recommendations. Can you confirm, Minister, of the 3, 6 and 7 and 8, how many of those are in full and in part, and what sections of the bill relate to each of these recommendations from the NDIS review?
Minister.
Well, if I've got anything further to add in terms of whether they in full or not deal with that, the amendments in the bill, I'll provide that later if that assists, but the amendments in this bill give effect to the review recommendation 3 and interconnected elements in recommendations 5, 6 and 7. The amendments also support the partial implementation of recommendation 17. Just point out for the chamber that the government is working through these issues carefully in an orderly way. The task of reform here is a very significant task indeed. There was no reform in the unhappy 2013 to 2022 period. Was no reform. And the government is taking responsibility. The government is taking responsibility here
for undergoing a process of reform to make sure that this scheme is sustainable and has a deep reservoir of support across the community, not just for 2024 and 2025, not just for the budget forwards, but for future generations. And that will take time. That will take careful work. And as should be evident from even a casual observation of this piece of legislation, it is designed to deal with a number of recommendations. It resolves some issues and sets up a process for the development with the disability community itself of a fair and sustainable approach to questions like needs assessment. This process will go on for some time, both in terms of further legislative responses, both in terms of working with the state and territory governments in a careful and thorough way. It is not a one-hit wonder. And I would anticipate that most Australians would understand that careful reform of a scheme of this magnitude that intersects with the rights and life experiences of so many Australian citizens ought be done carefully and ought be done in the most collaborative way possible, but also with some urgency. And this bill will set up a process that will determine some of those questions, and there will be further reform in this area. And I expect wave after wave of consistent approaches at reform and improvement, both in terms of the delivery of services, the interaction with the disability community itself, and also the ongoing sustainability of the scheme.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Minister. This is going to be a very, very long committee stage if you can't even answer my first very basic question. So if I could come back to my question again, Minister. Your first answer to my most basic of questions about this legislation was what recommendations of the NDIS review is this implementing? Now, if I heard you right, you first of all said recommendations 3, 6, 7 and 8. Now, you came back for a second bite of the answer, and then you said, oh, but there's a little bit of 5 and a little bit of 17 in there. So could you please go through each of those? So just to be very specific, it's not the detail of it yet, but if you can link what parts of the bill are actually linked to those 3, 6, 7, 5, 8 and 17. So what part of that is of those sections are in the bill?
Minister.
Thank you. Again,
Thank you.
I want to be precise about this as well. The amendments in the bill give effect to the NDIS review recommendation 3 and interconnected elements in recommendations 5, 6 and 7. They also support the partial implementation of recommendation 17. You are correct, Senator Reynolds, to point out that I did say recommendation 8 earlier. It's an error in my notes, and I take responsibility for that, and thank you for pointing it out.
Senator Reynolds.
Chair, so my question, so I thank the Minister for that clarification, but could the minister actually explain what parts of this bill implementing recommendations 3, and then you said 5, 6 and 7 are co-joined, no 8 but 17. So what parts of the bill actually implement those recommendations in the review?
Minister.
So on the basis of what is in front of me, of course, the bill does the following things. In relation to access, the bill requires the National Disability Insurance Agency to provide participants with a clear statement of the basis on which they entered the scheme, either by meeting the disability requirements, the early intervention requirements, or both. The bill will also clarify and expand the National Disability Insurance Scheme rules relating to access provisions, including the methods or criteria to be applied when making decisions about the disability and early intervention criteria, and the matters which must or must not be taken into account. Further, it creates the new reasonable and necessary budget framework for the preparation of NDIS participants' plans. The bill provides for the new framework plans to be developed in accordance with the new budget framework. Participants will receive funding based on whether they access the scheme on the basis of impairments that meet the disability requirements or the early intervention requirements, or both. The bill amends the Act to provide for the needs assessment process and the method for calculating the total amount of the participants' flexible funding and funding for stated supports for new framework plans to be specified in legislative instruments and NDIS rules. These will be developed in consultation with people with a disability.
Point of order, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and I thank you for that information on access and reasonable and necessary budget framework. But my question actually goes to the recommendations in the review, and how do they link and to what parts of this bill?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, as I was indicating before, I have both electronic and paper material in front of me. Recommendation 3 is essentially about providing a fairer and more consistent participant pathway. This bill amends the Act in relation to access to establish a fairer and more consistent participant pathway. Of course, that is recommendation 3. Yes, in the bill, it is, if we need to provide more information in relation to which sections of the bill, if you're looking for a sort of cross-tabulation of the bill with each recommendation, I'm not in a position to provide that to you. What I can say is that in relation to recommendation 3, which is about participant pathways and providing a fair and more consistent approach, the bill is designed to amend the Act in relation to access to, as I said, to provide participants with a clear statement of the basis upon which they entered the scheme. And as I indicated before, I won't go through it all again, in developing the access provisions, including the methods or criteria to be applied when making decisions about the disability and early intervention criteria and the matters which must or must not be taken into account.
Minister.
That process in relation...
Minister. Point of order, Senator Reynolds.
Point of order, or just something that might help the Minister, is the Minister said that he didn't have the information available. So if the Minister will consider taking that on notice and perhaps coming back later this evening with the information.
Minister.
I did indicate, Senator, that that if one was seeking a sort of cross-tabulation table, that is not in front of me. If we're able to provide further information, then I'm sure we'd be happy to. What I am doing is answering your question. And as I said, recommendation 3 goes to pathways, and I was just about to make the point that the Act sets out a process for developing that criteria. Recommendation 6 goes to creating a continuum of support for children under the age of 9 and their families. Recommendation 7 goes to introducing a new approach to NDIS supports for psychosocial disability focused on personal recovery and develop mental health reforms to better support people with severe mental illness. If there's additional information that we can provide about the relationship between those and the bill, but as I've indicated before, the bill will provide for a needs assessment process and the co-design process to finalise that in consultation with people with disability, the disability community, health and allied health technical professionals, and with all states and territories consistent with the governance arrangements. It'll insert a new definition of NDIS support and insert a series of measures focused on protecting participants. All of those measures in the whole go to those recommendations that are referred to and are useful and important parts of the government's response to the overall NDIS review.
Right. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I find it absolutely extraordinary. We've got the NDIS bill before us, which the government purports to do 2 things. One is implement the review, of which we don't even have the government response to yet. And I've asked several times now if the Minister can explain how the review recommendations are actually reflected in this bill. So not only could the Minister not even tell me how that occurs, he was reading from the review itself, not from the bill. This is the most basic of questions on this bill. How is it implementing and at what sections? And the next question was going to be, and what amendments have been made in the 50 we've received before this and the 18 that we got 3 hours after we started committee today. So I find it extraordinary that this government can't even come in here and explain this bill beyond reading from the review report. There are almost no words for how incompetent this is. Can I quickly come to now one question, and I'll come back to questions on these later. Minister, by my count, there are at least 20 questions on notice from the inquiry onto this legislation, which have been taken on notice. Minister, are you able to advise when they will be provided?
Minister.
I'll clarify this if what I'm saying is wrong, Senator, but it's the officer's understanding that those have been provided.
Okay, Senator.
So, as I said, I'll clarify if that's wrong, but that's my understanding.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to raise, come back to this needs assessment because I'm becoming increasingly confused, which is very concerning considering what the whole 5.5 days of inquiries that we had, hearing days into this, that we've been assured is more than enough. But one of the things that we heard throughout the hearings that we were allowed to have, that we were deemed that the government senators were available for, was that the needs assessments were going to be about fairness. They were going to be about equity. And we just heard the Minister quote that families currently pay substantial sums of money to garner reports and the like in regards to their NDIS planning. So the needs assessment, as was told to us throughout these hearings, was to ensure there was equality of access, that families would no longer be burdened with this cost because there would be this standard functional assessment, needs assessment that would be made. Different disabilities would have different assessments, being assured, don't worry, we'll come to those, who's going to develop new ones versus using best practice already established, so we can spend more money and make it more difficult and more complex to deliver. But you just quoted recommendation 3, and to note Senator Reynolds' point, you were just reading from the actual review, not the government's response or the legislation, was for fairer and more consistent pathway. Again, equality of access, ensuring that everyone with a disability can have a functional needs assessment done, their plan made, they don't have to go and spend thousands of dollars with paediatricians, psychologists, OTs, speech therapists, behaviour analysts to deliver these reports for them because they're going to have a functional assessment that the government is now saying it's not decided yet, but they might have to pay for, that they may have to pay for themselves. So I'm sure people in the disability community would want to know this. How much are they going to be charged? And I know Senator Steele-John has asked questions about where the workforce is going to come from here, but is this an attempt to set up a new cottage industry? We're now going to have NDIS providers who deliver functional assessments. They are paid by the NDIS, no doubt at top dollar, to deliver these, what will be so-called NDIS-approved needs assessments, that they'll be delivered by outsourced to providers. Is there another provider industry about to be set up? I mean, the point of this bill, the point of why we've been trying to work with the minister and what we've been saying since we were in government is that sustainability is an issue. It was denied by Minister Shorten when he was the opposition spokesperson. It was, pearl-clutching kabuki theatre players when anyone talked about sustainability from when we were in government. But now, no, sustainability is an issue. But is this now setting up another little cottage industry of functional assessors who can go out and charge at top rate, which will then actually remove the equality of access because there will be families who can't access one, who can't afford to pay for a needs assessment or a functional assessment. And then we'll run into the next problem, rural and regional access. People in remote community won't be able to have, and then the providers, well, they'll have to charge all those big travel costs, won't they, to go out there? And how many times do you think they're going to travel costs will be charged? They might go out and do 4 assessments, but they'll charge those travel costs 4 times. And we know that is what is happening. This is why the NDIS has sustainability issues, is because so many of the providers are completely and utterly rorting this system and using participants to rort the system. And this is where this legislation is not focused, and we have a long way to go on this committee stage. But, Minister, please confirm or please clarify, are participants going to be required to pay for functional assessments? Will this be a new cottage industry set up of NDIS providers to deliver NDIS-approved functional assessments?
Should have gone with independent assessments.
Well, you didn't have to pay for those. People didn't like them. I wasn't a big fan myself, Linda, as you know, but, you didn't have to pay for them. But now here we are. This is new information. Throughout these so-called 5.5 days of hearings where we got so much testimony and so much evidence that we should have all been just bowing down and going, yay, great piece of legislation. So great that we got 18 pieces of amendment today. So great we got 18 amendments today from the government. You were so ready to pass it 6 weeks ago. And I might just remind Minister Ayres in one of his most recent previous answers, he was just saying that it needs to be done carefully and ought to be done in the most collaborative way possible, but also with urgency. With urgency. Well, let me tell you how urgent you think this bill is. Let me tell you how urgent
You don't even have it listed tomorrow. That's how urgent you think it is. It's not even on the papers tomorrow. You are a joke. This is absolutely embarrassing and insulting, and the fact that Minister Shorten claimed that this bill was to be ready to be passed 6 weeks ago, then that ran an absolute rubbish campaign on the cost. You know, we had testimony from the actuary, and we'll come to more of that too, but the actuary, when we were asked him, how did he come to the billion-dollar figure? How did he derive the billion-dollar figure that these couple of weeks' delay were going to cost? And what the actuary told us when he went through was that they had worked on the assumption from the day this legislation was passed, the full 5% of savings were straight in the way, straight there. All the state governments were on board, foundational supports were ready to go, and the 5% savings were immediate. Funny though, when we asked him about what were the savings estimated to be in the next financial year, around 3%, 28-29, we're getting to 4.6%. So in this fallacy of a smear campaign conducted by Minister Shorten, when he was claiming this great loss that was going to be felt by the scheme because of a delay having hearings, wow, having some, scrutiny of a bill that's required 18 amendments from you today, what a joke. But you can't even get, the actuaries acknowledge that the billion-dollar figure you came up with is a fallacy because all of the assumptions around it are wrong. He's doing a figure based on a full rollout of every single fairyland idea you have of savings, because let me tell you, with this functional assessment and a possible new cottage industry, you guys are just blowing it up. You are blowing it up. Because not only is it functional assessors, we'll get to the navigators as well. We had a great inquiry when I asked a question about the navigators. And the navigators that you're doing, because they're part of the review, recommendation of navigators, like a concierge service for both NDIS participants and not, but funded by the NDIS. And I asked, would these navigators perhaps replace support coordinators? And the answer was given to me, oh no, they will be on top of. So you will have a functional assessment, probably paid for by you. You will then have a meeting with a navigator, possibly, who tells you this is where you should go. Then you'll have a meeting with a LAC, which we know that's been a complete disaster of a structure, but anyway, because we know how many of the LACs then have to go to review from their referrals, to the planner in the agency who writes the plan, that then comes out, and you may have a plan manager or be agency managed. So you're hitting 4, 5, 6 people before you've hit a service provider, before you've seen a speech therapist, before you've seen a psychologist, before you've met with the behavioural therapist or the OT. You have seen a number of people, all paid for by the NDIS, to even put a plan together. And we wonder why the scheme is blowing out. It is not the fault of the participants. The emperor has no clothes, and this legislation is the definition of that. It is appalling. So the urgency side is a fallacy because you don't even have it on the papers tomorrow, not even on the red. That's how urgent it is. And now we've had a spanner thrown in the work tonight that's never come up before, that we were specifically told was about equality and fairness of access, that participants may be required to pay for the needs and functional assessments they don't even want in the first place in order, because they are mandatory, to access the scheme. And you wonder why the disability community is up in arms.
Minister.
Well, that's certainly not what I said, Senator Hughes. What I said was that further work is going to need to be undertaken in relation to the design of the needs assessment process, and that a decision will need to be made in the budget context around payment. Now, if anybody wanted an insight into the dysfunction of the Coalition's approach to these questions, one need only have listened to the last 10 minutes of this debate. The problem here is that reform was undertaken in relation to these issues over the course of the period 2013 to 2022. No reform. No reform.
Order.
Chair, I think...
Order. We're going to have an orderly discussion here where the Minister is going to be asked questions and then the Minister will answer questions.
Thank you. Yes, well, one would think one would withdraw it, but sometimes senators aren't capable of that. Senators aren't capable of that self-reflection to be able to do that kind of thing. So much of the contribution over the course of the last 20 minutes has been about defending the legacy of the coalition's inaction in government around these questions. So much of it is about that, a sort of thin-skinned approach and a sensitivity to criticism and a developing grievance politics felt on that side of the chamber about the inadequacy of the reform process. Now, I understand that criticism while you're in government hurts people's feelings. I get it. But the most important issue here is not how people feel about their period in government. It's about what we do. About what we do. And this piece of... There Senator Reynolds goes again, defending her period in government. That is not germane. That is not germane to the questions that are in front of this chamber that are engaged by this bill. This bill is a response, in part, to recommendations from the review panel report. It does the work. It does the work that it says it is going to do, and no more. There is more work. There is more work, of course, to come. And in relation to the requirement to pay for needs assessments, as I said, as part of that co-design process, further work will need to be undertaken around the design of that assessment process, and a decision will need to be made in a future budget context around payment.
Point of order?
No. Just signalling to you.
Senator Pocock's next.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. It's good to know that there'll be further consultation. What I'm hearing is that people want to be consulted on the early stages of this list in this 2 weeks, and would love that to be extended. On this list, it determines that community transport is not an NDIS support, and I'm told that this could throw a spanner in the works for so many people in communities across the country. And I presume the intention is for states and territories to ensure there are community transport services through foundational support funding. However, I'm interested to know if the ACT Disability Minister or any Disability Minister is aware that they may be on the hook to ensure these supports are available potentially with the next few months through foundational supports. Can you give the Senate any assurances about the work that has gone on with the relevant ministers around community transport?
Minister.
I'll come back to you again, Senator, if there's anything additional I can provide on this question, but as it's explained to me, community transport is something that is essentially provided at this stage by the states, and there's not anticipated that there will be any change to the list in relation to that question.
Okay, Senator Steele-John, yep.
Chair. Senators there are times in our roles when we may question the value of processes such as that which we are engaging in this evening. Sometimes these debates can seem as though members of Parliament are just burning up time, trying to achieve other strategic goals. What we just witnessed in this chamber is an example of exactly why parliamentary scrutiny is so important. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is one of the two pillars of our national social security system. It represents the very best of our community's values. It is the response demanded by the community of their governments to embody in social programs a commitment to fairness and to equality. Responding to that demand was the impetus for creating the scheme in the first place. What we have just learned tonight is that this government, with the legislation it is attempting to pass through this Parliament tonight, is proposing to subject these 660,000 participants that rely on the NDIS for basic supports to be able to get out of bed, have a shower, go to work, see their friends, be part of their communities, that every single one of those participants will be subjected to a mandatory government-run needs assessment process, and they may well have to pay for it. Tonight we have had it confirmed that as the government seeks to pass this bill, it cannot assure the 660,000 participants that rely on the NDIS that they will not be slugged with the bill for the mandatory assessment process that is proposed in this bill. And in case any single member of the government is trying right now to weave around the mandatory nature of these assessments, let me refer you to section 32L1 of your own piece of legislation. I quote, "The CEO must arrange for an assessment of a participant's needs for supports to be undertaken as soon as practicable after the CEO commences the preparation of a plan for a participant." There is no wiggle room here. Never in the course of any of the inquiry into this bill, nor the previous inquiry into this bill, has any member of the government come clean with the community that they are asking the Senate to pass a piece of legislation which will require a mandatory assessment that they may well have to pay for. It beggars belief. It absolutely beggars belief. And let us remember that right now there are folks on the scheme who've had to pay tens of thousands of dollars for specialist reports, not because it was needed, but because the agency you run required them to undertake those supports to continue to receive those supports. So before you jump up and say, "Oh, well, tens of thousands of dollars are terrible, but, you know, this'll be cheaper," let me tell you right now, in my 7 years in this job, I have lost count of the number of disabled people with permanent, basic, well-understood disabilities asking for common sense supports who have been asked to undertake additional assessments, not because the information was needed, but because the bureaucracy at the government's behest was trying to find as many ways as possible to kick them off. And if you don't believe me, go and read the transcripts of countless administrative appeals, tribunals, hearings, results that have demonstrated again and again that the government and the agency together have colluded in a process of requiring participants to give additional information as part of a process of bureaucratic abuse. That is what we experience now, and what we have learnt from the government this evening is that under their bill, you'll be subjected to all of that, and you'll still have to pay for it. It is an absolute disgrace for you to come in here and attempt to pass this bill without being willing to commit this evening that you will cover the cost of the assessment that you require. Disabled people don't want this. We're actually quite satisfied with the idea that we would, and let's take this as a radical idea, that we would tell you what disability we have, that we would share with you the mountain of medical reports that we have acquired over the course of our lifetimes, that you'd have a look at it, and if you need any more additional information, you fit the bill, because it's you who wants the information. Why should a disabled person with a permanent, well-demonstrated, well-documented impairment have to once again prove it to the government? It is ridiculous. This whole process of pretending to the disability community that this bill is in our own interest, that it is good for us. This myth designed by Redbridge Polling and all your good mates as part of the speech writing pools that you've created together, this myth has been pulled apart during the course of these inquiries that you opposed on the basis that your bill was signed, sealed and sorted. No changes or additions needed, says the government. Next minute, 18 amendments, most of which relate not at all to the evidence taken in the inquiry. The schedules I've read tonight make me laugh to the pit of my stomach. God, you've been busy. How you've been busy. Just finding new ways to give yourselves more powers. Now, during the course of this debate, I have deeply tried, committed myself to engaging in a process of analytical scrutiny of what is before us. And I will return to that. But for goodness sake, to have come all this way, to come all of these years into this process, to have required disabled people to expend so much energy and expertise to your government as part of the process of so-called reform that you have proposed to us over the last couple of years, and we get here tonight and you can't even confirm that the assessment you will require of us under law, the mandatory process, is one which we will not have to pay for. In the middle of a cost of living crisis. So, Minister, I finish with this. Can you confirm that Section 32L, subsection 1, requires that needs assessment, that the undertaking of a needs assessment is in fact a mandatory process?
Minister.
What I'll do just before I do that is respond to some of the assertions that you made. Imagine if we came here with a predetermined outcome. Imagine that. Imagine that. If we came here
with an outcome in relation to what the needs assessment process was going to be. Imagine if we advanced that proposition, what the chorus of complaint would be. Imagine that proposition. What we have set out here in the bill is a process for co-design of the needs assessment process that was asked for in the review of the legislation. Now, that is what has been determined. It is absolutely proper and would indeed be very strange if it were any different. If the government were to say anything else but that, decisions about the scope of payment, the response to that co-design process will be a future budget decision of the government at the appropriate time. Now, if the response of our political opponents out here is to try and describe that perfectly reasonable outline in the florid and scaremongering terms that I've just heard, well, people ought to take responsibility for the kind of language that they use here and the kind of misrepresentations that they make in relation to these questions and the impact that has upon people. Senator Steele-John, you said, through the chair, that there are deficiencies in the way that the agency conducts some of these assessments. And you said that participants sometimes, I'm not sure whether it's sometimes or often, have to pay a considerable amount of money to provide additional information in terms of their assessments. And Senator Reynolds said, "Hear, hear," as if that wasn't something that has been occurring for the last decade. Now, we as a government are establishing a process to develop a needs assessment framework that will apply to every participant, and we are not and again another misrepresentation from Senator Reynolds, who appears to understand not how to do anything else, but the process will be determined in collaboration with the disability. I'm sorry, Chair. The process, the framework will be determined in collaboration with the disability community. That is stakeholders, participants themselves, their representative organisations. And when that process is determined, the ordinary budget questions will be engaged and dealt with at that time. That's a normal process. It is a normal process after the legislation was deferred, I think because of a political calculation of the coalition, that amendments will be introduced over the course of the period of the debate. That is what is happening here. Amendments are being introduced over the course of the debate. It is a normal thing to occur. It is a normal thing to occur for legislative debate to be scheduled in a way that the government determines so that we efficiently get to all of the legislative priorities of the government over the course of the week and the fortnight. There is nothing extraordinary about that, and the hyperbole that has been engaged in, particularly by those opposite on these issues, does not reflect very well on their commitment to policy making and reform in this area. There are two types of assessments: functional capacity assessments and needs assessments. The processes for both need to be worked through co-design to determine cost and workforce. And Senator Steele-John has taken me to both of those issues over the course of the day. That is,
The consequences in terms of workforce have to be worked through in that co-design process. The shape of that framework will determine the cost, and the government will need to make an assessment of how cost is dealt with at the conclusion of that process, not the beginning of that process. That is a normal discipline. It is expected that the needs assessment process will be paid by government. What's not yet determined is how these assessments will be conducted. Now, it could be done externally, or it could be done by the NDIA workforce. There is some history to these propositions. The functional capacity assessment needs to be determined. It's currently paid for by participants. The review recommended that the government pays for those. The government needs to consider, like a responsible government would, setting up a scheme that is sustainable for the future, what workforce is required to best support participants, and we will continue to facilitate, once the legislation has passed, we will coordinate a co-design process with the disability community to finalise those questions. Once that is concluded, then there will be, in the normal way, the kind of budget processes that are engaged to resolve payment and workforce questions. Any other suggestion is mischievous and misrepresentation.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's just worth asking you, Minister, to clarify a couple of things in relation to contribution there. So, tonight, in answer to my question, and it was a very simple question, I can read it back to you. My question to you was this: will the agency cover the costs of the needs assessment?
Fair question.
And you said in response to that question that that is a matter for government. I then gave you multiple additional opportunities to confirm whether the agency will cover the cost of the needs assessment. You refused to do so. And in refusing to do so, you have repeatedly cited the view of the government, it seems, though please feel free to clarify this, that it would be inappropriate for the government to tonight clarify whether the agency will cover the cost for two reasons. One, you have not yet determined the scope of work required in a needs assessment. And secondly, you wish to engage in a process of co-design with the disability community as to the nature of the assessment. On the first point, you ask us to accept as reasonable that the Senate would pass a piece of legislation requiring the undertaking of a mandatory process without understanding the ramifications of that mandatory process, either for the workforce required to undertake that process, or indeed for the individual upon which that assessment will be carried out. Now, we can go into very significant detail as to the potential dangers of what that process may expose the individual to. And for examples of what that trauma can look like, it is fair enough to look at previous government proposals around this process. They can be serious. However, before you get anywhere near the trauma you may be exposed to, there is the basic question of cost. Who will pay for the assessment? Now, you say, I can't tell you that because we haven't defined the scope of work. Well, then why are you asking us to pass this bill, because you may well wish to determine down the line what the scope of work is, but wherever you land on those questions, the assessment itself will still be mandatory, as it is required in the legislation, as is the role of needs assessor laid out in legislation. So the whole idea that just because you haven't figured it out yet, just because you need to define that scope of work, which you do, that we should therefore move on from this question and just pass the legislation without having that basic level of information, is, I would put to the government, stretching the limit of credulity.
Justice.
You're asking us to just trust you that there will be enough people, that you'll define the scope of work in an appropriate way that will actually enable this assessment work to be carried out. And I cannot see, and I would put it to my fellow senators, that we've been given no reason to believe that we should trust the government in that regard. Now, secondly, to your point of co-design, I am the most passionate advocate of co-design you could find in this building. I would be happy to debate, to scrutinise, to engage with any piece of legislation in relation to co-design the government may wish to bring. In all of the years that I have worked on that topic, explored what it would look like to bring co-design into being in a legislative context, I've never once come across an example where individuals, when brought together, have posed a question about a policy that they may wish to engage on, have actively volunteered that they really believe that a critical outcome of that co-design process is that they pay for yet another assessment of their need, function, ability, capacity. To bring that here tonight as a credible suggestion is just ridiculous, as though any disabled person, and let us remember the structural unemployment, the chronic poverty that we are subjected to as a community, that any disabled person or any representative organisation would come before a government as part of a co-design process and say, we really believe that we should pay for this. It's really important that we do. That's nonsense. And I think the government knows it's nonsense. I think the government has been very happy to let the perception develop within the disability community that the needs assessments process will be paid for by the government. It's been very happy to let the disability community and disability representative organisations conclude that because the NDIS review recommended that the cost of a needs assessment be covered by the government, that was the position of the government. What we have heard this evening is that that is not something the government's willing to commit to. It will need to wait for the usual budgetary processes. Fine. But why then ask us to pass this bill this evening in the absence of such a budgetary commitment? We've not long gone through a budgetary process where there was an opportunity to at least earmark some funding, some public revenue, bit of a sandbox for the co-design process to take place within. You didn't do that. You're asking us to sign 660,000 people up to a process, up to a bill that will require them to undergo an assessment process, a mandatory needs assessment process, You haven't been able to tell us this evening who will conduct that assessment, when and where and how it will be paid for. You haven't been able to rule out that the participant themselves will have to pay for it. You haven't been able to confirm any work you've undertaken to understand whether any of the professions that might be required to engage in the work of delivering those needs assessments has been commenced, undertaken. So then I have to ask, why then should the Senate accept the contention in the absence of any of these basic pieces of information that we should pass this bill? Now, the government will probably respond to that by saying, well, you know, there's an urgent need to pass this enabling piece of legislation. But in relation to this bill and needs assessments, there's no enabling occurring. It is a stated mandatory legislative fact. You can consult, you can co-design, whatever you decide that means, what the assessment may or may not look like, but there is no ability that I have been able to identify, or the committee has been able to identify, that enables a participant at the end of the 18-month transition that the Minister has outlined, or whenever we end up in that 5-year process, arriving at the destination of the required needs assessment, for a participant to opt out of a needs assessment and yet still receive funding. So that is my question to the Minister. Is there a section in this bill that enables a participant to opt out of undergoing a needs assessment and yet still receive a NDIS budget amount?
Well, there's a
Senator Ayres.
Thank you. There's a series of propositions in there, and I just say to Senator Steele-John that there's a binary proposition here. Number one is a predetermined outcome in terms of the needs assessment framework. And if there was a predetermined outcome, then one might expect that there would be a decision of government in relation to budget. The second proposition is a process, in this case a co-design process. And the government has opted, out of those two ways of dealing with this, to go with the co-design process, to design this with an open approach with the disability community and with experts that will go to the process, that will go to the workforce, that will go to the way that individuals and their families and carers interact with specialists and others and all the people who are engaged in the needs assessment framework. And one of the questions that will of course be engaged in that will be the scope of that activity and what that means in terms of cost. And if you open up the process to the community in the way that this bill enables, then it is entirely proper for government to engage with that co-design process about those issues and engage the normal budget processes in the way that I've suggested or in the way that I've outlined on behalf of the government. There are, as you've indicated, Senator Steele-John, a set of propositions that will be worked through, and some of them are very difficult, about how the rights of individuals, how the process interacts with their sense of well-being, how it's done efficiently, how it's done as the review suggests to provide a pathway for individuals that's well understood, a clear pathway, I think is the expression. All of those issues are engaged, and I think you quite properly apprehend that there are some difficult issues in there. But the truth is, they have to be resolved together. They have to be resolved together. And so the process issues, the workforce issues, what I call the scope issues, how all those things interact, and the cost issues will be dealt with over the course of what I think I indicated to you was likely to be a 12 to 18 month process. And when that needs assessment framework comes back, it will come back. It will come back in the format of a disallowable instrument. So that is, there will be absolute clarity, both in terms of the co-design process to the people that have participated, the organisations that have participated in that process, to participants and the public, and indeed to the Parliament, about how that process will work. And the truth is, government matters. Who is in decision-making capacity around some of these budget questions matters. It does matter. And I reckon Australians would have regard to the history here in relation to the slash and burn operation over there and what they've said about government spending, even over the course of today, and the kind of decisions that are likely to emerge from government in relation to these issues. So it is not possible to have it both ways. The co-design process comes with a requirement for decisions to be made in conjunction with the community by government, and that will lead to a budget decision about how costs are allocated in the normal way. All I can say in relation to that is, firstly, that the review had a set of recommendations about that, and I said earlier it is expected that needs assessments will be paid by government. What's not yet determined is how these assessments will be conducted. That is why I have said consistently that a decision will be made in the budget context around payment, and that is a normal and sensible way for these processes to be determined. The alternative is that the needs assessment framework came here without the co-design process in a predetermined way and be served up to the disability community and to this Parliament as a fait accompli, and this government will not do that. And that's why this legislation is framed very much in a way where its role, particularly in terms of this issue, is to enable reform. I think you said, Senator Steele, John, enabling. That is the approach that much of the bill delivers. It enables a process of reform. It is urgent that we get on with it. Some of the answers will only be discovered in that co-design process. It is not fair and it is misleading to suggest that the government should have answers to all of these propositions absent that collaborative process that the bill outlines. That would be a contradiction in terms. You can't have co-design with absolute certainty about the outcome. The principles, the rationale for the Act are set out there. The government will be accountable around these questions in the normal way, we will engage the normal budget processes once these questions have been determined. There will be amendments circulated and proposed by the government. There are a series of amendments circulated and proposed by the opposition. Debate will be scheduled over the course of this week and next week, if necessary, to facilitate the passage of this bill and the Senate's consideration of it. There is nothing unusual about that. There is nothing unusual about an amendment process. This is going to be continuous reform in this area. This package of legislation, a reform process that it enables further legislative reform. Our task here is far from done, and this is the first legislative step in that work.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, listening to the Minister over the last few hours in this committee stage, I think that the scriptwriters of Utopia would not even believe it could be remotely plausible, this amount of incompetence over the last 2.5 years. And can I just say my heart genuinely breaks for the thousands, if not more, of participants and their family members who will be watching this evening. I think a little bit of truth-telling in this is actually required. And let's just go back in history a little bit. 4 to 5 years ago, when we were still in government and the scheme was had been implemented far too fast back in 2013. It took about 5 years as the scheme started to develop to realise that there were some serious structural flaws in the legislation and also in the intergovernmental agreements that needed addressing. And as everybody in this chamber knows, to make serious and meaningful reforms as a creature of the Federation, it needed states and territories to agree not just to amendments to the intergovernmental agreements, but also to the categories of reforms in the federal legislation. Now, it is a fact that just under 5 years ago, the coalition, then it was Minister Robert, came to the opposition and came into the parliament and said, we need to make reforms. In the legislation, it said there needed to be a needs assessment, and we don't yet have one. So in good faith, he developed one that was to be paid for by the government. He went through a process of consultation. He, and then I inherited it when I became minister. I put out the hand of bipartisanship to then Shadow Minister Bill Shorten. Instead of saying, yes, we will work together on it, he saw it as nobody else can quite do it like he does, saw it as an opportunity to play politics with. He went out and he scared the living bejeebers out of the sector and said we were lying, said that there's no problems with this scheme. He called us every name under the sun, again the only invective that only Bill Shorten can do and still uses. And he said, don't worry, they're lying. There's no problem with this scheme. Trust us. We will make no cuts to the scheme if you trust us and vote for us. Anybody in this country can Google it and you will find probably hundreds of examples of that. Despite that, and despite what the minister has just told erroneously this chamber, as minister, I got 2 pieces of significant legislation through this place. I had the full support of states and territories. I had the support of the sector because we actually consulted with them. We had exposure drafts. We went around the country. We didn't have non-disclosure forms for the selected few. We didn't keep it secret. We had exposure drafts. We changed the drafts before they hit this place. And we got 2 pieces of legislation passed. And yes, Bill Shorten did support that legislation. So here we go, 2.5 years later. Instead of doing the right thing, Bill Shorten came into government and probably thought, oops, I've just told everybody there's not a problem. I knew there was a problem. The budget showed there was a problem. 30 reviews into the scheme showed there were serious problems, but I've got a bit of a problem. I've just said I'm not going to make any changes. So instead of doing the right thing as a Minister of the Crown and saying 2.5 years ago, oops, I got it wrong, there is actually a problem with this scheme. And I want to work with everybody in this place, with the sector, to fix this before it gets worse. Because the problems with the scheme is the scheme and the Commonwealth Government cannot control either driver of cost, the number of participants and the packages that they receive. No other insurance scheme in this nation, probably in this world, has a scheme where you can't control the drivers of cost, so that it has to live within its budget. So instead, what did Minister Shorten do? He called another review, which took over nearly 2 years. And guess what? The review found exactly the same things that the previous 30-odd reviews had found. The scheme needed urgent reform. So what did Minister Shorten do then? Nothing. Oh, in fact, going back, what he did when he came into government, I'd actually started the process after cancelling the independent assessment process. I actually commissioned the IAC, the Independent Advisory Group, to start preparing a new system co-designed for needs assessments. Guess what Minister Shorten did? He stopped everything. All of the co-design reviews that were underway, he stopped and said, don't worry, trust us. Trust us, we'll have this review, we'll find out what's wrong, we'll talk to lots of people, we won't listen to them, we'll have this review that you've been sitting on for 7 months, that apparently now this bill is implementing, but the minister just then couldn't even tell us how it was implementing the review. He said he was reading from the review itself. So roll forward 2.5 years, a review, doing nothing. Now they're trying to ram through this piece of legislation because they've got a problem, because they haven't taken measures to work with the states and territories to start to actually find solutions 2.5 years ago, to functional assessments, to all of the things that the minister is now saying, oh, well, you know, we'll put them in regulations and we'll work it out later. We're sure the states aren't going to, mind paying all this extra money. And, I'm sure we'll get them on board. Well, I tell you what, I don't know what rock they've been hiding under, because every single state and territory have said you have bungled the process and they ain't on board. So why is the government really doing this? Well, I think it comes to shortnomics. And shortnomics go something like this. We've got a problem, we'll shunt this legislation through the Senate. We won't give people time, we won't give the sector time, we won't give the Senate time to review it. And, oh, by the way, we're going to throw in another 50-odd amendments as you're trying to review the bill, because we realise how bad it is in the first place. And we'll get a few people to sign NDAs, a few people we like. We won't let the rest of the sector look at it. There'll be no exposure draft, and we'll just try and ram it through this place. Well, I tell you what, it is a disgrace. And I feel so sorry for every single NDIS participant who now feels incredibly unsure about the future. You've had 2.5 years. You knew the problem when you came into government. You've got speechwriters, you've got Redbridge to tell you how to manage the messaging. If only you'd spent half that time actually talking to states, talking to the sector, and actually getting solutions. So, Minister, I'd like to come to a little bit about questions now on shortonomics. So you said earlier that this bill doesn't make cuts to the scheme. Well, Minister, in your last budget, 18 times, I counted, maybe more, but at least 18 times in the budget papers, in your budget papers, it said that this legislation was required to realise $60 billion worth of savings, cuts to this scheme over the next 10 years. So how is stripping out $60 billion from the budget, which now when the fourth quarter report comes out, I think will be at least 70, if not more. So if you could explain that to this place, please, how when it says 18 times in the budget that $60 billion worth of savings are going to be realised through this bill, and nobody in the inquiry could actually explain to any of us where those savings were coming from. The poor actuary, who is a very good man and is a very honest man, was clearly told not to answer the questions. So we still haven't got any data of how this piece of legislation is going to realise $60+ billion worth of savings. So when you're answering that question, if you could also explain to us, my recollection was it was going to be about $14 billion, 14%, but it's still going up at 20%. So how on earth is this government getting it down to 8%?
I might respond to that series of propositions. I note that the Minister's defence of her own period as a minister. And I just say there are issues of public policy importance to the cohort of current participants in the scheme, around 660,000, I think we said, and future participants in the scheme. And I know that the minister feels the former minister feels unfairly characterised, but this is not an opportunity to make the dealing with this legislation about herself or her own sense of grievance about the way that she was criticised. That is not an appropriate response. In terms of, I undertook to come back to the Senate about the relationship between the provisions of the bill, the changes to the Act, and the NDIS review terms, and I intend to do that now and then come to Senator Reynolds' question in relation to the government's strategy to moderate the growth of the scheme. First, if I can take them thematically, in relation to access settings, what the Act does is expand the rulemaking powers relating to early intervention to create a new pathway, and secondly, introduce a process to consider continued scheme access for people accessing the NDIS through the early intervention pathway. Those are set out in amendments to section 19 to 28. They engage recommendation or reference 3.7 of the review that says the National Disability Insurance Agency should reform the pathway to provide supports to individuals where there is good evidence the intervention is safe, cost-effective and significantly improves outcomes. And recommendation 3.9, the Australian Government should update and clarify legislation to support a more effective approach to determining access. And recommendation 6.2, that says the National Disability Insurance Agency should reform the pathway for all children under the age of 9 to enter the NDIS under early intervention requirements. And 7.2, the National Disability Insurance Agency should establish an early intervention pathway for the majority of new participants with psychosocial disability under Section 35 of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013. So that's firstly in relation to access settings. In relation to the second theme, if I can describe it that way, funding settings for reasonable and necessary supports. There are new rulemaking powers for assessment tools, functional capacity assessments and needs assessments that we've spent some time on over the course of today. They are in relation to section 32L and 32K, and they relate to the NDIS review provision or recommendation 3.1. The National Disability Insurance Agency should introduce a more consistent and robust approach to determining eligibility for access to the NDIS based on transparent methods for assessing functional capacity. And 3.4, the National Disability Insurance Agency should introduce new needs assessment processes to more consistently determine the level of need for each participant and set budgets on this basis. The third thematic area is funding settings for reasonable and necessary supports. So the bill provides for new provisions creating the concept of a flexible budget other than certain stated supports, new rule-making powers to state supports in plans, new rule-making powers to specify when and why supports can be stated in plans, new rule-making powers to specify things that the flexible budget can and cannot be spent on, new rule-making powers to determine the process and cohorts for transition to the new budget-setting framework, new rule-making powers to prescribe timeframes for decisions in new framework plans, and plans will roll over if not reassessed or vary before the end date, include in matters to which the CEO must have regard in a new framework plan and in approving a plan management type, whether the participant has previously overspent their funds, transition parameters for participants to move from an old framework plan to a new framework plan to be set out in a legislative instrument, not rules, with a 5-year timeframe which can be extended by instrument if required, and clarify that NDIS amounts cannot be spent on supports that the rules prescribe as supports that will not be funded by the NDIS. Those relate to sections 32B to 32L, and they engage the NDIS review recommendations 3.3, that the National Disability Insurance Agency should change the basis for setting a budget to a whole of person level rather than for individual support items. 3.4, that the National Disability Insurance Agency should introduce new needs assessment processes to more consistently determine the level of need for each participant and set budgets on this basis. 3.5, the National Disability Insurance Agency should allow greater flexibility in how participants can spend their budget with minimal exceptions. 3.6, the National Disability Insurance Agency should adopt a trust-based approach to oversight of how participants spend their budget with a focus on providing guidance and support. Recommendation 5.4, that the Department of Social Services, the new National Disability Supports Quality and Safeguards Commission and National Disability Insurance Agency should ensure decision supporters have access to information, training and resources to assist them in providing best practice support for decision making. And 6.4, the National Disability Insurance Agency should change the basis for setting a budget to a whole of person level and introduce a new needs assessment process to more consistently determine the level of need for each child and set budgets on this basis. I think, fourth thematic area in terms of quality and safeguards, the bill enables delegation of the Commissioner's compliance and enforcement powers to specified non-SES positions and expands the categories of persons against whom a banning order may be made to include persons that are not related to the provision of supports or services such as consultants, enablers and auditors. Those changes are contained in Schedule 2 of the bill, and they engage, as I'd alluded to earlier, recommendation 17.6 of the review panel report that says the new National Disability Supports Quality and Safeguards Commission should be resourced to strengthen compliance activities and communications to respond to emerging and long-standing quality and safeguards issues and market developments and innovation. The final area in relation to fraud and compliance includes a prohibition on approved quality auditors employing or engaging a person who is subject to a banning order made by the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. That too is contained in Schedule 2 of the bill, and that also engages the NDIS review reference recommendation 17.6. As I indicated before, the new National Disability Supports Quality and Safeguards Commission should be resourced to strengthen compliance activities and communications to respond to emerging and long-standing quality and safeguards issues and market developments and innovation. I should say finally, in relation to Senator Reynolds' question, where she wants to, for political purposes, to frighten people, to characterise the government's approach to budgeting and further moderation of the growth of the scheme as cuts. That is not an honest portrayal of the government's objectives. Senator Reynolds knows that there is a growth target. The scheme will continue to grow in terms of its cost and in terms of its size, and everybody in this place knows that that's the case.
Senator Tyrrell? Oh, I think you were seeking. She had to. Sorry, Senator Reynolds, you are the one that stood, but Senator Tyrrell did come and tell me she was seeking the call. So, Senator Tyrrell? Okay.
You can have 1 minute.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much. Can I just thank the Minister for those? Can I just confirm the information that you've given me? And then I'll say thank you. So there's 20. So the review had 26 major recommendations and 139 sub-recommendations. So in part, this legislation deals with, as we've said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3, 5, 6, 7 and 17 in part, which you've just gone through, correct? And by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of the subsections in those 5. So there's 11 of the 139 recommendations have been actioned in this legislation. If it helps, I've got 3.7, 3.9, 7.2, 3.4, 3.3, actually one less because I already said 3.4 twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's actually 11, I think. Would that be correct?
What I tell you, Senator Reynolds, is that I won't go through it theme by theme, but the review references are 3.7, 3.9, 6.2, 7.2, 3.1, 3.4, and there'll be some repetition here because there is some cross-referencing.
Maybe not
3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 5.4, 6.4, 17.6. And of course, as has been made plain by the Minister at all stages, this bill
12.
is not designed to respond to all of the recommendations of the review.
So that's 12. So can I just confirm? 12 or 139?
I might just conclude my response. I'm not sure what the maths are. Some of the recommendations of the review require a legislative response, but not all of the recommendations of the review require a legislative response. Some of them are in relation to foundational supports. Some of them will require decisions of the relevant Commonwealth state interactions that we've dealt with. It is not an exhaustive list. It is designed to deal with what it is designed to deal with. Yep.
Senator Tyrrell?
Thank you. The NDIS should be designed to give participants what they need and support them to live. The bill as it stands will not do that. It has gone through 2 committee inquiries and yet we're still unsure about how the new assessment process will work. What will the assessment tool look like? Who will use it? How will costs be measured against the participants' budget? Participants have been told they will get a new framework plan, but it's not clear what a new framework plan actually is and how it's different to what they have had previously. What happens to participants who have an old framework plan? That's also unclear. Another point we don't know is how costs will be measured and allocated as part of the government's plans to get the scheme back on track. The idea of flexible funding is great, but what happens when the support a participant wants doesn't align with NDIS rules for that pot of money? Can the money be moved to another pot so the participant can still access the support they need? We're supposed to just trust that it will be all worked out, but that's only going to happen after the legislation passes. This is not how we should be making decisions about NDIS participants. Wading through what is and is not approved for NDIS is already hard enough. But the idea that participants and their carers will have to refer to an approved list is causing concern in the disability community. What happens if a participant has been relying on a support for years and it is not on the new list? Does that mean it can't be claimed as part of their NDIS package anymore? These questions are valid. None of us has seen this list yet. But participants are expected to be across all aspects of this scheme, but how can anybody be across anything? Instead of helping the disability community, participants are falling through the cracks.
It being 8 p.m, I shall report to the Senate. The committee reports progress, and I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn. Senator Polley.
Thank you. The continued delays in the new Spirit of Tasmanian ferries represent a significant failure of the Tasmanian Liberal government, showcasing a lack of foresight, planning and accountability. These delays not only reflect poorly on the government's capacity to manage large-scale infrastructure projects, but also have broader implications for the state's economy and its residents' trust in their leaders. First and foremost, the Spirit of Tasmanian ferries are a critical component of Tasmania's transport infrastructure. They serve as a vital link between the island state and mainland Australia, facilitating the movement of people and goods. Delays in their deployment have caused considerable inconvenience for travellers and businesses alike. Tourists, who contribute significantly to Tasmania's economy, face disruptions and uncertainty, potentially deterring future visits. For businesses relying on the timely transport of goods, these delays translate into logistical nightmares and increased costs, undermining their competitiveness and profitability. The Liberal government's handling of this project reveals glaring deficiencies in project management. A well-executed infrastructure project requires meticulous planning, robust risk assessment and proactive problem solving. The repeated postponements suggested that these elements were either inadequately addressed or entirely overlooked. It raises questions about the competency of the officers overseeing the project and the mechanisms in place to ensure accountability and transparency by this Liberal government. It also raises the question's ability of the current government to even manage our state. Moreover, the government's communications with the public throughout this critical ordeal has been woefully inadequate. Transparency is crucial in maintaining public trust, particularly when projects funded by taxpayers' money encounters these obstacles. Instead of providing clear and regular updates, the government has often resorted to vague assurances and shifting timelines. This lack of candour has only fuelled frustration and scepticism amongst Tasmanians who are left to wonder about the true state of the project and the reasons behind the delays. The financial implications of these delays cannot be understated. The prolonged timeline inevitably incurs additional costs, whether through extended contracts with construction firms, increased maintenance of the current ferries, or compensation for affected businesses. These costs are ultimately borne by Tasmanian taxpayers who have a right to expect better stewardship of public funds. The state opposition, that's Labor in Tasmania, under our new leader, Dean Winter, has ensured that Tasmanians know that the estimated additional cost will need to be somewhere in the order of $50 million spent on temporary upgrades. These upgrades are now necessary in order to allow for the Spirit of Tasmania to arrive in Devonport due to these unnecessary delays. Now, the opposition are the ones who have been upfront and communicating with the Tasmanian community. There is also a prediction that the new ships won't be in operation for an additional 5 years on top of the previously promised margin. This in turn is predicted to cause this project to go $500 million over budget and costs an estimated $2 billion in lost tourism revenue. This is unacceptable. This has huge implications for the Tasmanian community, for our economy, for our tourism industry and our business who rely on getting their goods out of the state. It will impact their profitability. We can only hope that the Tasmanian Liberal government learns from these mistakes and make a commitment to be more open and cooperative in their next major projects, perhaps even the stadium. Now, this, as I said, has broader implications for the Tasmanian economy, and it's unacceptable that they are so incompetent.
The time has expired. Senator Little.
Thank you. The latest substantial government reports on the health and welfare of Indigenous Australians told us what we, or some of us, should already know. Quality of life is not improving for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, so much so across some social and economic indicators, the gap is growing to a gulf. Only 5 of 19 targets are on track. 4 targets continue to get worse. Children in contact with child protection systems, a decline in the proportion of children developmentally on track, the rate of people taking their own lives and the number of adults imprisoned. The need for change for those impacted demand truth-telling and that the facts be reported exactly as they occurred, warts and all. No airbrushing, no absence of critical data, no shirking truth or accountability. The most recent Productivity Commission report blames the bureaucrats for being too focused on reporting. Come on, you know it's not that simple. As Shadow Minister for Prevention of Family Violence, I find it appalling that on page 33 it says no data is available to track all forms of family violence and abuse against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander females and children, and that's been the case since 2018 and 19. Should be there, given we're in the middle of an epidemic. Apparently that's because data collection is too complex. There is concern over potential for harm by previous data collection methods, and yet no suggestion that'll be fixed. Domestic and family violence is a significant driver of impacting the lives of people, and it's getting worse for those most impacted. Is it the harm that's talked about in the pride and feelings of the decision makers driven by ideology, not intelligence or evidence? Because it's not those depending on change because they are hurting enough, physically, emotionally, sexually from harm. Think the lifting of the anti-alcohol restrictions without a proper transition plan and the removal of the cashless debit cards in the communities that wanted, the harm that was already done to vulnerable people. It's now well documented. But you know what's interesting? What's not in the document. What's not in the document is the voice of children. What's not in that document is information about alcohol consumption levels. What's not in that document is the change in the number of children in out-of-home care. What's not in that document is the number of hospital admissions for family violence. Not in South Australia, not in Queensland, not in other places. Western Australia provided some of the best data. That fits the definition of hypocrisy when the Albanese government continues to talk about the impact of voice, yet it's still not listening to Indigenous Australians or to those who want to speak up or should be heard. Let me explain. Obtained under the Freedom of Information Act, consider the draft report on the CDC cessation. Well, when you look at the draft compared to the final, people's voices have changed. Where those participants talk about, well, they reported that alcohol had increased considerably. The final report says, no, they only suggested it. In Ceduna, they said the number of visitors had increased considerably, but the final report says, no, they only perceived that it increased. They live there. They know. They live the consequences every day. When they talk of increased levels of alcohol misuse having flow-on effects for the incidence of assaults and family violence, well, in the final report, that's adjusted to say, no, they only perceive that. They don't know it. We know best. In the cities and towns that aren't even anywhere near those communities that wanted the cashless debit card. It appears the report that was provided by the Australian government is a concerted effort to invalidate the voices of Indigenous Australians, to invalidate the participants who contributed, who gave their time, who honestly talked about the impact. From one of the participants, I think the impact is the gambling, the alcohol, violence on the street, it's all back. It happened immediately here, as soon as that card ceased. The impact was immediate. It's affected not only adults, but the kids as well. But we don't hear from a single child, not a single child. And yet we know the indicators in the Close the Gap report are ones that impact children the most. It's disgraceful making decisions on ideology.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. In news that will surprise no one, the greyhound racing and gambling industry has yet again been exposed for animal cruelty. And just like clockwork, the Labour Party has leapt to their defence, guaranteeing there will be no serious consequences for this so-called sport built on the abuse of animals. This time, the scandal has emerged in New South Wales with a report from former veterinary officer Alexander Britton. The report details greyhound racing in New South Wales' indifference to the welfare of greyhounds, highlighting issues endemic in every aspect, from rearing to racing to rehoming. Dr. Britton exposes that despite $30 million of mostly taxpayer dollars being used to improve track safety, there has been a more than 16-fold increase in serious injuries over a 16-month period. He describes this as the greatest increase in the rate of race injuries in the history of greyhound racing in New South Wales. But who cares? Who cares about seriously injured dogs when there is money to be made? Greyhound racing in New South Wales certainly doesn't. Labour certainly doesn't, and the Liberals definitely don't. Greyhounds as pets, the industry's rehoming body, has come under fire for failing to provide adequate nutrition to the dogs under their care. The industry, of course, dismissed Dr. Britton's efforts to introduce an appropriate diet, arguing that they are just dogs and they can eat pretty much anything. Disgraceful. Do you want to know the cost the industry won't cover? Just $2.70 to $3.12 per dog per day. They don't care about these dogs. Dr. Britton estimates that rehoming numbers have been so poor over the past 5 years that between 8,000 and 13,000 greyhounds remained trapped within the industry. The most disturbing revelations involve the industry's PR piece, the Good Day USA program, which sends dogs to the USA for rehoming. It is clear that the industry's willful negligence and desire to rid themselves of the dogs at any cost are leading to tragic consequences. One dog, Jazzy, died en route to the USA from bloat due to inappropriate preparation. The death was described as one of the most painful imaginable for a greyhound that was in a dark, unattended space. And one can only imagine the immense pain experienced by the greyhound. Another dog, Carrie, died when released from the transport kennel into the transporter's van, which resembled a racing starter's box. The greyhound ran at full velocity into a fence, fracturing his neck. It was clearly inappropriate to place a dog so recently removed from racing into such a situation. Rehoming dogs through this program is actually more deadly than the tracks that they have just survived. The death rate of the Good Day USA program is 4 times more dangerous than the average New South Wales racetrack and more dangerous than any active track in New South Wales. This report also alleges that the supposed independent regulator of racing in New South Wales, GWIC, is not accurately reporting the mortality rates and lacks transparency. Massive numbers of greyhounds go missing each year. Each annual cohort of approximately 4,500 greyhounds entering the industry suffers a 20% mortality rate between 18 months and 66 months. It's been nearly 8 years since the Labour and Liberal parties united in their support for the toxic gambling industry and their indifference to animal welfare and overturned the ban on greyhound racing in New South Wales. I was there and witnessed the opportunistic and craven Labour Party siding with their gambling industry donors to oppose the shutdown. The weak-willed Liberal Party chose to crumble rather than stand for what was right. Tens of millions of dollars have been poured into giving the industry one last chance. Over the past 8 years, it's become routine to see headlines about dogs dying on track, drugging scandals, cheating, organized crime involvement, catastrophic injuries, and rehoming failures. I won't hold my breath, as it seems Labour is already covering up for the industry. But I won't be silent until this horrible industry comes to an end.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And democracy is a precious and rare state in this world, and it's not to be assumed that it's the norm everywhere. It's fragile and it's vital, and it's a value set that demands constant vigilance and care to maintain. Without proper attention, democracy can simply slip away. That's why I recently joined my colleagues, Senator David Fawcett from this place and from the New South Wales Parliament, Mr Hugh McDermott, on a visit to Taiwan as part of the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China. Taiwan is at the very front line of democracy, and I'm proud to stand with those who share the values of equality and freedom that so underpin our belief in the democratic project. Alongside other parliamentarians and representatives from our nations, we shared commitment to these principles and we reaffirmed our support. To understand the value of democracy in the region, one need only look to Taiwan's neighbour, Hong Kong. There, democracy has been severely eroded in favour of authoritarianism. The world has witnessed severe political suppression and destruction of dissenting voices that oppose the government's agenda, and in this we must be very clear-eyed. Jimmy Lai, the founder of Apple Daily, epitomises the repression that is underway in Hong Kong. Born in Mao's China, he escaped to Hong Kong at age 12, eventually arising from his work as a factory worker to leading a fashion icon label and then on to becoming a media mogul. His newspaper's critical stance led to his persecution under draconian national security law, which saw the freezing of the paper's assets, raids on its offices, with 200 officials coming in to remove him from his workplace. The arrest of several leaders coincided with the capturing of Jimmy Lai himself. He's been charged with sedition and collusion with foreign forces. Jimmy Lai now faces the prospect of spending the rest of his life behind bars simply for speaking out against the government. I've met Jimmy's son, Sebastian, who was here in Australia, and I met him again in Taipei. Sebastian's shown remarkable strength and stoicism in the face of personal adversity, reflecting the courage that his own father has shown. He asked that we speak out on behalf of his father and highlight the ongoing oppression that exists in Hong Kong and call for his father's freedom. Over the past 2 years, colleagues, and that's why I'm making this speech to draw attention to this matter, parliaments and other international voices have called for Jimmy Lai's immediate release. This includes the UK, Mr Lai's state of nationality, the United States, the European Parliament, the Canadian Parliament, 5 United Nations experts, leaders of the Catholic Church. Multiple other states have raised concerns, grave concerns regarding the collapse of media freedom in Hong Kong, including 24 states who co-signed a Media Freedom Coalition statement in December 23, shortly after Mr Lai's current trial commenced. Importantly to note, on the 6th of June 2024, 2 overseas non-permanent judges of the Hong Kong Court of Final Appeal, Lord Sumption and Collins, resigned. Lord Sumption cited his view that Hong Kong is becoming a totalitarian state and described the growing malaise in the Hong Kong judiciary and the profound compromise of the rule of law in any area which the government feels strongly about. Colleagues, I am going to seek the support of this Parliament to call for the release of Jimmy Lai. He is a prisoner of conscience, imprisoned for his peaceful campaigning activities, for his writing, for his journalism, as well as on trumped-up charges based on an alleged breach of a lease. He has already been in prison for over 3.5 years, and his sedition and NSL trial began on the 18th of December 23. It's now clear, with many delays, this will continue until at least the end of the year and possibly into 2025. The prosecution case makes abundantly clear that Mr Lai is being accused of engaging in legitimate political debate and discussion with politicians and in his newspaper, Apple Daily, of raising human rights concerns and of calling for accountability for human rights violations in Hong Kong. I urge all those who are providing external judges from countries around the world, including Australia, to look at the situation in Hong Kong and consider how tenable that position might continue to be. From my experience, concerted efforts by some nations subvert and degrade the rule-based order. We need to stand together in support of democracy.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Central Queensland is getting a little bit tired of the Labor Party using it as a political backdrop to paper over the cracks in its own energy policy. Ever since the 2019 election gave the Labor Party an unexpected defeat, it has been trying to rationalise the fact that it won't support the major industry of Central Queensland and the coal sector, while still purporting to try and represent that area of the country. Its solution was not to try and actually reflect on whether or not it should support Australia's biggest export, one of the major industries bankrolling this nation. Instead, it concocted a fantasy that somehow we could close down this major industry of Australia and simply create another one out of thin air, literally out of air, called the hydrogen industry. And ever since, for the last 5 years, we have heard on repeat every time a Labor Party senator comes into Central Queensland how we're all going to get these amazing jobs and business opportunities in the hydrogen sector. It was always a bit of a fantasy. Sir Joe actually tried this 40 years ago. He announced a hydrogen car back in the early 1980s. It never came to be. The old physics joke is that hydrogen is just 20 years away. The problem is it's always 20 years away. And look, there's nothing wrong with thinking big and maybe researching into something that might pay off in the future, but there is something very, very wrong in gambling people's real jobs and their real businesses on a risk that it may not happen. There has never been a certainty that hydrogen will ever produce a commercial amount of jobs and opportunities for Australians, and certainly no certainty, almost no possibility that it would do so in just a few years' time. But that's the myth, that's the lie that we've been told in Central Queensland time and time again. The lie is being exposed now, though. It's being exposed, somewhat ironically, by one of the biggest backers of this hydrogen fantasy. In the last few weeks, Mr. Twiggy Forrest, a very successful Australian businessman to date, but he has announced that he is dropping his fantastical hydrogen dream of trying to produce 15 million tonnes of hydrogen by 2030. In announcing that, he actually sacked 700 people. It's an absolute tragedy for those people who lost their jobs. But it should be an alarm bell to the rest of us that we should not gamble the tens of thousands of jobs in industries like the coal sector on something that clearly has a lot of risk associated with it. Twiggy Forrest has worked out that we are not going to produce a commercially viable hydrogen industry in the next few years, and probably not in the next decade, let's face it. So let's drop this fantasy and let's support the hard-working men and women who are already in industries in this country that produce a lot of wealth for our nation and are actually growing around the world. Because despite, again, what you hear time and time again from this government, demand for coal around the world is growing. Last year was a record amount of coal used. Demand for high-quality coal in particular is growing very, very fast. Just to the north of us in Indonesia, they have amazingly, in just 2 years, increased their production of coal by 150 million tonnes. In 2 years, 150 million tonnes. And to put that in context, most would recall the controversy we had around the Adani Carmichael mine. That mine, all the ink that was spilled in our newspapers about that mine is 10 million tonnes a year. So Indonesia in 2 years has opened the equivalent of 15 Adanis. In 2 years. And you don't hear that reported, but that's the kind of growth you're seeing. In India, they've increased their coal production over the same time period of 2 years by 200 million tonnes. They've built 20 Adanis, and our friends up there in China always win the gold medal on these measures. They have produced an extra 548 million tonnes of coal a year in just 2 years. That's the extra. China does produce around 5 billion tonnes of coal a year. They've increased that by over 500 million tonnes, 55 Adanis, if you like, in just 2 years. So it's time we get with the program. It's time we drop all of the myths and fairy tales we are fed constantly, because it's at least in part the tough times Australian families are facing right now in terms of cost of living, in terms of a weak economy, in terms of rising interest rates, is because we have a Labor Party that won't face reality, that will continue to live in a fantasy world where we can just invent industries. We instead need to get back to producing what our customers demand, and that is cheap and affordable energy like coal.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.